The story begins with a man standing atop a mountain of corpses. He asked Luo Wei why this had been done to him, remembering they were like brothers who had fought together through life and death. Luo Wei reminded him of the beginning of the calamity. Monsters emerged from strange spatial rifts, sowing chaos everywhere. Over time, these rifts were named dungeons, and those who came into contact with them gained mysterious powers known as classes. For this reason, the class core was formed to conquer the dungeons, and they advanced triumphantly. Luo Wei began to stare intently at the protagonist, revealing that this was precisely why he had to be eliminated. The man had become uncontrollable. Powerful class users could easily disrupt the Empire's order, and he, having surpassed even the Triple S rank, was the most dangerous enemy of all. Supreme power had to remain in the hands of the royal family, as only then could the Empire remain stable. With eyes gleaming with rage, the protagonist questioned if this was an excuse to slaughter his family and comrades. With malice in his eyes, Luo Wei clarified that he was doing this for the stability of the Empire. Just before the protagonist could take another breath, Luo Wei triggered a powerful explosion, revealing that he had tampered with his armor long ago. The explosion would also inject a compound poison into his wounds. Luo Wei knew that after an SSS rank battle, the protagonist would not have the strength to resist. To ensure this, Luo Wei had prepared an entire army, considering it his final show of respect. Just before dying, the protagonist began to recall memories of the moments spent with Luo Wei. At that moment, his hidden skill, Mirror World, met its activation conditions. Mirror World, an SSS rank hidden skill, was the ultimate ability that reverted everything. He lost his life, and his soul sank into a lake. Decades later, a pair of boys were torturing another boy, tying him to a tree and submerging his body in the lake. One of them punched him in the stomach and told his friend to dunk him again. As they tortured him, they couldn't help but mock him, deciding to keep him underwater longer to teach him a lesson if he kept pretending. His expression seemed hilarious to them, and they planned to pull him out, only to beat him a few more times. The boy could no longer hold his breath. He didn't know why he always had to be the one suffering. At that moment, the protagonist's soul began to awaken. A boy with glasses approached the bullies and told them to stop, as the other boy was going to die. One of the bullies turned around and, with an arrogant gaze, retorted that if he was about to die, he should just heal himself, as that's what a shanter was for, though he knew it wouldn't be much use. He then mentioned that the boy with glasses was a hypocrite, as he had been the one to lead them all to find him. Therefore, if the boy died, it would be his fault. The boy with glasses panicked, explaining that he only did it because they had forced him. This angered the bully, who prepared to hit him, but then something strange happened, and a powerful light began to emerge from the lake. The bullies started to flee the scene, screaming in terror about the appearance of a dungeon and the need to escape, as a new dungeon was beyond their capabilities. The attention of the boy with glasses was fixed on the boy they were torturing. Seeing that he was still submerged in the water, he started running toward the rope, knowing he had to save him. At that moment, the lake dried up completely, and monsters began to appear. The boy with glasses started to untie the knots, and while he was distracted, one of the monsters lunged at him. But just then, the boy who was tied up grabbed him by the clothes and pulled him out of the attack's path. Then he extended his hand and used a skill called Glacial Impact. The system informed him that he had used Basic Heal on Minor Demon A, but the action had failed because the target's HP was already full. The boy with glasses panicked, not understanding why he was healing the monster. When the monster tried to attack again, he summoned a shield, blocking the attack just in the nick of time. When the protagonist opened the information window, he saw that his name was Yun Che, and he had the Chanter class. He realized he had used a healing spell, and that this was not his original body. Normally, when someone touched a dungeon, they would bind to the system and obtain a random starting class, which should be unchangeable. After that, they would grow and become stronger through the dungeon, gaining skills tied to their class. However, he had been a warrior who had reached the pinnacle. Back then, he had used a skill called Mirror World. After that, he was trapped in the Mirror World until he heard the dying cry of that boy. He finally realized that he had been revived in that boy's body. This was not exactly a happy thought, but he still thanked the boy for giving him a chance at revenge. The boy with glasses informed Yunche that the monsters were surrounding them and asked for immediate help, as he could only handle 3 at most. The protagonist knew his body was too weak. Even these small enemies were beyond his capabilities. At their speed, he couldn't even run. Opening his skill window, he realized they were all useless. Basic Heal restored 1 to 4 HP to a target, and Entangling Vines summoned vines to immobilize a single enemy with a low success rate. Chanter was too specialized. Its strengths were in support, but it was outclassed in every role. It was no wonder this class was always looked down upon. For now, with his old combat instincts, he could resist briefly. Yunche dodged the monster's attack, knowing he needed a quick way out, as he would die if his stamina ran out. Now, the hidden skill, Mirror World, was his only hope. The protagonist dodged an attack without knowing how the skill worked and then touched the monster, but the skill failed as the conditions were not met. He didn't know if his level was too low or if it needed a real mirror. When he used the skill on the monster again, it failed once more due to his level being insufficient. Noticing this, he concluded that Mirror World needed a reflective surface to activate. The level issue couldn't be solved yet, so he decided to try another target. When the protagonist used the skill on the monster's weapon, it failed again due to his insufficient level. He tried the skill on a tattered loincloth, but it also failed for the same reason. The boy with glasses panicked and told him to stop wasting time with his useless skills, as he couldn't hold on much longer. A burst of energy descended from the sky, and a monster called a malformed overlord, level 10, appeared. The boy with glasses knew they were dead. An elite monster like this required at least level 10 to be defeated. Several more bursts of energy began to descend from the sky, and his eyes widened in fear, causing him to fall to the ground. Hundreds of fierce monsters appeared before them. While the protagonist was busy using his skill, the monsters began to charge toward them. Yunche couldn't even use his skill on rocks, wondering if the level gap was too large. Then, the protagonist decided to use his skill on Qiaoji's makeshift barrier, but the system informed him that it had failed, as the skills of others could not be reversed. Upon realizing he couldn't reverse others' skills, a smile spread across his face, as this meant he could reverse his own. Once the protagonist used the skill on his own ability, it revealed that Mirror World had successfully reversed his Entangling Vines skill. Yunche used Chaotic Thorns, causing thousands of thorns to erupt from the ground. When one of the monsters tried to attack, another monster surrounded by a red aura struck it, saving Qiaoji. He was somewhat confused, not knowing what was happening, but the protagonist realized that the skill's effect had been completely inverted. Instead of immobilize, it now inflicted confusion. The Entangling Vines skill normally entangled a single enemy with a low chance of immobilizing it. However, its reversed upgrade, Chaotic Thorns, now caused thorns to lash out at a target with a low chance of inflicting confusion. The monsters began to attack each other. This was due to the confusion status effect, which caused afflicted units to attack random targets. The protagonist couldn't help but smile, as he realized that a useless skill had become powerful after being reversed. This made him contemplate what would happen if he reversed the rest of his skills. Mirror World truly lived up to its reputation as an SSS rank hidden skill. It not only reversed the effects of skills, but also applied an overall enhancement. If he had used the non-reverted version of this skill, the success rate would be low. The duration of the restraint would only last a second at most, not reaching its current potency. Our boy grabbed a sword that was stuck in the ground and couldn't help but wonder what would happen if he reversed his remaining skills. His attention was drawn to the skill Empowered Strike. It cost 20 mana points, had a duration of 30 seconds, and granted a 5% attack boost to one unit, with the effect ending when the unit consumed mana points. When Yunche reverted this skill, it transformed into Trick Blade. It cost 40 mana points, lasted 60 seconds, and granted a 10% attack boost for each consumption of mana points. He activated Trick Blade, and his sword began to emanate a powerful aura. He realized that each skill use granted a 10% boost in attack power. Trick Blade was active, with 60 seconds remaining on its duration. Just by activating this, any skill usage would trigger attack power increases. The potential was incredible. Yunche leveled up, now reaching level 6. He noticed that many monsters had died from their own infighting, and realized that these monsters gave a decent amount of experience upon death. When one of the monsters tried a surprise attack, our boy reacted in time and blocked the attack. Yunche's attention was drawn to his own HP bar, which had 480 HP and 120 mana points. He realized that leveling up fully restored his mana points. While the monsters remained chaotic, he decided to test this Trick Blade. Yunche activated Chaotic Thorns, consuming mana points. This triggered the effect of Trick Blade, causing a rapid decrease in his mana points, while his attack repeatedly increased by a 10% boost with each consumption. He now had 12 mana points, but his Trick Blade had resulted in a 120% attack increase, with 44 seconds remaining on its duration. His eyes began to gleam, and his attention fixed on one of the monsters charging towards him. He realized that this skill broke all conventions by allowing him to reach 2.2 times his attack power so easily. When the monster attacked, our boy deflected the blow, moved behind it, and dealt a deep gash on its back and then its stomach. Chaoji was in shock. He couldn't believe this was Yunche, observing his movements. He wondered how a level 5 chanter could have such capability, and since when did chanters possess such skills? Our boy continued to fight the monsters, killing them one by one. With his level 6 stats, 120 mana points, and 1 mana point regeneration per second, he realized he could theoretically reach 2.3 times his attack power. In an instant, he defeated a level 11 monster and couldn't help but smile. He realized his current strength could barely handle these level 11 elites. At that moment, a hand emerged from the ground. Yunche's attention was fixed on it as a level 21 monster called Battle Fiend Chimera emerged from the ground and began to roar. It turned and massacred the smaller monsters in a single move. Chaoji's eyes filled with fear, while on the other hand, our boy felt somewhat surprised to see a hidden level 21 boss in this dungeon. The boss began to charge toward our boy. When he tried to use Chaotic Thorns, the skill failed as the monster was immune to chaos. Just before the monster could attack, Chaoji stepped in front and summoned his shield. Yunche felt somewhat surprised, and not long after, he began to see someone familiar. A blonde-haired boy called him an idiot, telling him he had asked him not to charge forward. Our boy's eyes widened. The boss attacked with force, shattering the shield Chaoji had summoned and sending his body crashing hard against the ground. Yunche rushed towards him. He extended his hand and began to use his skills. He activated Basic Heal on Chaoji, which restored 1 HP. This consumed mana points, leaving him with 54 points. Trick Blade activated, granting him a 10% damage boost. Immediately after, Basic Heal activated again on Chaoji, this time with a critical hit that restored 5 HP. Our boy's mana points reached 1. He considered that a chanter's healing skills were truly pathetic and asked Chaoji if he had any health potions. He said he had an emergency one, and our boy told him to drink it. His Trick Blade now had 85 seconds of duration left. The boss started killing the other monsters. Yunche knew he was not yet a match for this boss, but the mobs were almost all dead. He had a plan in mind. Showing his blade, he asked Chaoji to hold on for a minute, as he was going to finish off the monsters, leaving him somewhat surprised. Our boy moved like a thunderclap, slicing the monsters to pieces. The duration of his Trick Blade had reached 0. Yunche leveled up, restoring his HP and mana points to 80-120. He activated Trick Blade. By using Chaotic Thorns repeatedly, each consumption of mana points triggered the effect of Trick Blade, increasing its attack by +10% with each activation. He knew he needed at least a 400% attack boost to defeat the boss. He began to slaughter more monsters, leveling up again. This restored his mana points to 110. He activated Chaotic Thorns, which granted him a 10% attack damage boost and reduced his mana points to 101. He repeated the activation of Chaotic Thorns, gaining another 10% attack boost as his mana points dropped to 92. He realized he had to cast Chaotic Thorns 40 times in 50 seconds, which meant he needed to reach level 10. Chaoji was in shock, unable to believe what his eyes were seeing. Yunche leveled up several times. The boss prepared to attack, but our boy began to glow. He was now level 12. His Trick Blade had a 510% boost and a duration of 95 seconds, which was more than enough to face this boss. Yunche moved like lightning, cutting off its arm, then appeared behind it and launched a chain of slashes, causing the monster terrible pain. Just before it had time to react, our boy sliced its body to pieces. In the blink of an eye, he had defeated a level 21 boss that had over 10,000 HP. After killing this boss, our boy gained 3 levels, now being level 15. Chaoji was in shock and didn't know if he was dreaming, wondering if a level 5 chanter had just solo cleared an entirely new dungeon. Now that the dungeon lord had been defeated, the dungeon was cleared. He approached and asked Yunche if it was really him. The monsters dropped items, and the system prompted our boy to collect them. He wanted to know how our boy had suddenly become so strong. Our boy began to recall his past, and upon seeing Chaoji's face, he asked what his relationship was with Chao Benben. Chaoji was in shock, as he didn't know how Yunche knew his great-grandfather's nickname. Yunche was somewhat surprised to learn that he was actually the great-grandson of Chao Benben. He began to remember Chao Benben, and his eyes filled with sadness as all the people he knew had been killed by Luo Wei. Just before he could ask more about Chao Benben, Chaoji averted his gaze and mentioned that it wasn't necessary to talk about him at that moment. If Yunche didn't want to answer his question, he didn't have to say anything. There was no need to humiliate him like that. Yunche was a bit confused as he didn't know what was happening. Chaoji mentioned that, although he didn't know why, Yunche had been hiding his true strength all this time. He advised that they should return to school, since the next day, the school would organize a visit to the Modern History Memorial Hall, and skipping classes would get them noticed. Yunche couldn't help but clench his fist tightly and feel furious. He decided to listen to him, but deep down, he knew he couldn't reveal his identity yet. If Qiaozhi investigated too much, he could become suspicious. Yunche thought about the Modern History Memorial Hall. It should have records of what happened after he died. The next day, they boarded the subway on their way to school. The students were very excited. Times had changed a lot. After being dead for so many years, the world had mutated enormously. He couldn't believe they now used products from the dungeons to power carriages. Many things had appeared that he had never seen before. However, he had seen some of them in dungeons in the past. He opened his system inventory. He wondered if only items dropped by monsters could be taken out of a dungeon. He equipped the Chimera Bone Ring. It was a level 14 ring, formed from the rib of the Dungeon Lord of Flesh and Bone, the Battlefield Chimera. It allowed the wearer to attach a chimera limb to their body. He took the Robust Physique skill book from his inventory. It was of excellent quality, a passive skill type, and its learnable class was universal. He noticed that equipment like this and skill books could be taken out through the inventory. They could also be bought and sold outside of dungeons. He had the Resilient Physique skill active. It was a passive, permanent skill that reduced incoming physical damage. Things that couldn't be stored in the inventory after defeating the Lord should have disappeared along with the dungeon. His eyes began to gleam with confusion. He didn't know what had happened after his death. Not long after, he arrived at the Modern History Memorial Hall, and the first thing he saw was the statue of Luo Wei, the supreme ruler of the kingdom, the emperor who had ended the dungeon disasters. The teacher began to guide the students through the Modern History Memorial Hall. He explained that many students knew that this very place, more than 50 years ago, had been the battlefield of that famous rebellion. The teacher explained that back then, they were deeply afflicted by the dungeons. He added that, especially after the most terrifying SSS rank dungeon appeared, everyone lived in fear. King Luo Wei personally led the professional army on an expedition. Despite suffering heavy casualties, he finally conquered this terrifying dungeon. But just at that moment, he encountered a long-planned rebellion. Its mastermind, as everyone knew, was Yunche. Yunche was the same man deeply trusted by the king, but who ultimately became an ungrateful traitor. Yunche couldn't help but feel furious seeing that this was what history had become. They were the ones who cleared the SSS rank dungeon and the ones who were ambushed. The teacher clenched his fist, mentioning that they couldn't imagine the pain of being betrayed under such circumstances. But their king overcame this sorrow and fought with blood and courage. Finally, with the help of the hero Ding Kun, he successfully suppressed the rebellion. Yunche's eyes filled with curiosity upon hearing the name Ding Kun. He wondered if such a person existed. The bullies who had been torturing Yunche in the lake appeared and felt somewhat confused to notice that they were still alive. They wondered how this was possible since he and Qiaozhi had been dragged into the newly formed dungeon. One of the bullies mentioned that the dungeon had been cleared. He thought that for a new dungeon to be cleared so quickly, a master must have been nearby. According to him, they were incredibly lucky to have found that master. Our boy's attention fixed on them, realizing that they were the bastards who had been torturing the owner of his body. Everyone began to approach Ding Shu to find out what he was talking about, reacting with total disbelief. They wondered if he had really encountered a new dungeon and, more shockingly, if he had survived a disaster within it. Ding Shu put his arm around Qiaozhi's shoulder and mentioned that he was quite lucky to have made it out alive. He began to whisper, revealing that they had almost dragged them into that dungeon that day and demanded to know how they planned to settle this debt. Qiaozhi panicked, making it clear that it was Ding Shu's fault. He threatened to report him, accusing him of almost causing his and Yunche's deaths. Ding Shu grabbed Qiaozhi by the head, questioning what was going through his mind and realizing that he didn't seem to have any idea of the situation at all. Ding Shu sked Qiaozhi to look at the statue in front of them and observe his ancestor being trampled upon by the hero. He revealed that he was the traitor, Qiao En, and Qiaozhi was his descendant. Finally, he asked if he really thought anyone would take his side. Ding Shu began to shout, saying that Qiaozhi could insult him, but he could not insult his ancestor, leaving poor Qiaozhi in shock. Everyone started to gather around, knowing that Ding Shu's grandfather was the hero Ding Kun. Upon hearing this, our boy's eyes began to gleam with rage. The students realized that the person next to them was Qiaozhi, the descendant of Qiao En. To them, the descendant of a traitor insulting a hero was a sign of a world turned upside down. They recalled that his ancestor, Qiao En, had slaughtered many people, and if the hero hadn't intervened, who knows how many more would have died. Ding Shu began to feign, making it clear that he didn't care what he said about him behind his back, but he couldn't allow him to insult his ancestor to his face. The teacher approached Qiaozhi, placed a hand on his shoulder, and asked him to apologize. He told him that, as his teacher, he had always been fair and reminded him that the hero had forgiven his family in the past. He concluded that, even if he didn't feel gratitude for this, he had no right to defame him. After saying this, the teacher left. Dingshu placed a hand on his head and revealed that if he gave him a beating in public, people would only cheer him on. No one was going to help a vicious dog that was being beaten, and besides, Qiaoji was a particularly despised dog. He grabbed Qiaoji by the hair and asked if he really believed that he, the descendant of a hero, could be wrong. He prepared to hit Qiaoji, but at that moment, someone kicked him in the face, sending him to the ground. Qiaoji's eyes widened in surprise. It was Yunche, his eyes glowing with rage. He questioned if the hero's family didn't have time to discipline their brats. The students started recording, wondering if it was really Yunche. They commented that he seemed like a completely different person and couldn't believe he had dared to strike Dingshu. According to them, he was crazy, and some remembered he was only level 5, the weakest in his class, so they wondered what had happened to him to make him dare to hit Dingshu. He had no parents and had always been too gloomy to have friends, so they thought he had lost his mind. Dingshu wiped his cheek, making it clear that Yunche was just a punching bag who should be grateful that Dingshu wasn't coming after him. He couldn't believe he had still dared to attack him while he wasn't paying attention. He and his friends started charging towards our boy. Yunche moved like thunder, dodging their attacks and striking them before they could react. Dingshu fell to his knees on the ground and started spitting blood. The students began to murmur among themselves. Dingshu was in shock, as he couldn't believe how fast Yunche was. The students were somewhat confused as they didn't know what had happened. They questioned how he had been taken down again so easily, and if Dingshu was, in fact, a weakling. Dingshu exploded with rage, unable to believe how a trash-tier level 5 support could suddenly be stronger than him. Immediately, he used the skill, Hell, which increased his attack power by 25%. He equipped the Fireforged Hammer, which granted him 314 points of attack power. He thought Yunche had just gotten lucky and, without wasting another second, he lunged at him. Our boy moved quickly and, taking advantage of the opening, punched him in the jaw. He was using the skill, Blade of Trickery, which increased his attack power by 80%. Dingshu was in shock. Our boy kicked him, sending him crashing hard to the ground. The guard arrived and, seeing Yunche stepping on Dingshu, asked if there was a healer. The students were in shock seeing how fast Yunche was. They remembered he was only level 5. Even the blonde girl and her friend were in shock. The guard made it clear that fighting was forbidden inside the hall due to the risk of damaging something, and then asked the teacher why he couldn't control his students. The teacher started walking towards Yunche. He had not only insulted a hero, but had now also dared to assault his descendant. According to him, Yunche was shameless. The teacher unsheathed his sword, and Yunche's attention fixed on him. Our boy used the ring, and when the teacher tried to attack, his sword shattered into pieces, leaving everyone in shock. Yunche mentioned that they should set aside the discussion of who was shameless for a moment. He pointed out to the teacher that, although he claimed to be fair, he seemed to have only listened to Dingshu's side of the story, and he questioned him directly, asking if he was trying to curry favor with his family. The teacher told him to stop talking nonsense, and then his gaze fixed on our boy's ring. He wondered what kind of equipment it was, since, although he hadn't used his full strength, it had managed to block his attack. As a powerful aura emanated from his body, Yunche clarified that it was just a casual comment, and added that he didn't believe the teacher was that type of person. The students were in shock as they couldn't believe Yunche had even been able to block the teacher's attack. The teacher promised that he would thoroughly investigate the cause of this conflict. Internally, he wondered where Yunche had obtained that kind of equipment and if he too had some kind of backing. The ring Yunche wore was the Chimera Bone Ring, whose durability was already damaged by 37%. Despite being of epic quality, it was still just equipment obtained from a level 21 lord, so using it against the level 35 teacher was pushing it too far. Yunche asked to be expelled from the hall as punishment, along with Qiaoji. Qiaoji stood up and began to follow our boy with a confused gaze. The students couldn't believe that Yunche had been able to block the teacher's attack and wondered if this was something a student could do. The teacher asked his students to use a healing spell on Dingshu, and in the meantime, our boy and Qiaoji left the hall. He was sad, as he couldn't believe that in the end, no one had survived, and Ben had been killed long ago by that so-called hero. His gaze fixed on Qiaoji, and he thought that if he asked him anything now, he would answer without thinking. He coughed and mentioned that his knowledge of history wasn't very good, so he asked him to recount the specific deeds of that hero, Ding Kun. Qiaoji became nervous, mentioning that, although he wasn't sure if he remembered correctly, It seemed the hero Ding Kun had discovered the great villain Yunche's conspiracy beforehand. He recounted that he had prepared an ambush near the Triple S rank dungeon to provide support, and that was how the entire rebellion crisis was resolved. Yunche felt somewhat surprised. He began to remember his past life and how they had been ambushed. Chaozhi explained that the hero Ding Kun aspired to solve the dungeon crisis since he was young and always trained hard for it. After being promoted by the king, he fought across the country for years, saving various places from crises, like the very famous Great Cataclysm of Winterfell City. Yunche began to gaze at the ground and ponder. The image of his past self standing on a mountain of corpses came to his mind. With a sad expression, Yunche asked about the sword held by the hero's statue. Chaozhi explained that it was the Flowing Cloud sword, and added that, as the story went, it was the sword the hero had used to execute the traitor Yunche. It was a top-tier piece of equipment. Yunche's eyes began to glow with rage, as they had not only stolen his glory and achievements, but had even taken his sword. Then he decided that he would kill Ding Kun first. Outside the Ding family compound, several high-level warriors were patrolling. Suddenly, the eyes of one of them began to glow as his attention was drawn to something. Not far away, he saw Yunche and Chaozhi slip into an alley. He decided not to pay much attention, thinking they were just passing through the area. Noticing how alert the man was, Yunche wondered if he was a wanderer with a scout skill. Chaozhi suggested to Yunche that they should just leave. He argued that there were too many guards, and that even if they managed to sneak in, the moment Ding Shu returned, they would be done for. Although he wanted to go and directly kill that hero, Ding Kun, he knew it wasn't possible. According to Chaozhi, Ding Kun spent all his time in a high-level dungeon. Unlike in his past life, one could not freely enter and exit dungeons now. The high-level ones were all guarded by the military, and a special pass was needed to enter. However, he was sure that Ding Kun's family must have such a pass in their home. Our boy asked if it was necessary for their family to keep so many guards, considering they were just one of dozens of branches descended from Ding Kun. Chaozhi revealed that, after all, they were descendants of a hero, and that they also had a dungeon within their property. Our boy's eyes widened in surprise to learn that they had a dungeon at home. Chaozhi mentioned that low-level dungeons had long been bought and sold privately, but this was not something that people without power and influence could even dream of. Ding Shu had guards with him all the time, so he could farm monsters and level up whenever he wanted. In contrast, ordinary students like them could only do so during the school's dungeon practicals, where they even had to fight over the monsters. Yunche realized that this era had changed a lot and questioned if this didn't mean that the richer and more powerful one was, the higher their level would be. Chaozhi nodded, revealing that an ordinary person usually graduates from school between level 15 and 20, and since many no longer have access to dungeons after that, they remain stuck at that level. If one got a job related to dungeons, like a miner or a ranger in a national dungeon, they might reach a level close to 30 by middle age. In contrast, guards like those at Ding Shu's house could take advantage of their family's dungeon, allowing them to be around level 30. To reach a higher level, one generally had to be recruited by the army or enter an official organization, such as a guild or a military academy, through school assessments. Only then could one access higher-level dungeons and reach higher levels. Our boy knew that if he wanted to become stronger, that pass was essential. Chaozhi suggested they just leave, arguing that the level gap was too large, and that no matter how skilled he was, he would be no match for those guards. Yunche was aware that his current strength was far from enough to kill that hero, let alone the Supreme King Luo Wei, who was under layers of protection. However, he knew that the scouting skills one could learn around level 30 were generally small area skills, like Eagle Eye, Enhanced Hearing, or Krat Spirit Summoning. These were not enough to cover the entire mansion compound 24 hours a day. Besides, this wasn't a life-or-death dungeon, and most of the guards were very complacent. He concluded that it was more than enough for him to get in. Chaozhi panicked. Yunche, however, took a leap and got onto the wall, thinking that compared to the almost flawless scouting in the high-level dungeons of his past life, this was much more relaxed. Chaozhi made it clear that even if they managed to get inside a private dungeon like this, they could be killed without any consequences. Our boy grabbed Chaozhi by the shirt and asked if he didn't want to change his life. Chaozhi admitted that he did, but he had planned to do it after joining a guild. Yunche then asked if he really believed that a guild could change things for him. Chaozhi, the great-grandson of the traitor Chao En. Chaozhi's eyes filled with sadness. Our boy pulled him up onto the wall and made it clear that a person's destiny can only be changed in the present, not by betting on a what-if that even he himself wasn't sure of. Yunche was not going to pass up the dungeon right in front of him. He decided to let him decide for himself if he wanted to follow. Qiaozhu began to sweat, and our boy pondered, wondering if the descendant would make the same choice as his ancestor. Qiaozhu stood up, as he simply couldn't let him go to his death. Yunche told him not to make a sound, explaining that there were no traces of a summoning-type scouting skill in this area. Therefore, as long as they kept their voices down, avoided their line of sight, and seized the right moment, they could easily get in. Yunche grabbed Qiaozhu and, following his plan, they managed to enter the Ding family compound. Qiaozhu's attention was fixed on a dungeon that unfolded underground. They entered the dungeon and saw two monsters, one level 6 and the other level 8. Our boy noted that the level was slightly higher than in the previous dungeon, but the number of monsters was not as high, probably because Ding Shu's family killed them regularly. Our boy mentioned that there were only two small mobs and asked him to go and give it a try. Qiaozhu couldn't help but feel scared and refused, stating that there was no way he could beat them. Our boy forced him to fight. The monsters attacked, and he summoned his shield to defend himself, still unable to believe that Yunche trusted him to win. Qiaozhu grew nervous and thought he shouldn't have come. Now he wanted to go home. Yunche suggested he try fighting back, but Qiaozhu asked how he was supposed to find an opportunity to fight back. Yunche assured him that he was watching and nothing bad would happen. Qiaozhu decided to trust him, and using his shield, he attacked. But then the other monster tried to attack from behind, but he reacted in time and dodged the attack. It was just as Yunche had thought. Qiaozhu's talent was actually quite good. The problem was that he was always timid and panicked easily, so he only dared to defend. However, his subconscious judgment of spatial positioning was extremely accurate. Because of this, it always seemed like he was in a dangerous situation, but he didn't lose much health. Qiaozhu attacked the monster, but his shield shattered into pieces. Yunche moved like thunder, killing the monsters. Qiaozhu was somewhat surprised as he had leveled up. He was now level 7. Our boy explained that experience was distributed according to contribution, and that if he didn't unbalance the monsters, he wouldn't get much EXP, even if Yunche was the one who killed them. Yunche wielded the Crescentful Bone Blade, a blade formed from the condensed resentment in a leg bone, which increased his attack power by 62 and his spiritual attack by 11. Yunche noticed that Qiaozhu's movements were very agile and asked him how he distributed his attribute points. Qiaozhu revealed that, except for spirit, he generally added them evenly. Our boy recalled that shield bearers didn't usually add points to agility. Qiaozhu explained that if he didn't, he found it difficult to find a party at school. He clarified that no one wanted to wait for a slow shield bearer, as by the time he arrived, the others would have already taken all the monsters. Yunche let out a sigh and explained that he needed to have a long-term perspective. He clarified that advanced class promotions after level 60 had attribute requirements. He gave the example of the Bastion Fortress class, which required 60 stamina and 90 defense points, concluding that he couldn't just add points randomly. Qiaozhu mentioned that the highest an ordinary person would ever reach in their life was level 40-something and wondered how he could even think about level 60, as that was S rank. Our boy placed a hand on his shoulder and, with a smile, told him that from that moment on, he could start thinking about S rank, or things far beyond S rank. That said, he also needed to start planning his own class advancement. He reflected that his support class had only been revived thanks to the hidden skill Mirror World, and that, if nothing unexpected happened, he would probably change to another class. He was in shock as he realized something stunning. His Mirror World skill could be leveled up. In the Ding family's private dungeon, Yunche fought monsters with surprising speed. His Trick Blade skill boosted his attacks, but it ended just as he hit a level 17 zombie greed demon. The monster, still alive, showed Trick Blade's power, but also its limits in long fights. Yunche's mana and stamina were low. The monster died, confirming his body couldn't handle extended battles. The fight yielded huge rewards. Yunche gained 2 levels, reaching level 17, and his health, mana, and attribute points increased rapidly. He also got 2 Shadow Creatures' souls from elite zombies, which gave his SSS rank Mirror World skill 2,000 experience points, confirming he could level it up. After the battle, Yunche collected items, pleased with the levels and Mirror World experience. Suddenly, sensing danger, he moved higher and saw Ding family guards patrolling more often. Below, Qiaozhu, level 8, with new gear, nervously suggested they stop. He noted fewer monsters and high guard alert, making it too risky, wondering if they were found. Yunche agreed. Fighting now would be too hard, requiring constant guard watching and careful Trick Blade use. With his current power and increased security, the risk was too high. Yunche looked at a new skill book, Brick Spell, which created mana bricks. When reversed by Mirror World, it became Void Technique, making small objects intangible. He realized not all reversed skills were for combat. Some had subtle non-fighting uses. Yunche checked his Mirror World skill. It needed 30% more experience to level up. Standing on the cliff, he thought about the amazing power its reversal gave him, even at its basic level. He felt more determined, imagining how much stronger he'd become when it leveled up. With glowing eyes, Yunche made a new plan. This dungeon offered unique, mirror world experience from its monsters. He figured killing the boss could level up the skill to level 2, a reward too good to miss despite guard risk. They moved quietly through the cave, hiding behind rocks, as guards used detection skills more often, making their position risky. Yunche cautiously peered ahead and saw their target. A massive, shadowed figure on a throne, bound by thick, glowing purple chains at the top of stairs. Many guards protected it. This was the dungeon boss. From their hiding spot, Qiaoji was shocked to see a dungeon boss controlled like this. Yunche was less surprised, noting their school's boss was also guarded, suggesting it's common for strong groups. Yunche scanned the scene, seeing relaxed guards on the stairs. He focused on the glowing purple chains binding the boss, realizing they were powerful restraints. He quietly analyzed the situation. With so many guards, a direct attack on the boss would be suicidal and unwinnable, drawing everyone's attention. Yunche knew he couldn't kill the boss with all the guards, but he saw an opportunity. A guard wandered off alone. He decided to take them out one by one. Covering his face, he used Trick Blade, 150% attack boost, and ambushed the guard. The ambush worked perfectly. The guard was instantly crippled and fell as Qiaoji watched. Yunche stood over him with a dark presence, telling him to talk, to get information. Terrified, the guard begged for his life, offering any information, admitting the Ding family didn't pay him enough to die for them. Yunche listened, seeing this as his chance to ask about his main goal, infiltrating the compound. When Yunche asked about the Hero Dungeon Pass, the guard was shocked. He quickly said the old master had many in his study, and they weren't rare. Misunderstanding, the guard thought Yunche was a hero grandpa fanatic. Frightened by Yunche's silence, the guard swore he was truthful, saying he'd seen the old master take passes often. He warned that the passes were temporary samples. Without an insider, they'd be caught. Yunche wasn't bothered. He grabbed the guard's collar, telling him not to worry. With a cold look, he ordered the guard to empty his inventory, showing his plan to steal from him and likely take his identity. Back at the Ding family compound, Yunche kept questioning the guard, holding him by his shirt. Yunche was disappointed by a single mediocre skill book. The terrified guard swore it was all he had, explaining the Ding family kept all valuable dungeon drops in their inner residence, leaving outer guards scraps. Yunche learned Sunlight Baptism, a passive skill giving temporary defense after healing. He used Mirror World to reverse it into Moonlight Blessing, a strong offensive skill granting temporary attack boosts after healing. He noted this skill, like the dungeon passes, was in the inner residence. The guard pointed to the lavish Ding inner residence, explaining outer guards like him couldn't enter without a direct summons. He said security was extreme. Except for Ding Shu, everyone inside was over level 50 with top gear, making outer guards unneeded. Yunche held the guard closer, asking if the pass was in the residence. The terrified guard confirmed it, adding the powerful family head, level 42, was also there, a foe Yunche couldn't beat. He detailed the family's strength, current and second family heads, level 42, third family head, level 52, and old master, level 57. He warned that if the two strongest members returned, it would be impossible. After getting all the info, Yunche knocked the guard out. He had Qiaoji wear the guard's armor as a disguise and wait for his signal. Since the powerful family head was safe inside, Yunche planned to lure him out instead of confronting him directly. Back in the dungeon, Yunche observed the boss. He understood the Ding family used high-level chains to keep the boss alive, creating a permanent private farming spot. He realized this system's security, relying on easily guarded chains, could be exploited. This was a big flaw. Guards thought their method was safe because no one would unlock the chains, but they didn't know Yunche, who, from his past life, knew how to unlock them. He quietly approached a guard and easily undid the lock. The chains fell, and the enraged boss broke free, going wild. Guards panicked as the huge monster rampaged. This chaos was exactly what Yunche needed to lure the family head out of the inner residence, using the perfect method to do so. The plan worked. Alarms blared as the level 42 family head rushed from the unguarded inner residence, ordering immediate dungeon reinforcement. As he and his guards charged to handle the crisis, Yun-che used the distraction to grab the powerful level 60 combat chains that bound the boss. Holding the pulsing high-level gear, Yun-che knew his plan succeeded. With the family head and elite guards busy, he and Chaoju could easily enter the inner residence. As Yun-che's plan opened the way, new people arrived at the main entrance of the Ding family home. Servants greeted the returning second master, Ding Hao, level 42, and his son Ding Shu, who drove up in a fancy car. Ding Hao brushed off Ding Shu's recent loss to Yun-che as a small mistake, but Ding Shu shot back that greeting his father wasn't why he was there. Ding Hao then opened the car door for a Miss Yun Sha. Two young women stepped out, one with long blonde hair, and her dark-haired friend, likely Yun Sha. The mustached family head, back from the dungeon mess, waited at the top of the stairs, smiling. Suddenly, his smile vanished, replaced by confusion, then anger. He roughly kicked a bowing servant out of his way, telling him not to block him. As the servant lay on the ground, the angry family head walked quickly towards Ding Hao, Ding Shu, and their two female guests, clearly upset. From the woods, Chaoju, dressed as a guard, watched the scene at the house. Yun-che suddenly appeared behind him, surprising the boy. Xiaoji said he was worried, noting that with the Ding family back, it wasn't a good time to sneak into the house. Yun-che calmly asked why he looked worried, and a surprised Xiaoji asked how he got there so fast. Yun-che explained that the creature he let loose was a dungeon lord. Even a level 31 was hard to catch alive, meaning it would keep the Ding family's main fighters busy for a long time. He said they wouldn't defeat the boss anytime soon, making it the perfect chance for them. With that settled, he asked Chaoji what he had seen. Chaoju looked back at the house sadly. He said the servant the family head had kicked was his youngest uncle, Chao Li, a level 17 man. Yun-che listened as Chaoju told a dark part of their shared past. He said that when the old Yun-che rebelled, his family had already been killed. Chaoji added that, in a way, this saved them from the years of shame and pain that followed for the children of traitors, like his own family. Hearing about the pain Yun-che's old friend's family had suffered because of lies about their past, Yun-che's face showed grim sadness and strong will. As they watched from the trees, Chaoju continued his family's sad story. He explained that after being called traitors, the Chao family faced constant meanness from the empire. Their homes were destroyed and their lives were ruined. It got worse under secret orders from the so-called hero Ding Kun, who made sure the surviving Chao members were picked on and hurt constantly. Beaten and broken, with no other choice to survive, the remaining Chao family members were forced to work for the very people who helped ruin them, the Ding family. Now, they live a poor life, always watching their masters' faces, bowing and scraping for scraps. Chaoji admitted with shame that they are sometimes shown off as proof of the Ding family's power and kindness for forgiving the children of a traitor. He said his father's generation tried to fight back and change their fate, speaking out against the unfairness, but their effort ended badly. The stress broke his father, who went crazy, while his uncle, Chao Li, became completely obedient, acting like nothing more than the Ding family's dog. Heavy with this hopeless history, Chaoji began to doubt his own actions, wondering if it was right to follow Yun-che into such a dangerous place. His doubt was cut short when Yun-che turned to him and said firmly that he needed to go to the inner residence. Panicked, Chaoju tried to stop him, quickly reminding him that Ding Shu's father, a fully equipped level 42 fighter, was inside. He warned Yun-che that if he was found, he would surely die. Yun-che wasn't scared by the danger. He explained his belief that in this time, where powerful people control who can use power and dungeons, one can't hope to change their life without taking chances. He looked at Chaoji, adding that some things will never get done if one worries and waits too much. Finally, Yun-che gave him a clear choice. He told Chaoji he could help him change his fate, but Chaoji had to decide to act first. Yun-che made his own plans clear. He would fight back, but he wouldn't make Chaoji follow him. Even with Yun-che's strong will, Chaoji was still very scared and doubtful. He argued that the Ding family was a huge power that ruled the world, asking how the two of them could possibly fight such a big force. Yun-che turned away from him, looking at the distant inner residence as he started walking forward. He told the stunned Chaoji that his goal was much bigger than just taking down one family. The real enemy he planned to fight, he said, was the entire empire itself. Meanwhile, inside the quiet inner residence, Ding Hao relaxed on a couch, served by a maid. He wondered how the dungeon lord had broken free from its strong chains. Seeing him, the blonde girl with Ding Shu politely asked her uncle if it was a bad time, offering to visit another day because of the emergency. Ding Hao quickly waved away her worries, saying his older brother, the family head, could handle it. He promised her that a simple dungeon problem was far less important than her visit. He continued, smiling, explaining that when his powerful father, the old master, and his third brother heard she was coming, they had already started heading back to the house to meet her. Also, he said they had already contacted Hero Grandpa, who was very excited to meet her, making it clear that handling the situation would be very easy. From a hidden spot on a balcony, Yunche heard everything. His attention sharpened at Hero Grandpa, knowing they meant the so-called hero Ding Kun. His mind raced, connecting this new info with what he'd learned from the captured guard. To enter the hero's dungeon, one needed both a pass and someone to go with them. He looked at the guests, seeing how respectfully Yunsha was treated, and realized her status must be very high. Then, an important detail hit him. Her name was Yunsha, sharing the same last name as his current self. He wondered if this was just a coincidence. For now, he pushed the thought aside. He focused his gaze, deciding to concentrate on his immediate goal, getting the dungeon pass. As he watched, Yunsha stood silently, her face unreadable, a figure of mystery and importance. With the Ding family's main fighters busy, Yunche used the chance to sneak into the inner residence. He moved silently through the rich hallways, slipping past two maids talking and using the shadows to hide. He went through the richly decorated halls, moving deeper into the mansion towards his goal. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the problem was solved. The family head, Ding Yi, level 42, and his forces stood before the now defeated dungeon lord. Ding Yi looked at the situation, deciding the creature had been let loose on purpose. He was bothered, though, because they couldn't find who did it. He figured that taking such a big risk couldn't have been just for one piece of good equipment like the chains. Determined to protect his home, he ordered his guards to surround the inner residence first. His main concern was his important guest. He couldn't let anything scare the young lady. Inside the study, Yunche started his search. He went to the desk the guard had told him about, but was at first annoyed to find the drawers empty. Remembering his new non-fighting skill, he used phasing, the reverse of brick spell. This let his hand go through the solid wood of the desk, showing a hidden spot inside. He found a drawer full of books and journals. He pulled out the items, his eyes first landing on what looked like a diary. Pushing it aside, he found the real prize, a collection of high-quality, fancy skill books. One was for a strong support skill, Slowing Aura, which could slow all enemies in a wide area. He had found the family's secret stash. The entrance to the Ding family's inner residence was now full of guards. Hiding in the nearby woods, Qiaoji watched in terror, wondering why all the guards had come and fearing they had been found. His panic grew as more guards arrived, and he realized the situation was too risky. He worried that if Yunche didn't get out right away, he would be caught. The fear of being caught brought back painful memories of his father going mad and his family's constant suffering. His first thought was to run, to sneak away, and save himself. As another guard came near his hiding spot, he was frozen by not knowing what to do. But at that key moment, Yunche's words came to his mind. He could be helped to change, but he had to make the choice himself first. Having made up his mind, Qiaoji let out a loud shout, purposely getting the guards' attention. He then burst from his hiding spot and started running, leading them away from the mansion. He had made his choice. He would act as a distraction to make sure Yunche wasn't found. From inside the mansion, Yunche saw Qiaoji's brave act. With the guards distracted, he broke a window and jumped out. He felt proud, realizing that his friend had finally overcome his fear and chosen to fight against his fate. To help Qiaoji escape, Yunche created an even bigger distraction. He landed among the guards, taunting them by saying he had stolen the chains and skill books, daring them to come and get them. Angry, the guards immediately left their positions and chased him. As he ran, Yunche used the Slowing Aura skill he had just stolen. However, thanks to Mirror World, the skill was reversed, becoming Accelerating Aura, which sped up himself and any friends nearby. The family head, Ding Yi, saw them running, but noticed something strange. Instead of running away from the house, they were heading back towards the dungeon. Realizing the danger, he ordered 2 of his squads to stop chasing and go back to protect the dungeon lord. Qiaoji, now running beside Yunqi, was totally confused. He asked why Yunqi was leading everyone in the wrong direction, back towards danger. Yunqi explained his big plan. He knew that with so many guards drawn out to chase them, the remaining forces must have already defeated the wild dungeon lord. To control the powerful boss, they would have had a huge fight. This meant the Lord's health was now at its very lowest point, making it weak. Yunche checked the status of his ultimate skill, Mirror World, seeing how close it was to getting stronger. With his eyes glowing purple, he knew what he had to do. Killing the weakened dungeon lord now would give him the final push he needed to make his most powerful ability stronger. A tense quiet settled in the Ding family's lavish sitting room. The blonde girl sipping tea politely told Ding Hao, her host, he could attend to the outdoor commotion. Smiling confidently, Ding Hao, the second patriarch, dismissed it as a small thief, assuring his guest his brother, Ding Yi, would handle it easily. But it was far from easy. In the dungeon, Grand Patriarch Ding Yi furiously tried to regain control. He yelled at a guard for being slow and ordered him to go directly after the rampaging overlord. Seeing Yunche zip past, Ding Yi commanded his fastest units, rogues and archers, to abandon the boss and pursue the intruder at all costs. Their efforts failed. Yunche moved with incredible speed, leaving them behind. He knew his advantage. He'd put half his attribute points into agility. Combined with his reversed acceleration skills, he was so fast that only specialized level 30 rogues or archers stood any chance of keeping up. He easily reached the main chamber where the skeletal overlord was surrounded. The beast was heavily wounded and crippled, with guards struggling to cast a sealing spell. Yunche saw his plan worked perfectly. The boss was now at its weakest. With a surge of purple energy, he prepared to deliver one decisive blow to finish the weakened dungeon lord. As Yunche neared, guards around the overlord spotted him. They shouted in alarm, scrambling to block his path. Before they could defend properly, Yunche unleashed chaotic thorns. Purple, thorny vines erupted from the ground, lashing out at them. The guards were bewildered, having never seen this skill. The thorns tried to inflict a status ailment. Humans usually resist such effects, but Yunche's skill was unnaturally potent, and several guards failed to resist it. The horrifying result: afflicted guards got confusion. One mage blasted a fellow guard with a powerful spell, throwing their ranks into chaos. The other guards watched in shock, stunned by the skill's impossibly high success rate. With enemies fighting each other, Yunche seized his chance. He blurred easily through the disorganized guards. His path was clear to his prize, the low HP overlord, ripe for the taking. The guards' defense crumbled as Yunche slipped through. They panicked, yelling why their shields and crowd control failed, accidentally hitting allies. Yunche noted their poor coordination, recognizing them as a motley crew with no real team battle experience. He mused that long peace had made them soft, leading to their downfall. A guard captain tried to rally his men, insisting that if they could pin down the intruder, he'd be dead. Just then, First Patriarch Ding Yi arrived, commanding his men to hold Yunche. The level 42 warrior, in fiery gear, declared he'd deal with the intruder personally. With his blazing weapon, he leaped, preparing a devastating attack on Yunche. Yunche watched the Patriarch's approach, readying himself. With a dismissive sound, he decided to face the attack head-on. He pulled out the level 60 combat chains he'd stolen. Though too low-level to fully equip, he knew their immense durability remained. As Ding Yi's fiery attack descended, Yunche used the chains as a makeshift shield, successfully blocking the powerful blast's full force. Yunche cleverly turned Ding Yi's powerful attack to his advantage. Instead of just blocking the fiery blast, he used its immense impact to propel himself backwards like a cannonball, shattering the magical seal guards tried to maintain around their boss. He landed perfectly before the crippled dungeon lord. With a final taunt, he cheekily thanked the enraged patriarch for the ride. Before guards reacted, Yunche declared he'd steal the overlord's experience. He unleashed a powerful finishing blow, striking the weakened beast and ending its life. The payoff was immediate and huge. Yunche gained a staggering 3 levels instantly, jumping to level 20 and receiving 9 new attribute points. Most importantly, the Dungeon Lord's massive experience maxed out his hidden skill, Mirror World. A system notification confirmed the skill was upgraded, finally reaching the coveted level 2. Seething with rage after his kill was stolen, First Patriarch Ding Yi screamed in fury and charged Yunche with his fiery axe. Following his lead, the remaining guards rushed forward, determined to capture the audacious intruder who stood calmly before the massive dungeon lord corpse. But Yunche was unafraid. He focused on his spoils, the new power his ultimate skill gained at level 2. As Ding Yi's powerful attack was about to connect, it passed harmlessly through a shimmering image of Yunche, who then vanished. The guards stopped, confused by his sudden disappearance. Yunche found himself in a completely new place. The world had transformed into a silent, crystal, blue-green version of the dungeon. He activated a new ability of his hidden skill, Mirror World. In this strange dimension, he saw ghostly, clear versions of Ding Yi and other guards, unaware of his presence. A timer showed his mirror walk would last almost 30 minutes. He realized with excitement that he could now enter the very world inside the mirror. Inside the strange blue-green world, Yunche started to use his new power. He saw that everything was a perfect mirror image of the real world, flipped left to right. At first, he thought the ghostly shapes of the guards were just tricks, as his hand went right through one. But when he touched the crystal-like ground, he found it was solid, realizing this place was more than just a trick. His exploration led to an amazing find. He picked up a solid crystal piece from the ground, and a message told him he had a mirror shard that, importantly, could be taken out of this world and into the real one. This was a big deal for Yunche. He understood that with his mirror world skill, now at level 2, he could bring real objects from this other world into his own. Wondering what else had changed with the skills upgrade, he checked his system screen. He saw a completely different list of skills, showing many powerful reversed abilities like invisibility and force field cage, but most of them were marked not activated, which confused him. A message quickly explained that these skills were for base skills, not yet learned. He then understood the full power of his new ability. The list showed the reversed forms of all skills he could learn. He now knew that to use any of these strong abilities, he first needed to find and learn their normal versions in reality. The skill reversal he used at level 1 was just a simple, basic part of his ability's true power. As he looked through the exciting list of future powers, he realized this changed everything. He could now pick strong skill pairs and plan his whole class path ahead of time, knowing exactly what powerful reversed forms he would get. As Yunche was thinking about his new skill's full potential, he suddenly felt something behind him. Turning, he saw a faint, blue-green human shape floating aimlessly in the crystal air. He wondered if it was a soul, like how he was stuck before he came back to life. The idea interested him, and he asked if other souls were also in this strange world. Without warning, the calm soul flashed with green energy, turning into a screaming, bone-like undead creature that lunged at him. Surprised, Yunche pulled out his glowing blade and got ready to fight. He met the creature's attack, and with one swing, easily smashed the undead being, noting it didn't seem very strong. Just as he finished the creature, a new message popped up, getting his attention. The system offered him an undead contract. It explained he could make a deal with the soul he had just beaten, letting it leave the mirror world and fight for him in the real world. The contract also said the soul's highest level would always be the same as his, and he could have 20 such contracts. This unexpected event made Yunche think about what this new power could do. Yunche thought about what his new power meant. He now understood that after beating an undead creature in the mirror world, he could make a deal with its soul and bring it out into reality as a powerful fighter. Holding the mirror shard he had made real, he knew his ability wasn't just for things like stones. The level 2 upgrade to mirror world was a real game changer, letting him bring not only items, but also an army of undead from the mirror world into the real one. Looking at the huge crystal landscape full of possibilities, he found the idea interesting. Back in the real world, things were messy. With its lord defeated, the private dungeon had vanished, leaving a stunned and confused army of guards. They couldn't understand where the intruder had gone. One captain frantically asked how he just vanished, wondering if it was a high-level rogue's stealth skill. A rogue expert quickly said no, explaining their stealth had clear limits and couldn't make someone disappear so perfectly. The lack of answers made another captain angry, and he grabbed the rogue, demanding to know how the intruder could have escaped with so many of them there. The first patriarch, Ding Yi, was even angrier. Having lost his valuable private dungeon, he took his anger out on one of his men, grabbing the man's face and yelling that if they couldn't find the person responsible, they would have to pay him back for the loss. Meanwhile, Yunche's time in the mirror world was ending. As his mirror walk timer counted down, he wondered where he would show up again. Would he go back to his first spot, or were there other rules for leaving the mirror world? He got his answer a moment later when he appeared back in the real world, in the exact same spot where he had vanished. The angry Ding Yi spotted him right away, and without thinking, roared for his men to get him. Facing the new attack from the Ding family's fighters, Yunche stayed perfectly calm. He held up a hand, a swirling green light glowing in it, as he told them not to be so fast. He said that after being ganged up on for so long, it was time for him to do the same. With that, he used the power he had just gained from the mirror world. A flood of spooky skeletal warriors burst out, forming a scary undead army that rushed towards the shocked guards. The guards reacted with pure terror, their attacks slowing as they questioned what these ghost-like figures were, wondering if they were actual ghosts. The first patriarch, Ding Yi, tried to calm the growing fear. He yelled at his men not to panic and said the creatures were just undead monsters he had seen many times before. One of the guards fought a skeletal warrior, getting ready for a tough fight. However, he was surprised to see a health bar appear above the creature. It was an undead skeleton warrior, and it was only level 20, the same as Yunche. Despite this, the fear was strong. Dingy's face twisted with rage at his men's continued hesitation. To get them to fight, he promised a bonus to everyone if they attacked and caught the intruder. The idea of a reward seemed to make them brave again. But as the guards turned their attention from the undead army back to Yunche, they found he was no longer there. Confused, they looked around, wondering where he could have possibly gone. Having used his newly summoned undead as a distraction, Yunche watched the fight from a safe distance. He judged that his current army was still too weak to be truly effective. He knew that if he could find and make deals with stronger souls, the disorganized guards would have been no match for him. However, he was limited by what he could find. He had already made deals with the 20 strongest souls available in the small area he had explored within the mirror world. Also, he found that his exploration of the mirror world wasn't endless. He had hit a wall that kept him within 200 meters of where he entered. This made him realize that to find better undead, he would need to enter the mirror world from different places in the future. His planning was cut short when he saw that his friend, Qiao Ji, who had been acting as a distraction, had been found hiding in the woods. One of the guards sneered at the disguised boy, teasing him about the reward he would get for catching him. Without hesitation, Yunche leaped from the shadows, quickly and precisely striking down the guards threatening his friend. With their path clear, he grabbed the stunned Qiao Ji and told him they were leaving. Looking at the mess he had created, with his undead army keeping the rest of the guards busy, Yunche decided their job was done. It was time to go back, get away from the danger, and properly check all the new things he had gained from his bold raid. As Yunche and Qiaoji escaped, the remaining Ding family guards fought the undead army. The guards fiercely attacked the skeletal warriors, breaking their bones. A guard leader noted the creatures weren't very strong, but their relief was short-lived. To their horror, a defeated skeleton would instantly reform, unharmed. They kept fighting, only for skeletons to revive endlessly. Just as the guards' spirits were breaking, Ding Ge, the strong level 52 third head of the Ding family, appeared, calmly smoking. He realized the skeletons were summoned creatures and that reviving them used their summoner's magic. With a confident smile, he concluded they just needed to kill them until their master ran out of energy. Sometime after the chaotic attack, the old master, the powerful head of the family with a long white beard, returned. He immediately asked if their important guest, Miss Yun Sha, had left. Inside, his son, Ding Hao, bowed respectfully, apologizing for failing to keep her there. He explained the intruder was unbelievably bold, causing a commotion by shouting and even breaking a window, which scared their guest away. The old master, the formidable level 57 Ding Dan, son of hero Ding Kun, was furious. He yelled at his son for the complete security failure, enraged that an intruder got in and escaped without being identified. Ding Hao bowed his head in shame, taking full blame. However, Ding Hao offered good news. Despite the chaos, Miss Yun Sha agreed to go to the hero's dungeon, meaning his grandfather, Hero Ding Kun's matter was not ruined. This didn't calm the angry patriarch. Ding Dan swore they'd kill the culprits without mercy. He then impatiently ordered his son to quickly check what else was stolen. Safely away from the chaos, Yunche reviewed his gains. He looked at the temporary dungeon access permit he stole, which had Qiaoji's name. He had the pass, his main goal, but still needed an escort for the hero's dungeon. He decided not to rush this problem. He assessed his other gains from the Ding family house raid. It was very profitable, raising his level to 20. His powerful Chimera Bone Ring was almost destroyed from blocking an attack, but he'd stolen over 10 valuable skill books. He saw one book had chant skills, all support types. He learned Battle Song Chant, which boosted critical hit rate and damage but lowered defense. He immediately considered its reversed form, Shield Song Chant, which would do the opposite. He excitedly realized by learning and reversing these support skills, he could greatly boost his stats. With these boosts and a new passive skill that increased his strength, he knew he could crush any same-level opponent with pure stats. Besides skill books, the Dungeon Lord dropped a rare level 30 item, Corrupted Knight's Armor, which would be useful later. But most importantly, above all the levels, skills, and equipment, he had finally leveled up his hidden skill, Mirror World, to level 2. Thinking about his new abilities, Yunche admitted his necromantic summons greatly increased his combat power. But he knew it wasn't enough. Recalling the hero Ding Kun's statue, he judged his enemy was at least an S-rank berserker. To have any chance of killing him, Yunche figured he'd need to reach level 50 or higher and, more importantly, find and contract an S-rank necromantic spirit. Later, safe from the Ding compound, a still-shaken Chao Ji nervously asked Yunche if they wouldn't be followed. Yunche calmly said they'd lost their pursuers and were safe since their faces weren't seen. Still, Chao Ji was uneasy, and Yunche noted how hard the experience must have been for him. Seeing his current undead army was too weak, Yunche decided his next step. He asked Chao Ji if there were any nearby dungeons where a powerful person had died. When Chao Ji looked confused, Yunche explained he needed a higher-level dungeon to level up faster, adding the powerful person was for something he'd find out later. After a moment, Chao Ji confirmed there was such a place. However, he hesitated, worried. He revealed it was the school's private dungeon, and they couldn't sneak in. The information made Yunche pause, thinking about a controlled, heavily guarded dungeon. But he didn't waver. He simply decided if normal entry was impossible, he'd use special methods to get what he wanted. As part of his special methods to enter the school's private dungeon, Yunche met his class teacher. He gave the teacher a valuable, rare, purple-quality skill book for his wanderer class, stolen from the Ding family. The bribe worked. The teacher, now believing Yunche had powerful backing, became more helpful. He admitted dungeon access was usually fixed, and he couldn't easily change things. However, he explained a loophole. The dungeon was open for graduating students. While Yunche wasn't normally qualified, a teacher could recommend an outstanding student. Convinced of Yunche's outstanding potential, he promised to get him a spot. The plan succeeded. Yunche joined students entering the school's valiant dungeon. Other students were determined or flattering. One grimly noted it might be his last chance to level up, while another thanked the hero. As Yunche walked past the glowing portal, he felt a strange unease, sensing something was wrong with this dungeon. The teacher enthusiastically explained it was where the hero once fought, and traces of his power might remain inside. Nearby, Chao Zhi listened grimly. He horrifyingly realized the Valiant Dungeon was where, according to the Empire's fake history, hero Ding Kun valiantly killed his great-grandfather, traitor Chao En. Knowing the dark truth, Chao Zhi hesitated. He struggled, wondering if he should tell Yunche what he knew about the dungeon's true history. As students gathered at the dungeon entrance, the teacher gave a final warning. It was a high-level dungeon, and they must be careful within their limits. He then singled out a red-haired student in armor, Little Z, telling him to look after Yunche and Chao Ji. Little Z was clearly annoyed, complaining he couldn't focus on leveling up if he had to babysit. Another student pushed him forward, telling him to stop complaining as the dungeon was open. Grumbling about why younger students were allowed, Little Z entered the dungeon with the others. He condescendingly ordered Yunche and Chao Ji to stay back and not cause trouble, threatening to abandon them if they were a burden. As the group went into the vast, purple-lit interior, Yunche silently assessed his surroundings. He noted it was supposed to be a level 2040 dungeon. However, his instincts from his past life screamed something was wrong. A deep unease washed over him as he felt a profound danger that didn't fit a dungeon of this supposed difficulty. As students went deeper into the glowing purple Valiant Dungeon, Yunche saw Yun Yin and her blonde friend, Yun Sha, inside. He wondered how they, as younger students, were allowed. Little Z, assigned to watch Yunche, also saw the girls and pointed them out to another armored student. This student immediately dreamed of escorting the attractive girls. His fantasy was cut short by a taller, serious student in a helmet who smacked him, telling him to stop dreaming. This student revealed Yun Yin and Yun Sha were much stronger, both over level 30. He scoffed that they should be asking the girls for help, and the daydreaming student wasn't good enough for them. Embarrassed, the student muttered he was just talking. As the older students talked, the daydreaming boy watched Yun Sha and Yun Yin. To his and his friend's surprise, the two high-level younger students ignored them and walked directly towards Yunche and Chao Zhi. Yunche watched them approach, confused. He recognized Yunsha as the high-status guest from the Ding family's house. Her direct approach made him suspicious. He wondered if she knew the original owner of his body, or if she was confronting him for Ding Shu, whom he'd publicly embarrassed. Yunsha's approach was direct and friendly. Smiling confidently, she told Yunche she saw him at the memorial hall and complimented his fighting skills, adding his voice was unique. Yunche wasn't sure what she wanted, thinking she was just making small talk. However, Yunsha's eyes glowed gold as she leaned closer, revealing she recognized his voice from the shattering glass during his escape from the Ding family residence. This stunned Yunche. He realized, alarmed, that this powerful girl had identified him as the intruder just from 2 sentences he shouted. Having made her point, Yunsha's clothes changed to white, mage-like combat gear. Yun Yin did the same, putting on a dark, green energy outfit. Yunsha then told a still surprised Yunche they'd explore the dungeon first, then walked away with her friend. As they walked off, Yunche processed the encounter carefully. He understood she recognized him as the intruder, but chose not to expose him publicly, subtly delivering the message. This made him wonder if it was a warning. He considered the dangerous possibility that Ding Shu also recognized his voice from their earlier fight. However, Yunche decided not to worry for now. He was confident that as long as the Ding family didn't act immediately, his fast leveling speed would soon make him strong enough for any threat they posed. Seeing her act as friendly, he decided to offer a warning back. He called out, advising them to be careful, as his instincts told him the dungeon felt strangely dangerous. Yunsha stopped and seemed to agree, telling her friend the place felt odd. She reflected that given her high level, the dungeon shouldn't feel so unsettling. With a final knowing smile at Yunche, she thanked him for the warning before she and Yunyin continued. The brief friendly talk between Yunche and the high-level girls didn't go unnoticed. The other older students watched in disbelief, gossiping about why the usually cold Yunsha was so familiar with him. Driven by jealousy, they surrounded Yunche, asking about his relationship with her and demanding an introduction. Not interested, Yunche cut off their questions, announcing he and Xiaozhi were leaving the group to explore alone. The older students were shocked by his overconfidence, warning him that as younger students, the level 20 monsters would surely kill them. To their surprise, their supervisor, Little Z, told them to let the two go. He reasoned that for Yunche to be friendly with someone as powerful as Yunyin, his own level must be high. When others protested, reminding him of their teacher's orders, Little Zai's true motive was revealed in his thoughts. He aggressively reminded his friends of their real reason, to find precious crystals. He didn't want to share the loot, so letting them wander off was perfect. He finalized his decision by callously telling the group to ignore them, reasoning they had distress signal guns if needed. As Yunche and Xiaozhi walked away, he watched them with anger and jealousy. He couldn't understand why a plain kid got Yunsha's attention. His envy grew into dark malice. He concluded if Yunche was so overconfident, he deserved to die. Sometime after Yunche and others entered the dungeon, an angry Ding Shu arrived at the entrance. A male staff member and a woman asked him what he was doing. Filled with rage, Ding Shu grabbed the man's shirt, asking if a team had just gone inside. The staff member demanded to know what he planned to do. This fight came after a frustrating meeting Ding Shu had with his family elders. When he tried to tell them Yunche and Xiaozhi were the intruders who raided their home, his father, Ding Hao, dismissed him. He coldly told him not to blame them for his public humiliation, as he had no time for such small matters. Ding Shu strongly insisted he recognized their voices from the raid. However, Ding Ge was doubtful, pointing out the intruders were too skilled to be mere students, easily escaping many guards. Ding Ge said unless Ding Shu could prove their strength was greater than the guards, he couldn't support his claim. The family head, Ding Dan, coldly told him to leave them to their important matters. Dismissed by his family, Ding Shu had no choice but to act himself. Back at the dungeon entrance, he again confronted the staff member, declaring with crazy determination that since Yunche and Xiaozhi were inside, he had to go after them. Inside the dungeon, Yunche was fighting a tough level 20 greed demon crystal giant. The creature, made of sharp blue crystals, attacked fiercely. As Yunche dodged its hits, an even stronger enemy appeared, a level 30 greed demon crystal eye. It shot a powerful beam of purple energy right at him. Seeing the new monster's immense power, Yunche got ready for the hit. From far away, a terrified Xiaozhi shouted Yunche's name and used a support skill. A set of golden shields with angel wings appeared around Yunche, protecting him from the attack. The skill, called Surrounding Shield, gave Yunche a shield with 500 durability and 700 defense for 3 minutes. Xiaozhi didn't stop there. He used a motivational shout, which wrapped Yunche in an aura that boosted his power. This gave Yunche the inspired status, increasing his attack power and speed by 5%. It showed that Xiaozhi was quickly becoming a very good support player. Strengthened by Xiaozhi's help, Yunche used a series of powerful attacks on the huge crystal monster. With his Trick Blade skill active, which gave him a 70% attack boost, he shattered the strong level 30 Eye of the Mountain with a final, strong hit. The victory brought quick results. Yunche leveled up to level 21 and got 3 new attribute points. Xiaozhi was also happy, shouting in surprise as he leveled up to 11 and also got 3 attribute points. Yunche explained to his friend that the Surrounding Shield and motivational shout skills came from the books they had stolen from the Ding family. He said they were very useful skills that Xiaoji was able to learn. As he looked at the defeated monsters' remains, Yunche thought about how much better their teamwork had gotten. He knew the monsters in this dungeon were a bit high level, but Xiaoji's new support skills made the fights much easier to handle. As they went deeper into the dungeon's crystal caves, Yunche remembered something his teacher had said. The teacher had mentioned a rare monster in this dungeon called the Obsidian Beast. He had said that killing it gave a chance to get a rare support skill book for gravitational pull. This was a big chance for Yunche because he had already seen the skill's reversed form, Force Field Zone, on his Mirror World skill list and knew it was a key skill for his future plans. But hunting the beast wasn't his only goal. He looked out at the huge, spooky landscape, knowing that this dungeon was also said to be where many powerful adventurers had died. He believed their souls might still be where they fell, giving him a chance to find and contract powerful undead spirits for his army. He hoped he could find some of these souls in the area. Suddenly he felt danger and his eyes widened in alarm. In the canyon below, a huge creature made of dark, glowing purple rock appeared. It was not alone. A whole group of these elite-level obsidian beasts was on the move, marching together through the Crystal Pillar Canyon. From a high cliff, Yunche and Xiaozhi watched the strange sight. Yunche saw that the elite beasts were moving in a large group and had also traveled at least a kilometer, much farther than they normally would. This very unusual organized behavior led him to a serious conclusion as he mumbled the words, "Wanderer type, huh?" He recognized the signs of a much bigger and smarter threat. The way the obsidian beasts were acting reminded Yunche of something, and he explained what a wanderer-type monster is. These are rare creatures that don't have a fixed spawn location and wander freely all over a dungeon map. They are much stronger than normal monsters of the same level and can easily beat unprepared adventurers. Back in the early days, before people grew strong and learned to control dungeons, running into a wanderer type often meant a very hard fight to survive. These creatures were especially dangerous because they weren't stuck in the dungeon. They could wander outside and threaten human towns, causing a lot of disasters and death. However, Yunche also knew that this huge risk came with an equally huge reward. The experience and items dropped by wanderer-type monsters were much better than any ordinary creatures, making them a high-risk, high-reward target for any adventurer brave enough to face them. Knowing the huge threat from the group of obsidian beasts, Yunche knew he couldn't be careless. He knew that the monsters were simply too strong to attack directly and decided he would need to test their abilities first to find a weakness. His first look showed a strong defense. The level 30 obsidian crystal beasts had a powerful healing skill that was always on, making them very hard to wear down. Before he could think of a new plan, the beasts attacked back, shooting a coordinated blast of powerful energy beams called mana rays. Yunche used his high speed to weave through the thick web of attacks, helped by the winged shields Xiaoji had summoned for him. But the monster's attacks were too many and too frequent. One of the beams eventually hit him, drawing blood and sending a shock of pain through his back. He realized that even his high speed wasn't enough to dodge all of them. A quick look at his health bar showed how much danger he was in. His health had dropped a lot. He knew he was weak, that his current body's HP and defense were just too low. He understood that if it weren't for Xiaoji's surrounding shield, he would have been badly hurt by that single hit. Knowing he was too weak, Yunche tried a different plan. He summoned his undead army, a group of spooky skeletons in green flame, to hold back the obsidian beasts. But the power difference was too big. The elite monsters tore through his summons, and he could see the health bars of his skeletons dropping quickly. He realized with frustration that even his undead army couldn't hold the line against such strong enemies. He made a smart retreat, noting that at least the powerful monsters were pretty slow, which gave him some time. He knew his own low health and defense were weaknesses that couldn't be fixed quickly. He decided that the only real way to beat these creatures was to rely on Xiaoji's defensive skills. To make that possible, however, his friend needed to level up. Yunche turned to Xiaoji and explained the new plan. They would go fight regular, weaker monsters first to get stronger. They moved to an area with weaker monsters, where Yunche pointed out a group of enemies he had seen earlier, saying they were perfect for helping Xiaoji level up. In group fights, the shield bearer is the main defense. Other classes count on the shield bearer to take damage, letting them attack safely from a distance. Following Yunche's earlier advice to aim for S rank, Xiaoji had been carefully putting all his new stat points into his defense. This special build, plus the armor they had stolen from the Ding family guards, was now showing how good it was. Xiao Zhu had built up the main defenses of a real shield bearer, and he could now easily block attacks from level 20 monsters, taking only a little damage. Under Yunche's experienced teaching, Xiao Zhu began to train hard to master his role as a shield bearer. From a distance, Yunche shouted instructions, teaching his friend the basics of a good defensive stance, telling him how to shift his weight, steady his body, and angle his shield to block a coming attack. Putting the lessons to work, Xiao Zhu successfully blocked a powerful hit from a crystal monster. He was happy to see a real result of his better skill. A message showed his shield's durability was going down much slower than before, but he was still inexperienced. As Yunche warned him to watch for follow-up attacks, the monster hit again, catching Xiao Zhu off guard and knocking him to the ground. Before the creature could land a final blow, Yunche jumped in, blocking the attack and saving his friend. He used the moment as another lesson, explaining why it's important to always guess the enemy's next move. He told Xiaoji to avoid big, sweeping movements with his shield, which would leave him open, and instead focus on smaller, more efficient blocks that would let him attack back. Patting his friend on the shoulder, he gave one last piece of advice: to stay alert, but keep his body relaxed, only tensing up at the exact moment of impact to save energy and react faster. The training continued without stopping. With a final encouraging pat on Xiaoji's armor, Yunche told him to keep up the good work. He stood behind his friend, always giving support and teaching him another key lesson for a shield bearer: to always keep an eye on the teammates behind them. Hearing this, a look of quiet determination appeared on Xiaoji's face. They put their training to use, fighting side by side against the dungeon's monsters. Yunche reminded his friend of a main rule of fighting: when stats are close, it is better skill that decides who wins. Their teamwork paid off. After beating another monster, Yunche leveled up once more, reaching level 22. He was happy with their progress. Now that Xiao Zhu could face enemies with confidence, it meant they could fight more efficiently, letting Yunche gain experience at a much faster rate too. The biggest growth, however, was for Xiaoji, who excitedly announced that he had finally reached the important level of 15. Reaching this level was a key moment. Xiaoji could now learn a new, powerful skill from one of the books they had stolen. He held up the glowing, rare skill book for shield armor, a skill that would add an outer layer of armor to his shield. This would give it huge amounts of durability and defense that grew with his own stats, making him an even stronger tank. With his level high enough, Xiaoji learned the shield armor skill, which was the last skill book he could use from the Ding family's collection. The new ability appeared as a layer of glowing green armor over his summoned shield, greatly improving its defensive power. Yunche also noted that the skill's defensive boost would be a huge help when they faced the obsidian beasts again. Meanwhile, in another part of the Crystal Pillar Canyon, a group of 3 men from the school's teaching team were watching the same group of elite obsidian beasts that Yunche and Xiaoji had seen earlier. The teachers were confused by the huge number of elite-level wanderer types gathered in one place. They decided that the monsters were far too dangerous for the students and that they needed to be killed. However, they knew how hard the job would be. While they were sure they could handle regular level 30 monsters, the elite-level wanderer types were a completely different story, much more powerful and unpredictable. Their discussion was cut short when they saw a student's distress signal flare up in the sky. Forced to change their plans, the teachers decided to stop their hunt and rescue the students first. As they got ready to leave, however, they showed their deep worry about the group of wanderers. They knew the monsters were a major threat, and that any student who stumbled upon them without knowing would be in serious danger. As the teaching team got ready to leave for the rescue, one of them, Pang Zheng, agreed that it was dangerous and offered to stay behind just in case. The team leader, Lei Li, was about to agree when they were interrupted by Yunche and Xiao Zhu suddenly appearing. Yunche shared his own worry, suggesting that he and Xiao Zhu could keep watch on the group of wanderers instead. He reasoned that if the rescue party ran into another group of powerful monsters, 2 teachers alone might not be enough to handle the situation. He walked up to the surprised teachers and calmly explained his idea. He told them that the wanderer types were not very fast, and more importantly, had not noticed their presence yet. He promised them that as long as he and Xiao Zhu kept a safe distance and simply watched, they would be perfectly fine, and urged the teachers to go on ahead without worry. After hesitating for a moment, the teachers agreed to the plan. However, before they left, Lei Li gave Yunche a very serious warning. He stressed that the monsters were extremely dangerous and that Yunche and Xiao Zhu must absolutely not act on their own or try to fight them. He repeated that they must stay hidden because if the powerful creatures spotted them, they would have no chance of escape. As the teachers hurried away, one of them yelled a final, desperate warning for Yunche to hide well, telling him he would have no way to escape if the monsters found him. But Yunche had no plans to hide. As soon as the teachers were gone, he started his own attack on the group of obsidian beasts, confidently saying that it was the monsters who wouldn't be able to escape from him. He put their new plan into action. He summoned his undead army to act as a front line, taking the first wave of Monterey attacks from the powerful beasts. This time, however, the skeletons were not alone. Qiaoji, who was now a very strong tank, used both his surround shield and his new shield armor skills. This created a super strong defensive wall to protect the skeletons. The powerful energy beams, which had been a big threat before, now hit the strong shields without doing any damage, barely even scratching the undead warriors they were protecting. With the monster's attention on his unbreakable front line, Yunche moved through the chaos and started his own fierce attack. He landed a series of very strong hits, breaking the crystal bodies of the elite-level monsters with just his fists. He focused his attacks on one radiant crystal monster, watching its health bar get smaller with each hit. With a final, sharp blow, he broke the creature's core, and the strong level 30 beast fell down, defeated. It dropped a beam of light, which meant there was valuable loot. After successfully beating one of the powerful Wanderer-type monsters, Yunche felt good. He noticed that he was getting more and more used to his new support class, skillfully using his own attacks with Qiaoji's defenses and his undead army. However, he knew his current power level was still much weaker than what he had in his past life. While his reversed skills let him increase his attack power a lot, he was still held back by the naturally low base attack of a support class. He wished he had a way to increase his basic damage even more. He thought about his other gains from the battle, like the titles he had earned for beating powerful monsters. The victory had also given him another level up, and he was happy to see just how much experience the rare elite-level monsters gave. As he walked up to the monster's body to pick up the dropped items, a message confirmed he had successfully gotten the valuable rewards. As Yunche looked at the loot from the defeated monster, his eyes widened in surprise. He had gotten a powerful weapon with high attack, a huge, glowing pink crystal longsword that gave him a massive plus 552 bonus to his attack power. A slow smile appeared on his face as he realized this was the perfect answer to his problem. This one weapon would be more than enough to make up for his class's naturally low base attack power. He equipped the sword, and it changed in his hands, becoming a larger, more threatening blade that crackled with dark purple energy. With this new power, he was sure that future fights would be much easier. However, his luck wasn't perfect. He looked at the other item that dropped, a skill book, but was disappointed to see it wasn't the specific gravitational pull skill he had been hoping to find. He guessed that the chance of that particular skill dropping must not be very high. As he stood on the cliff edge, wishing for better luck and a chance to hunt more of the high-reward Wanderer monsters, his thoughts were cut short. A bright red, firework-like explosion suddenly lit up the sky in the distance, and it immediately caught his attention. Yunche right away recognized the flare in the sky. It wasn't just any distress signal. It was the special kind of flare that only the school's teacher teams had, which meant they were in serious trouble. The teachers, who had gone to what they thought was a student's distress call, found themselves in a very bad situation. They had stumbled upon a huge group of the elite Wanderer-type monsters, all gathered around a single cave entrance. They couldn't understand why so many of the powerful creatures were all there. Soon after, Yunche, Qiaozhi, Yunsha, and Yunyin also arrived. They were just as confused by the huge number of monsters gathered in one place. One of the teachers explained that they had just arrived after seeing the signal and didn't know what was happening yet. He pointed towards the cave, explaining that the signal was coming from inside and that the students they had come to rescue must be trapped in there. Another teacher explained their bad situation. They were trying to organize a rescue, but the group of monsters was simply too big. Even with all the teachers together, they didn't have enough people to break through. Seeing the powerful Yunsha and Yunyin arrive, one of the teachers looked to them for help, saying it would be a great help if they could assist in the rescue. Without hesitating, Yunsha accepted the teacher's request, saying that saving fellow students was their duty. She immediately took control of the battle, summoning a glowing, star-shaped magic object and using a powerful area-wide buffing spell called Starlight Mystic Art. The spell washed over the teachers and students, wrapping them in a golden light that greatly increased their spirit and attack power. The pure strength of the buff stunned everyone, who recognized it as an epic-level skill at the very least. With her allies now stronger, Yunsha turned her attention to the monster group, using a powerful attack spell, Gravitational Pressure, that crushed a huge area of the Wanderer beasts. At the same time, Yunyin joined the fight, using her own devastating attack, Hidden Thorn, which instantly destroyed a level 30 radiant crystal spike, showing her own incredible power. The combined strength of their attacks was amazing. The other students and teachers could only watch in awe as the once unbeatable monster group was destroyed. One of the students said that with this level of power on their side, they should be able to rescue the trapped people now, and he praised the amazing strength of Yun Yin and Yun Sha. Watching the incredible display of power from Yun Sha and Yun Yin, Yun Che was very impressed. He noted that not only was their equipment top level, but their skills were as well. He concluded that with their help, the rescue would succeed without any problems, even if he wasn't there. With the immediate problem handled, Yunche's attention turned to the bigger mystery. As the rescue team moved toward the cave, he wondered what could have possibly attracted so many powerful wanderer-type monsters to gather in this specific spot. Deciding to investigate on his own, he told Xiaoji to stay with the main group while he went ahead to scout. Yunche then used his newly upgraded ability, Mirror Walk, and phased out of reality and into the parallel mirror dimension. He looked at the strange, purple-colored landscape, realizing that the dungeon's crystal structure gave him plenty of reflective surfaces, letting him enter the mirror world at any time. However, he also knew there were limits to this power. He hadn't yet figured out how to leave the dimension whenever he wanted, remembering how he was thrown out when the timer ran out during his raid on the Ding family's house, and he couldn't get back in. As he moved through the mirror version of the cave, passing by the ghostly, untouchable phantoms of the other adventurers, he noticed something strange. The people had phantoms, but the monsters did not. Looking closer, he saw that the bodies of the monsters he had killed before existed physically in this dimension. This led him to a key understanding of his ability's rules. Besides himself, it seemed that other living things did not have a physical form in the mirror world, only their dead bodies. Moving silently and unseen through the mirror world, Yunche followed the ghostly phantoms of the other adventurers into the cave. He quickly recognized them as the group of senior students, including the one called Little Z. He figured that they must have been the ones who attracted the huge group of wanderer monsters, and, finding themselves overwhelmed, had fired the distress signal. From where he was, he could see they were using the narrow space of the cave to hold their ground, which should keep them safe for a short time. However, the main mystery was still there. What could possibly be inside the cave that would attract so many of these powerful creatures? He kept going, moving deeper into the mirror version of the cave to investigate. The confusing crystal landscape made it hard to find his way, with the endless reflections making it difficult to judge things. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes widening in shock and disbelief. He had found something completely unexpected, something that shouldn't be in a place like this at all. As he went deeper into the cave in the mirror world, Yunche's eyes widened. He had found the dungeon's true treasure, a huge vein of special, glowing green crystal ore. Now he understood why Little Z and his group had risked so much to come here. Dungeons often have special resources that don't exist in the real world, which are used to make powerful and unique equipment. The green ores were one such resource, worth far more than gold. As he looked at a green crystal, a message popped up, calling it a mirror image crystal ore. The message confirmed he could loot it and take it out of the mirror world, but more importantly, it asked him, "Return to the real world from here?" This was a huge discovery. To check his idea, he touched a different, normal blue crystal and saw the same message. A slow, smart smile appeared on his face as he realized what his ability could do. He now understood that as long as he could find any mirrored surface, he could use it as his own personal exit to return to the real world whenever he wanted. As he walked among the glowing green crystals, Yunche picked up a piece of the valuable ore. He thought about his newly upgraded skill, knowing there was still much more to learn about its full power, and that he would need to find a good chance to study it. For now, however, he decided to focus on exploring the huge crystal vein he had found. As he went deeper, he was shocked by how much treasure there was. The amount of ore was huge, a massive deposit that would be enough to make any normal person who mined it a billionaire. This amazing sight finally solved the mystery that had been bothering him. He now understood why so many powerful wanderer-type monsters had gathered at the entrance to this cave. They were drawn to, and probably guarding, this incredibly valuable resource. Back in the real world, the rescue was happening. Yunsha kept using powerful spells like gravitational pressure to crush the wanderer monsters, while Yun Yin followed up with her own deadly dual blade dance that tore through the remaining enemies. Not happy with just helping her allies, Yunsha also showed her own attack power with Star Rain Art, a devastating spell that hit a wide area. The students and teachers watching were completely stunned, wondering if all of the girls' skills were epic level, as their power was much greater than the teachers'. With a final, huge, cross-shaped slash, the last of the Wanderer beasts at the cave entrance was destroyed. The path was now clear for the rescue team to go in and get the trapped senior students, who were huddled together, tired but alive. As the rescue party led them out, one of the seniors, Little Zai, said he was very relieved, saying that he thought he was going to die in the cave. However, the always careful Yun Yin was quick to stop his relief, warning him not to relax. She pointed out that they still had to fight their way out of the dungeon, and that everyone was already tired from the last battle. Yunsha agreed, but added with a confident smile that with their help, the escape should be much easier than their last struggle. As the rescued senior students were being led out of the cave, Yunsha's eyes suddenly widened, a look of surprise and worry on her face as she sensed something was wrong. Her bad feeling was right, as the students behind her let out terrified screams. The reason for their terror was a horrifying sight. The path ahead, which had been cleared just moments before, was once again full of an unbelievably large group of the elite Wanderer-type monsters. It was as if every single Wanderer in the whole dungeon had suddenly gathered in this one spot, completely blocking their path to safety. While the rescue team was being swamped by the sudden return of the Wanderer group in the real world, Yun Che was continuing his solo exploration of the other mirror world. He moved through the confusing, maze-like paths of the crystal cave, his way lit by the strange green glow of the special ore veins. Suddenly, he stopped, his eyes widening in complete disbelief at what was in front of him. He had stumbled upon an amazing sight, a huge, tree-like crystal formation that reached the top of the cave, and at its very top, a brightly glowing, star-shaped crystal core pulsed with immense energy. He immediately knew what it was, the dungeon's legendary secret treasure. As he got closer to the core, he remembered the stories about such items. If the different crystal ores were the dungeon's special products, then this crystal core was the ultimate prize, the dungeon's one and only secret treasure. These treasures are the condensed form of all the special products in a dungeon, taking a very long and unknown amount of time to form. They are so rare that a normal person might never see one in their whole life. Most importantly, every secret treasure, without fail, has a unique and powerful special effect. As Yun Che reached out to touch the glowing object, he knew he had found the true heart of the Valiant Dungeon. With a happy smile, Yun Che reached out to the glowing green crystal core he had found. A system window appeared, naming the item as the Mirror Image Crystal Core. It was a unique quality secret treasure that, when used, would permanently give a plus 110 boost to stamina, a plus 0.5 increase to mana recovery speed, and a 20% reduction in damage from light and electric type attacks. The description also said that it was a copy of the true secret treasure. Yun Che was thrilled with the discovery. He understood that the increase in stamina would greatly boost his maximum health, while the faster mana recovery meant he could use his powerful Trick Blade skill more often, increasing his damage. With a smart grin, he focused on what he thought was the most important effect, the 20% damage reduction for light and electric types. He knew that percentage-based damage reduction was an incredibly rare and valuable effect, even among the very best equipment. To make it even better, as a consumable secret treasure, it wouldn't even take up one of his valuable equipment slots. However, as he held the treasure, a strange thought came to him. He knew that just as the crystal ores had attracted the Wanderer monsters, a secret treasure this big should logically be protected by a monster whose strength was much greater than the Wanderers he had seen. Deciding not to stay long, he got ready to use the secret treasure and then get out. A system window gave him two choices, to either loot the item for later or use it right away. As he went to choose use, another message appeared, revealing a surprising rule. Using or taking the item would require using up 10 minutes of his remaining mirror walk time, which caught him by surprise. Back in the real world, just as the rescued students were starting to feel a sense of relief, a deep and powerful rumbling sound suddenly shook the whole cave. The teachers and students looked up in terror, and even the very powerful Yunsha and Yun Yin were frozen with looks of shock and alarm. From behind the huge crystal formations, a new, huge threat appeared. It was a giant monster, a much larger and more threatening version of the Wanderer beasts they had just fought, crackling with dark purple energy and making everything else in the cave look small. The group immediately understood the horrifying truth of their situation. They had stumbled upon the Lord of the Wanderer species, a powerful, hidden boss of the dungeon. The teachers and students knew how bad their situation was. They were facing a wandering lord, a rare hidden boss that was separate from the dungeon's main boss. A creature like this is much stronger than a normal boss, and this one, with its huge army of elite followers, was a threat they couldn't hope to fight against. Panic started to spread. One of the students cried out in fear, saying he thought wandering lords only showed up in high-level dungeons. The fear was spreading, and the others began to lose hope, believing they were all going to die. Just as they were about to fall apart, Yunsha's calm, strong voice cut through the chaos. She told everyone to calm down, reminding them that the most important thing was to work together to escape. Taking control, she pointed to a narrow canyon, saying it was their only way out of the basin they were trapped in. She explained a clear plan. As long as they could break through the line of monsters and get out of the basin, their faster speed would let them get away easily. With a final encouraging shout, she used her powerful starlight mystic art again, strengthening the whole group. She ordered everyone not to hold back and to push forward with all their power towards the canyon exit. Inspired by Yunsha's leadership, the teaching team leader, Lei Li, jumped into action. Saying they had to at least get the students out safely, he turned on his light refracting shield. He announced that the teachers would take turns leading the attack, with him going first, and he rushed into the group of monsters to make a path. The other teachers and students followed close behind, their combined attacks creating a powerful push forward. Support class members cast healing and defensive spells on the frontline fighters, making sure they could keep moving. Surrounded on all sides, the group formed a tight defensive circle, slowly but surely pushing their way towards the canyon exit as the teachers urged them to hold on. Just as it seemed they might break through, the huge Wandering Lord stepped in. It let out a mighty roar, a skill called Battle Cry Rally. In response, the regular crystal monsters from all over the dungeon, which had been inactive before, suddenly started moving and began marching towards the basin. They poured into the canyon, their huge numbers forming what seemed like an endless wave of new enemies that completely surrounded the trapped rescue party. The students and teachers could only watch in despair as their escape route was cut off by thousands of new monsters, wondering where they had all come from. The already bad situation for the students and teachers got even worse. The huge Wandering Lord used a new ability called Crystal Aura. A massive red aura surrounded all the nearby monsters, strengthening them with a huge 20% increase to their health, attack power, and defense. The students on the front line were immediately beaten, crying out in shock at how much the monster's attack power had suddenly increased. The stronger group quickly got its first victim. A teacher was pierced by several energy beams, screaming that the damage was too high to be healed before he was completely beaten by the attacks and killed. A nearby student shouted in horror, announcing that a teacher was dead. As panic threatened to break them apart, Yunsha took control once more. She ordered the shield guards to the front to form a defensive line and told the priests to focus their healing on the shield bearers to keep them standing. Even with her strong commands, Yunsha knew their situation was very bad. She thought that everyone was already tired and they were now just barely holding on. Most terrifying of all, she realized that the Wandering Lord itself had not yet really started to fight, and they were already being pushed to their limit by its strengthened followers alone. Even with their best efforts, the combined forces of the students and teachers were no match for the strengthened, endless group of monsters. One of the teachers, his face serious, said that their efforts were useless and that they couldn't possibly break through at this rate. Seeing that a group defense was pointless, one of the more cowardly teachers decided to leave the group. He turned on a stealth skill, saying that it was every man for himself now. He tried to run, attempting to sneak past the monsters and escape on his own. The teacher, Lei Li, shouted after him, warning him that his stealth skill wouldn't last long enough for him to get away. His warning turned out to be tragically true. The running teacher was immediately spotted by a smaller, turtle-like crystal monster that came out of the ground, blocking his path. As the teacher froze in terror, the huge Wandering Lord, which had been watching the battle until now, finally made its move. It shot a devastating beam of pure energy that hit the ground where the lone teacher stood. The teacher was instantly destroyed, blasted directly into ashes by the overwhelming power of the Lord's attack. The blast was so powerful that it not only killed the teacher, but also brought down the entire canyon, completely sealing the only escape route with a massive rock slide. The remaining students and teachers could only stare in horror at the unbelievable, terrifying display of power. One of them, his face a mask of despair, stuttered that they could no longer escape. Having sealed their only escape route, the huge Wandering Lord turned its attention to the trapped adventurers, its crystal eyes glowing as it charged another devastating energy beam. One of the students screamed in complete despair, believing it was over and that they were the next target. With no way to dodge the attack, the group prepared for the unavoidable, knowing they couldn't possibly block a blast that big. But at the last second, one of the students summoned a massive, fancy, giant shield that appeared in front of them. The shield, an epic quality, level 70 piece of equipment called the Rock Mountain Shield, had a huge amount of defense and resistance. The Lord's energy beam slammed into the giant shield with incredible force, pushing it back and threatening to break it. The teachers and stronger students rushed forward to hold the shield, knowing that if it fell, they would all be finished. Yunsha, her face strained with effort, explained their desperate plan. The shield was a level 70 piece of equipment, so its durability was sure to be high. However, because its level requirement was so high, no one in the group was actually strong enough to properly equip it and get its stat bonuses. This meant they had to physically hold the massive, hard-to-move object in place with their own strength. She knew this was only a temporary solution, a desperate move that could only buy them a little bit of time. As the students and teachers desperately held the line against the Wandering Lord's attack, their spirits began to break. One of the rescued seniors questioned why a monster of this power was even in the school's dungeon. Another student, his face a mask of terror and anger, turned on the teachers, blaming them for their situation and questioning why they had been brought there in the first place. One of the teachers, his face serious, wondered if their long struggle to save the trapped students had all been for nothing. The teacher, Lei Li, looked on with a pained expression, his only comfort being that at least the two younger students, Yunche and Xiao Zhi, were safe and wouldn't run into this danger. His thought was immediately proven wrong. To his complete shock, Xiao Zhi suddenly appeared at his side, pushing him out of the way of an incoming attack. Lei Li couldn't understand how the boy, who was supposed to be waiting by the valley, had gotten there so quickly. As another monster attacked, Lei Li shouted a warning. Xiao Zhi reacted instantly, shouting the name of his skill, "Surround Shield," to protect the teacher. However, the monster's attack was too powerful, shattering Xiao Zhi's defenses and breaking the group's perimeter. With their formation broken and their main tank hurt, the group was left completely open. There was no one left who could stop the advance of the Wanderer group. With their defensive line shattered, the group was left completely open, with no one left to stop the advance of the Wanderer monsters. In a desperate act of bravery, Xiao Zhi single-handedly charged the monsters, successfully blocking several powerful attacks and protecting the injured teacher, Lei Li. The teacher could only stare in amazement, wondering how the younger student he had dismissed as useless had such incredible strength. But Xiao Zhi's solo effort was not enough. The other shield guards' defenses were completely broken, and their entire defensive line was gone. Xiao Zhi himself was finally beaten, his armor breaking as he was sent flying by a powerful blow. He lay on the ground, bleeding and defeated, as the monsters prepared to deliver the final blow. Seeing their last line of defense fall, one of the teachers, his face a mask of sweat and terror, said that their situation was now truly hopeless. Just as the monsters were about to overrun the defenseless group, a blur of motion cut through the chaos. To the amazement of the teacher, Yunche appeared, standing on top of the body of a defeated monster. He held his massive, glowing crystal longsword, his eyes showing a cold, deadly calm. He looked down at his beaten and bleeding friend, Xiao Zhi, and praised him for his bravery. He then turned his attention to the monster group, his voice filled with strong confidence, and said, "Leave the rest to me." A short time ago, back in the mirror world, Yunche stood before the crystal core. He realized that since he had found the replica, the original, real-world version must still exist. This meant that with his mirror world ability, he could effectively double his harvest of any valuable resource. However, he knew there were limits. He had gathered 75 pieces of the valuable crystal ore, but bringing them all out would require 750 minutes of mirror walk time, far more than he had. He understood that like the crystal core, each piece of ore cost 10 minutes of his time to bring out. Faced with this limit, he made a choice. He would loot the real-world crystal core, but for now, he would use the replica he found in the mirror world to get its powerful buffs right away. A system notification confirmed that he had used both the real and mirrored versions of the core, which doubled the stat increases and gave him a powerful 40% immunity to light and electric type damage. After using the core, as he stood on top of the massive crystal formation in the real world, he suddenly felt a powerful vibration shake the whole cave. His eyes widened in alarm as he sensed the new disturbance. Wondering what had happened, he jumped into action, diving off the crystal formation to find the source of the noise. As he leaped from the crystal formation, Yunche decided to test his new ability to exit the mirror world whenever he wanted. He phased through the crystal walls, entering the parallel dimension once more, and noted that he still had almost 13 minutes of his mirror walk time left. With a confident smirk, he confirmed another key part of his power. As long as he had time left on his mirror walk, he could enter and exit the dimension at any time. The ability would only go on cooldown once the entire time was used up. He immediately tested this, phasing back through the crystal walls and successfully returning to reality. When he returned, however, he saw a shocking sight. The number of monsters had grown hugely, far more than the crystal ore alone could explain. Towering over them all was the giant Wandering Lord, and Yunche finally understood that this creature was the true source of the dangerous feeling he had felt from the very beginning. Realizing the huge danger, his first thought was for his friend. He knew that Xiaoji and the others were in great danger, but with his new control over the mirror world, a new plan began to form in his mind. Knowing he could now enter and exit the dimension at any time, he saw a chance to turn the tables on the seemingly unbeatable boss. With his new control over his ultimate skill, Yunche came up with a new strategy. He began to phase in and out of the mirror world, using the other dimension to instantly move around, easily dodging the monster's attacks before reappearing in the real world to strike. This hit-and-run tactic was very effective. After taking down several more of the elite monsters, he reached level 24. He took a moment to check his new power, calculating that with his increased mana and the doubled mana recovery from the crystal cores, he could now stack his Blade of Trickery skill to get a huge 330% increase in his attack power. However, Yunche stayed realistic. He knew that while his current power was crazy, it was still not enough to face the giant Wandering Lord, a creature even stronger than a normal dungeon boss. He decided that he would need to reach at least level 30 to have a real chance of winning, and he knew he was still a long way from his goal. The story then returns to the desperate moment in the real world, with the students and teachers about to be killed. Just as all hope seems lost, Yunche exits the mirror world for the final time and appears in the middle of the battlefield. Standing on the body of a defeated monster, he looks at his beaten but brave friend, Xiaoji, and praises him for his courage. With strong will, he tells his friend to leave the rest to him, ready to face the huge group of monsters alone. Exiting the mirror world for the last time, Yunche landed firmly on the ground, ready to fight. He immediately took charge, telling those with support skills to buff him while he took on the Wanderer Horde. Yunsha and Xiaoji reacted right away. The powerful high-level student used her Starlight Mystic Art, while Xiaoji cast his defensive Surround Shield and Shield Armor, both skills buffing Yunche with a big boost to his spirit and attack power. Now stronger, Yunche became a storm of destruction, his massive crystal longsword cutting through the groups of elite monsters with ease. He knew that while the number of enemies was ridiculous, he was no longer in any real danger. After using the 2 crystal core secret treasures, his health was several times higher than before, and his 40% damage reduction against the monster's light and electric attacks made him very tough. His only frustration was that the monsters were immune to the confusion effect from his Chaotic Thorn skill, which would have made killing them much faster. The other students and teachers could only watch in shocked silence. The teacher, Lei Li, and the other seniors who had previously looked down on him were in complete disbelief. They checked his status bar and confirmed he was a support class chanter, but they couldn't understand how his attack power was so high, or what strange skill let him seem to teleport around the battlefield by phasing through the mirror world. Lei Li, his arm bleeding from an earlier injury, looked on with a mix of shock and awe. He couldn't believe that the younger student he had been so worried about was actually this strong. With his new power and toughness, Yunche became an unstoppable force, tearing through the endless group of elite Wanderer monsters. The sheer number of high-quality enemies gave an incredible amount of experience, and he found himself leveling up at an amazingly fast rate. Yunsha, who had earlier identified him as the intruder at the Ding residence, could only watch in amazement. She had first thought he was just a bold thief, but now she had to admit that his strength was far beyond anything she could have imagined. Yunyin was just as stunned, left speechless by the incredible display of power from the boy who shared her last name. Yunsha continued his non-stop attack, phasing in and out of the mirror world to move and strike, his movements a blur of purple energy. He gained level after level, one after another, quickly reaching level 28. The other students and teachers, who had been about to die just moments before, were completely shocked. One of the teachers, Lei Li, wondered if Yunche was some kind of high-level support from outside, but then remembered seeing him before and realized he was a student. His companion, Little Z, was even more shocked, unable to believe that a mere student could have such huge power. Despite Yunche's incredible performance, the Wandering Lord was still a massive threat. As the giant beast got ready to shoot another of its devastating energy beams, the students and teachers cried out in alarm. Yunche, his face serious, knew that even with all his recent power-ups, he would not be able to survive a direct hit from that attack. As the Wandering Lord began to move forward, its energy beam still blazing, the students and teachers behind their makeshift shield wall knew their time was running out. Once the giant beast got close, the two shields would not be enough to protect them. The teacher, Lei Li, seeing that Yunche had greatly reduced the number of smaller monsters, shouted for everyone to break out and head for the other exit. He knew that no matter how strong the mysterious student was, there was no way he could fight the Wandering Lord alone. However, his plan was immediately met with pushback. One of the other students pointed out the problem. The two massive shields were too hard to move. If they left them to make a run for it, they would be completely open to the Lord's devastating attacks. Another student added that the shields were too heavy to be carried and could only be moved by storing them in an inventory, which none of them could do. Just as their argument got heated, a calm voice cut through the chaos, telling them to leave it to him. It was Yunche. He laid out a new, selfless plan. He would attack the Wandering Lord to get its attention, giving the rest of them a chance to retreat. The teacher, Lei Li, was stunned by his sacrifice, asking what would happen to him if they all ran. Yunche explained his thinking. He knew from his past life that if a Wandering Lord isn't dealt with, it will eventually gather all the monsters in the dungeon and wander into the outside world, causing a major disaster. With a look of serious determination, he declared that he would stay behind and kill the beast himself. He activated his Blade of Trickery, boosting his attack power by a huge 350%, and noted that he still had over 5 minutes left on his mirror walk, giving him the perfect tool to take on the giant enemy. As Yunche got ready to face the Wandering Lord alone, the teacher, Lei Li, made the hard choice to lead the others in a retreat. He told them to get out faster, thinking that no matter how strong Yunche was, he would eventually get tired against such a huge enemy. He figured that the sooner they escaped, the sooner Yunche could escape too. When a student questioned Yunche's bold claim that he could kill the Lord, Lei Li said it was just a brave act to make them feel better because he knew how powerful a real Wandering Lord was. As he was forced to run with the group, Chaozhi felt completely useless. He looked back with a sad face, hating that all he could do at a time like this was run while his friend faced incredible danger. Silently, he prayed for Yunche's safety. Meanwhile, Yunche was not helpless at all. He kept fighting through the smaller monsters, getting stronger with every kill, and he quickly gained another level. As the huge Wandering Lord shot its powerful energy beam, Yunche used his mirror walk to phase out of reality. The beam passed right through the space where he had just been. He then reappeared behind the beast and hit it with a powerful slash from his glowing sword. However, his attack showed a hard truth. The Wandering Lord, a level 42 stone golem, had such a strong defense and a powerful healing skill that the small amount of damage he did was healed right away. He realized that at his current level, it was no use. Its defense was just too high. As he dodged the Wandering Lord's attacks, Yunche's first tests confirmed what he thought. He saw a large crystal on the creature's head was its core, which meant it was also its weak point. The only problem was getting to it. Even with his many buffs, his attack power was still not enough to break through the Lord's strong defense and healing. To make things worse, his time was running out. A quick look at his status showed that the powerful buffs he had gotten from the others were starting to wear off. His own mana was also very low, and he knew he wouldn't be able to use his powerful Blade of Trickery skill for much longer. He realized he had only one good option. He needed to get stronger. He needed to level up first by killing the weaker monsters. Just as he was about to start attacking the smaller monsters again, a bright beam of light shot out from a nearby crack in the rock. Yunche's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized the light. At that exact moment, the huge Wandering Lord also saw the light and, with a scary show of intelligence, shot its powerful energy beam at the crack. Yunche immediately phased into the mirror world to avoid the blast, but as he reappeared, he was shocked to see the beam was aimed at the exact spot where he would show up. He realized with a jolt that the smart boss had already learned his pattern and was guessing his moves. Forced to reappear in the real world in the middle of the Wandering Lord's huge energy beam, Yunche was caught in the blast. The attack was a big, continuous one that quickly took away his health, even with his powerful defenses. He knew he couldn't use his mirror walk to dodge, as he had less than 4 minutes of it left, and the continuous attack would use it all up in no time. His only choice was to use his undead army to block the damage. However, he knew this was a costly plan. Bringing his summons back to life would use a lot of his already low mana, leaving him with nothing left to build up his attack power for a counterattack. He began to wonder if he should retreat and regroup first. Just as he was about to be beaten, another powerful blast hit the Lord's attack. To his surprise, he saw that Yunsha, Yunyin, and even Xiaoji had come back to the fight. Yunsha explained with a playful smile that this little brother of his, meaning Xiaoji, had begged and pleaded for them to come back and help him. Xiaoji, with his back turned, quickly said that he hadn't begged. He explained that since the number of smaller monsters had gone down, the rest of the group now had enough people to escape on their own, which meant he was free to come back and help. Hearing his friend's brave decision, a real, thankful smile appeared on Yunche's face as he simply said, "Thanks." With their group now stronger, Yunsha took a commanding position. She told Yunche that the hidden boss was still too dangerous and that she and the others would cover him so he could make a slow retreat. However, Yunche completely refused her offer. He said that with their help, there was no longer any need for him to hold back, and he used the full power he had. With the help of his powerful allies, he kept farming the smaller monsters, and his mirror walk time finally ran out as he reached the key level of 30. Now at his target level, he knew his attack power was finally enough to take on the Lord. He immediately put on the rare, level 30, Corrupted Knight's armor he had gotten from the Ding family's dungeon, which greatly increased his defenses. Yunsha watched him, asking if he was really thinking of attacking the Lord's weak point on its head. She pointed out that at that height, it was impossible to get up there. But Yunche was one step ahead. He revealed that he had already gotten the tool he had always wanted, the Gravitational Pull skill book, which he had looted from one of the Wanderer monsters. The skill let its user pull a target object towards them. More importantly, its reversed form, gravitational traction, did the opposite, pulling the user towards the target, with the pull getting stronger the lower the user's strength. With this new movement ability, the Lord's weak point was no longer out of reach. He activated his Blade of Trickery, quickly building up his attack power, and with a confident smile, he promised the others that everything was under control. With his plan set and his power fully built up, Yunche reached out a hand covered in purple energy, aiming for the huge Wandering Lord's head. He then used his new skill, Gravitational Traction, and a powerful force grabbed him, pulling him forward with incredible speed. He shot through the air like a rocket, breaking the rocky ground as he flew right towards the giant monster. In an amazing show of skill and power, he landed perfectly on the Wandering Lord's head, putting himself right next to its glowing crystal core, his powerful sword crackling with energy and ready to strike. Down below, Yunsha and Yunyin, who had just said it was impossible to reach that height, could only stare upwards, their faces frozen in looks of absolute shock and disbelief at the impossible thing he had just done. Having reached the Wandering Lord's weak point, Yunche used all of his power. He drove his massively buffed sword deep into the glowing crystal core, causing a spiderweb of cracks to spread across its surface. The huge beast, however, would not go down without a fight. As it was dying, it let out a final massive explosion of pure energy from its core, a last-ditch effort to take its attacker down with it. Yunche was caught in the center of the blast, his health dropping quickly as a flood of messages confirmed the massive, continuous damage he was taking. But his new defenses and increased health held strong. He gritted his teeth and survived the attack, and when the light finally faded, he was left standing, beaten but alive, while the Wandering Lord's massive crystal body broke into a million pieces. A series of messages confirmed his incredible victory. He had defeated the Wandering Lord, earning a massive bonus of 5,000 experience points and the respected title of Wanderer Killer. More importantly, the hidden boss had dropped 2 legendary quality skill books, Golden Light Shield and Angel's Protection, rewards of immense power and value. With a final, powerful strike to the Wandering Lord's core, Yunche used all of his built-up power. The giant beast broke into a million pieces, and the explosion of energy and experience instantly gave him 3 more levels, bringing him to level 33. The students and teachers watching were left in stunned silence. Xiaozhu could only say how incredibly strong his friend had become, while Yunyin and Yunsha couldn't believe he had actually managed to kill such a scary monster all by himself. As he stood among the falling pieces, Yunche saw 2 beams of golden light come from the monster's remains. He had gotten 2 legendary quality items, but before he could look at his new loot, he had to jump to safety as the huge, headless body of the Wandering Lord began to fall over. Yunsha shouted a warning, realizing that Yunche was still on top of the falling giant. With skilled agility, he expertly moved through the crumbling remains of the monster, jumping from one piece to the next until he landed safely on the ground. As the dust settled, a new, huge opening was revealed in the side of the mountain where the Lord had fallen. The inside of the mountain was empty, showing a vast, dark cave filled with the skeletal remains of both wanderer monsters and humans. Looking at the old battlefield, Yunche came to a serious realization. An even stronger, more ancient wandering lord must have been born here long ago. He now understood why there were so many intense battle scars all over the dungeon. As he looked at the old empty mountain, Yunche's eyes were drawn to a single figure outlined against the dim light at the very top. His heart skipped a beat as he recognized the armored warrior, still in a final defiant pose, his great sword stuck firmly in the ground. A system message confirmed the impossible. It was the body of Qiao En, who was also known by his nickname, Qiao Benben. Yunche could only whisper his friend's name in disbelief. The other students and teachers soon arrived at the scene, just as stunned by the sight. Yunsha, her voice full of awe, identified the figure as the famous traitor Qiao En. She admitted that while she had heard this was the place where he was killed by the hero Ding Kun, she had never expected the scene to be like this. The battlefield was a sign of a desperate last stand against countless monsters and people. She noted that the heroic, defiant figure before them was completely different from the statue in the Modern History Memorial Hall, which showed him being stepped on. This, she declared, did not look like someone who would be so easily beaten. Yuncha stayed silent, his face a mask of grief and sadness as he looked at the remains of his fallen friend. Qiaoji, his great-grandson, finally spoke. He told Yunche that while he probably wouldn't believe him, he now thought that his great-grandfather might not have been a bad person at all. As Qiaoji stood before his great-grandfather's remains, he began to explain the truth he had found. He told Yunche that he had spent his childhood looking through the historical records of his great-grandfather, but whenever he got to the parts about his experiences, the descriptions were always frustratingly unclear. Despite this, he had managed to find some key details. He had discovered that his great-grandfather had a habit of going into dungeons that were far below his actual level. This led him to the main question: why would an S-rank professional, someone over level 60, come to a low-level dungeon like this one? He then answered his own question with new certainty. It was because this dungeon was one of the few places that could spawn a wandering lord, a creature that could summon all the monsters in a dungeon and lead them into the outside world, causing a major disaster. He explained that back in those days, the government didn't have enough soldiers to defend against the constant threat of monsters coming out of dungeons. They had to rely on a few powerful and responsible professionals to regularly clear out the most dangerous threats. His great-grandfather, he declared with pride, was one of those heroes. He hadn't been a traitor. He had come to this dungeon to stop a potential disaster before it started. As Yunche listened silently to this revelation, Qiaoji's confidence started to fade. He admitted that the others probably thought he was just making things up, and that even his own family believed he was just looking for mental comfort, twisting the unclear historical texts to fit a story he wanted to believe. Just as he was about to give up hope, a hand gently rested on his shoulder. He looked up to see Yunche, a kind, understanding smile on his face, who simply said, "I believe you." As Yunsha and Yunyin looked on with expressions of shock and admiration, Qiaoji was completely overwhelmed, left speechless by Yunche's simple, heartfelt statement of belief. A flood of memories washed over Yunche as he remembered his fallen friend and comrade, Qiao Benben, whose heroic legacy had been so cruelly twisted. He recalled Qiao Benben's youthful arrogance, how he would boast that his natural talent meant he didn't need a master and would soon be better than Yunche himself. But he also remembered the boy's terror when he got in over his head, screaming for his master to save him from a swarm of monsters, only to then stubbornly deny that he needed saving at all. His pride hurt. He remembered his friend's unique habit of working hard in secret, only to then show off his new strength in front of others, and how he always chose the weakest shield-bearer class, the Sword Guard, because no other shield-type class was fast enough to keep up with Yunche's reckless attacks. He remembered how he always seemed to find Qiao Benben, even when he tried to sneak off on his own to grind levels, and how his friend would always make excuses, claiming he just couldn't resist a good fight, insisting that saving people was just something he did on the way. Filled with a new sense of purpose and a burning desire for revenge, Yunche looked at the remains of his friend. He declared that, for Qiao Benben's sake, he would settle the score with the Ding family, the ones who caused his friend's suffering after his death. Back at the Ding family residence, Ding Shu is telling the story of the dungeon expedition to his unbelieving father and uncle. He insists that what he is saying is true, that Yunche is just that amazing, and that they can ask the teacher in charge if they don't believe him. He explains that he was initially blocked from entering the dungeon because of his low level, but he waited outside until the survivors came out. The scene flashes back to the students leaving the dungeon, buzzing with excitement. They had all witnessed the fall of the giant wandering lord from a distance and were in awe of the person who had managed to kill a rare hidden boss that was over level 40, a feat that was beyond their imagination. Ding Shu, listening in, confirmed that the hero's name was Yun Che. He couldn't believe that someone even more powerful than the high-level Yun Yin had been among the students, and he wondered about Yun Che's true identity. Back in the present, after hearing his son's report, the third head, Ding Ge, is silent for a moment. He then gets up from his seat and gives a chilling command to gather the Ding family guards and follow him to the traitor's dungeon, the very place where Chao En had died. His brother Ding Yi stops him, remembering a detail from Ding Shu's earlier report about the intruders at their home. With a sinister look in his eyes, he tells his brother to bring the members of the Chao family along with them as well. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, Yun Che looked at one of the legendary skill books he had gotten from the Wandering Lord, the Golden Light Shield. Without hesitating, he offered the powerful book to Chao Ji, telling him he should learn it since it didn't have a level requirement. Yunsha, who was watching them, was shocked. She asked why he would so easily give away a legendary skill. Yunsha calmly explained that the skill was only for shield bearers, so it was useless for him. He then added an important detail, suggesting that Chao Ji's great-grandfather, Chao En, probably used this very skill in his time. Moved by this, Chao Ji accepted the book. Yunsha looked on thoughtfully. She commented that while Chao Ji might not have many powerful skills, Yunche certainly had plenty of them. She admitted that even though her own skills were considered high level, she felt she was far behind him, mentioning his ability to seemingly teleport and his power to summon a large number of undead creatures. Her mention of the undead made Yunche's expression turn serious as his eyes glowed. He suddenly remembered a key detail about his power. His undead summons were created from souls he found in the mirror world. This led him to a deep realization. If other souls also went to the mirror world after they died, then it was possible that his old friend Chao En's soul was waiting there as well. After his sudden realization, a look of nervous excitement crossed Yunche's face. A system message confirmed that his mirror walk ability was ready again, giving him a full 30 minutes to explore the mirror world. He immediately wondered if he could use this chance to find his old friend's soul. With a determined look, he activated the skill, his body covered in a familiar purple light as he stepped into the other dimension. Inside the strange blue-green landscape of the mirror world, he found what he was looking for, a powerful, ghostly figure in full armor, with a calm but strong presence. Yunche was filled with emotion, whispering the nickname of his fallen friend, Chao Ben, confirming that his friend's soul had indeed been waiting here all along. Back in the real world, time had passed, and Yun Yin went up to Yunsha, reminding her that they should be leaving soon as she had an important audience ceremony to go to. Yunsha seemed unwilling to go, admitting they had been there for a while, but that the events happening were much more interesting. Her eyes drifted to where Yun Che had been, and she wondered out loud to the others what he could possibly be doing and why he had been gone for so long, not knowing about the reunion he was having in another dimension. Inside the mirror world, Yun Che stood with a serious expression. He spoke to the armored soul of his old friend, Chao Ben, saying he couldn't believe they could meet again. He mentioned having so much he wanted to say to him. However, his reunion was cut short. He noted with sadness that it was a shame his friend wouldn't be able to answer, as the calm spirit was suddenly taken over by a dark, evil energy, twisting its form into a monstrous, roaring, undead creature. Yuncho realized with a heavy heart that his friend had truly become an undead spirit, a being driven by instinct instead of memory. He admitted that he really didn't want to fight him, but he had no other choice. He launched himself into the air, dodging an attack and getting ready for a difficult battle. As their battle began, Yunche's eyes glowed with purple energy as he focused on his opponent. As they fought, something strange happened. Yunche found himself surrounded by floating crystal pieces, each one showing a different scene. He recognized them as moments from Ben's life and experiences. One piece in particular caught his attention, showing a clear memory of Ben's final battle against the man known as the hero, Ding Kun. As he watched the memory of the fight, Yun Che noticed something odd about Ding Kun's posture and fighting style, finding it strangely familiar. Suddenly, the entire mirrored landscape around them shattered like glass. When the pieces settled, Yun Che saw that the monstrous undead form had vanished, leaving only the calm, armored soul of Chao En standing before him once more. He was left completely confused, wondering what had just happened. Still trapped in the mirror world, Yunche hesitantly called out his friend's name again, only for the calm soul of Qiaoen to once more burst into a monstrous, roaring undead creature, swinging a shadowy purple energy blade. Yunche blocked the fierce attack, his expression serious as he realized the truth. The two then started a frantic battle, their purple energy-filled strikes clashing with immense force. Yunche understood that his friend was truly gone, with only his raw fighting instincts left in this evil form. Seeing no point in fighting the shell of his friend, he decided to retreat first. However, when he tried to leave, a system message appeared, telling him that he could not exit the mirror world from his current location. A wave of frustration washed over him. With no other choice, he accepted that he would have to fight. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Qiaoji stood alone, a look of shocked determination on his face as he clenched his fist. His solitude was broken by the arrival of a large group led by Ding Ge and Ding Yi. One of them asked why Qiaoji was all alone, and wondered out loud if Yunche had sensed their approach and run away in fear. Ding Ge looked down on the boy with a smug grin, saying that this was only half the fun. Qiaoji, trying to act like he didn't know what was going on, asked Ding Shu why he had come and if he was also there to level up. Ding Ge scoffed at the act, telling the little brat from the Qiao family to stop pretending. He directly accused Qiaoji of being the one who helped Yunche sneak into his house and steal their property. When Qiaoji tried to deny it, Ding Shu leaned in threateningly, asking if he thought he wouldn't recognize the sound of his screams. The threat sent a chill down Qiaoji's spine, his face turning pale with fear. Brushing the matter aside with a cruel wave of his hand, Ding Ge announced with a sinister smile that none of that was important now, as he had brought Qiaoji a little gift. Qiaoji's face showed pure terror as Ding Ge repeated his sinister offer, revealing his little gift. As Qiaoji's eyes widened in horror, a group of tired-looking people were brought forward by the Ding family guards. It was his own family. He recognized them in disbelief, whispering the names of his grand-uncles, grand-aunts, and finally, his own mother, who looked back at him with a tired, defeated expression. Before he could understand the situation, one of his elderly relatives, his second grand-uncle, exploded with rage. He screamed at Qiaoji, telling him to kneel and apologize to the hero's family and to Ding Shu. Qiaoji, looking down, started to say that he didn't want to live like this anymore, but his granduncle cut him off, angrily asking what he had taught him about how to act in front of the Ding family, screaming at him to kneel once more. This was the last straw for Qiaoji. He snapped, his voice filled with years of held-back anger and shame as he shouted back, asking if the Qiao family was meant to be the Ding family's dogs for generations. His defiance shocked his family members, who looked on in horror. However, another one of his relatives, Qiao Li, stepped forward and strongly agreed with the old man, shouting that for the descendants of a terrible traitor, being dogs was more than good enough. The pressure on Qiaoji grew as another female relative tearfully asked if he was trying to get their whole family killed, begging him to think of his father. She reminded him of how hard his mother had worked to support the family ever since his father had gone mad, trying to make him feel guilty and give in. After a moment of silence, Qiaoji's attitude changed completely. He turned and pointed with passion towards the skeletal remains of his ancestor on the mountain. He declared to everyone that the truth was that his great-grandfather had come to this very dungeon to stop a cataclysm before it could happen. He insisted that his ancestor was only defeated because so many people had ambushed him, causing his heroic sacrifice. He explained that he had been collecting information about his great-grandfather for a long time, but had always been missing the final, clear evidence. Now, with the scene of that final battle right before their eyes, he had the proof he needed. With fire in his eyes, he proclaimed that his ancestor was no traitor, and that the official history was just propaganda. He turned to his stunned family, telling them that if they made this truth public, they could finally clear their ancestor's name and escape their life of servitude. His voice rose with righteous anger as he declared that the Ding family had no right to treat them this way, and that their other relatives should never have died for such a lie. His passionate speech was met not with denial, but with a burst of condescending laughter from Ding Ge, who found it childishly amusing. He then calmly walked forward, a smug look on his face, and confirmed that everything Qiaoji had just said was, in fact, correct. He admitted that Qiaoen was indeed killed in an ambush and was not an evil man. Then, with a chilling lack of regret, he revealed the final damning truth. His own grandfather, the hero Ding Kun, was the one who had planned that ambush to make his fortune. Qiaoji could only listen, stunned into silence by the casual confession of the crime that had ruined his family for generations. With a manic grin, Ding Ge leaned in close to the horrified Qiao Ji and cruelly dismissed the truth, asking who even cared about it. He declared that the official story was all that mattered. Qiao En was an imperial traitor, and therefore he was vile. Spreading his arms wide before his armored guards, he mocked Qiao Zhi further, asking what it mattered if he drove his father mad or killed his relatives, proclaiming that as descendants of traitors, they deserved their lowly fate. He then delivered the most devastating blow. Pointing a finger at the terrified Qiao family, he revealed that they had known the truth all along. He asked Qiao Zhi how else he thought the relatives he'd mentioned had died, implying they were silenced for knowing too much. With the mental torment complete, Ding Yi adjusted his tie with a smug smile and gave a simple, chilling command for them to kneel. Immediately, and without a word of protest, the entire Qiao family, including the elderly, fell to their knees in submission. Qiao Ji's mother, now kneeling on the cold ground, pleaded with her son, whom she called Ah Ji. She begged him to admit he was wrong and stop resisting, telling him it was useless. With tears streaming down her face, she confessed her deepest fear. After his father went mad, she couldn't bear to lose her son as well. Hearing his mother's heartbreaking plea, Qiao Ji stood frozen, his body filled with despair and conflict. Just as his spirit was about to break, a new, gentle voice cut through the tension. A woman with long brown hair reached out a hand towards him, telling him not to listen to them. She looked at him with a kind smile and told him that he was the best. The woman's words of encouragement seemed to vanish as Ding Shu, his face covered in bandages from his last encounter with Yun Che, stepped forward with a sneer. Annoyed by Qiao Ji's hesitation, he called him clueless and launched a vicious kick, shouting that he would force him to kneel one way or another. But this time was different. To Ding Shu's shock, Qiao Ji's eyes glowed with power as he effortlessly blocked the kick with his forearm. Before Ding Shu could react, Qiao Ji grabbed his leg and with a powerful roar, slammed him into the rocky ground, shattering it on impact. Standing tall amidst the broken pieces, Qiao Ji looked at his fallen tormentor with a new resolve and declared firmly that he would never kneel again. Breathing heavily with rage and humiliation, Ding Shu scrambled to his feet. He couldn't believe this was happening. He furiously summoned a massive, glowing crystal hammer, screaming that Qiao Ji had grown a backbone and dared to fight back. He charged forward, vowing to remind him of his place as a punching bag. As the powerful hammer was about to crash down, Qiao Ji went through a stunning transformation. In a flash of light, he was suddenly dressed in full plate armor, holding a massive shield that appeared just in time to block Ding Shu's furious blow with a deafening clang. The attack was completely stopped, leaving Ding Shu gritting his teeth in disbelief. Now, a formidable protector, Qiao Ji stood firmly between Ding Shu and his kneeling family, shielding them from harm. He glanced back at his mother, then turned his gaze back to his attacker, his voice ringing with conviction. With a powerful punch, he sent Ding Shu staggering back, shouting that they were not the descendants of a traitor, but the descendants of a true hero. Qiao Ji's sudden show of strength left Ding Ge speechless, while Ding Shu stumbled back in complete disbelief. His mind was spinning, and he clutched his head, unable to understand how the boy he had always bullied could suddenly become so much stronger. Blinded by anger, he charged again, screaming that Qiao Zhi was just a punching bag he had been beating up since they were children. He swung his weapon in a wide, powerful circle, furious that his old victim would dare to fight back. However, Qiao Ji met the hit head-on, his armored body easily taking the impact and sending Ding Shu crashing to the ground once more. As his family watched in stunned silence, Qiao Ji looked down at his defeated tormentor and declared with strong confidence that he was no longer the person he used to be. At the same time, in the mirror world, a much more desperate battle was happening. Yun Che was locked in a fierce fight with the evil soul of Qiao Benben-en. He knew that he was facing his friend in his prime, a warrior of incredible power. The difference between their current strengths was huge. Yun Che knew that if it weren't for the fact that Benben was a defensive class and was currently mindless, he would have been beaten in an instant. However, Yun Che had one very important advantage. He was the one who had taught Benben all of his fighting moves. He knew his friend's weaknesses like the back of his hand, which allowed him to guess and counter his moves. But even with this knowledge, the fight was incredibly difficult. The spirit's defense was that of a level 60+ warrior, and even with his blade of trickery fully powered up, Yun Che's attacks barely did any damage. Suddenly, the undead spirit let out a huge, explosive wave of golden energy. Yun Che instantly recognized the move. It was the legendary skill, Golden Light Shield, the very one he had given to Qiao Ji just moments before. He got ready, blocking the powerful attack. a look of grim determination on his face as he realized how much of a pain this fight was going to be. Back in the real world, a humiliated Ding Shu screamed in fury and attacked Qiao Ji with a powerful skill called Mountain Shaking Wild Hammer. However, Qiao Ji, now a strong tank, not only blocked the hit, but sent Ding Shu flying with a powerful punch of his own. He then followed up with a sweeping shield bash that sent Ding Shu crashing to the ground. Watching this pathetic display, Ding Ge sneered at his nephew, asking how he could now be losing to the little brat from the Qiao family. Deciding to take matters into his own hands, he announced that he would take out Ding Shu's anger for him, and lunged at Qiao Ji with a powerful, energy-filled strike. As his fist was about to hit, he was met with a blinding flash of golden light. He looked on in disbelief as he realized Qiao Ji had summoned a huge, crackling energy barrier, the legendary Golden Light Shield. With his new power, Qiao Ji taunted his attackers, calling the so-called hero family nothing but cowards who didn't even dare to fight one-on-one. At the same time, in the mirror world, Yunche was facing the very same legendary skill. The undead spirit of his friend was protected by the same bright golden shield, and Yunche was letting out a relentless series of purple energy slashes against it. He knew exactly how the skill worked. As a legendary ability, the Golden Light Shield's defensive power was not just based on the user's stats. As long as it wasn't hit by a single attack that was more than double its endurance limit, it could take at least 10 direct hits. However, it had a critical weakness. It was a consumable skill. Even the smallest amount of damage would drain its energy, and Yunche was using this flaw, chipping away at its power with each strike. Back in the real world, the Golden Light Shield, protecting Qiao Ji, finally broke under the relentless attack from the Ding family members. Ding Ge scoffed, not impressed by the legendary skill. With a look of pure evil, he declared that it wouldn't have mattered even if the trash Qiao En himself had used it. Holding the beaten Ding Shu in a headlock, Qiao Ji shot back with new courage, claiming that if his great-grandfather were truly there, Ding Ge would be the one on his knees begging for mercy. Enraged by this defiance, Ding Ge let out a wave of powerful red energy that sent everyone flying. He loomed over the armored Qiao Ji, mocking his ancestor as a useless fool who died in a low-level dungeon. He continued his rant, saying that even if Qiao En were present, he too would be forced to kneel. To prove his point, he stomped his foot, letting out a powerful skill, Gravity Shockwave, that caused the very ground to erupt in a violent upheaval of rock and force. The attack hit Qiao Ji with brutal force, causing him to cough up blood, but he miraculously stayed standing. Ding Ge looked on with a surprised smirk, commenting on how tough the boy was. He then summoned a huge glowing crystal axe, his expression turning sadistic as he wondered out loud how Qiao Ji would stand after he chopped off his legs. As he raised the axe to strike, Qiao Ji's mother threw herself in front of her son, desperately pleading with the third master to spare him, claiming he was just young and foolish. She fell to her knees, offering herself in his place, begging Ding Ge to do whatever he wanted to her instead. Her desperate plea gave Ding Ge a new, cruel idea. A wicked smile spread across his face as he looked from the mother to her son. He then gave a horrific ultimatum to the bloodied and cornered Qiao Ji. If he refused to kneel, he would kill his mother right in front of him. Losing his patience with the standoff, Ding Ge casually dismissed his threat, claiming there were plenty of other people to kill as he swung his axe towards Qiao Ji's mother. Panicked, Qiao Ji screamed for him to wait, his resolve finally breaking as he prepared to give up. But before he could say another word, the entire area was rocked by a massive explosion of dust and debris that erupted from the ground, blocking everyone's vision. When the dust finally began to settle, the Ding family guards and the Qiao family were left staring in stunned silence at what had appeared. Before them stood a towering, ghostly figure in full dark armor, radiating an intimidating blue aura. Ding Ge, his axe still raised, could only stare in utter disbelief, recognizing the impossible figure before him. He stammered out the name, Qiao En. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Qiao Ji's mother looked on, whispering, "Grandfather?" in a mix of awe and terror, while the Ding family guards erupted in panicked confusion, questioning how a dead person could possibly be resurrected. One of the Qiao family elders, however, recognized the ghostly form for what it was, identifying it as an undead. At that moment, another figure emerged from the dust cloud, standing calmly beside the formidable undead warrior. It was Yunche. He looked at the stunned crowd with a cold, accusing glare, reminding them of how they had all looked down on Qiao En just moments before. With a smirk of grim satisfaction, he declared that it was only natural for Qiao-en to crawl back from the depths of hell to settle the score with them all. The tall, ghostly form of the undead Qiao-en stood as a silent protector before the stunned crowd. After his initial shock, Ding Ge scoffed at what he thought was just a trick and angrily ordered his guards to attack. A squad of armored warriors rushed forward with their weapons raised. However, they were met with a display of skill they couldn't understand. The undead hero moved smoothly, its sword and shield a blur as it effortlessly blocked all their attacks at once. The Chao family elders watched in awe, one whispering in disbelief, asking if that incredible warrior was really Qiao-en. Qiao Zhi was also amazed, seeing the mastery in the parry and how it stopped so many skilled guards at once. From a distance, Ding Ge saw the undead was one of Yunche's summons, like the small fry he summoned during the raid on their home. Seeing the spirit was only level 33, he sneered. He declared that even as the spirit of Qiao-en, it was still weak and charged forward with his flaming axe to finish it himself. As Ding Ge's powerful blow came down, the undead warrior's weapon was coated in a strange, thick energy. To Ding Ge's complete surprise, his attack was perfectly parried with enough force to send him stumbling back. Angry and embarrassed, a red aura exploded around him as he called the parry a mere trick, shouting that skill was useless against pure power. He then unleashed a powerful charging skill, Boulder Bash, planning to crush the undead warrior completely. But just as the huge attack was about to hit, the undead Qiao-en again summoned the bright, golden light shield. The powerful charge slammed into the strong golden barrier, and Ding Ge could only roar in frustration as he was stopped by the legendary skill again. From a safe distance, Yunche smirked as he watched the standoff. He taunted the struggling Ding Ge, explaining that even as an undead, Ben was still an S-class spirit, and the legendary Golden Light Shield alone was more than enough to keep him busy for a long time. Pushed back by the shield's great power, a furious Ding Ge realized its weakness. He ordered all his men to attack at once, hoping to overwhelm the shield and drain its energy with numbers. However, their attack was stopped by a new wave of summons. A group of skeletal warriors glowing with a scary green aura erupted from the ground, fighting the rest of the Ding family guards and stopping them from helping their master. Annoyed by this new delay, Ding Ge changed his plan. Calling the summons a small problem, he activated his own power, putting on a full set of strong glowing red armor. With his power now boosted by a skill called Blazing Fury, he declared the summons didn't matter. He realized the real target was the summoner himself. With a roar, he unleashed a powerful skill, Accumulated Pressure Punch, directly at Yunche, knowing that if he could kill him, all the summoned creatures would disappear. With his eyes glowing with evil intent, Ding Ge charged forward, bragging about the high-level gear his grandfather gave him. He was sure Yunche had no chance, but just as his attack was about to land, it was met with a flash of purple light. A single, clean slice cut right through his attack. Dingo was shocked, unable to understand how Yunche was unharmed. Before he could figure out what happened, Yunche unleashed a rush of red energy slashes, a skill called Tearing Claw, that completely erased Ding Ge's attack. Ding Ge could only stare in disbelief as his powerful skill vanished. In that moment of confusion, Yunche appeared behind him in a flash and stabbed him with his sword. As Ding Ge stumbled from the surprise attack, Yunche saw his opening and called to his ghostly ally. The undead Qiao-en responded right away, its sword crackling with bright blue energy. In a perfectly timed move, Yunche leaped high into the air, using the undead hero's outstretched sword as a launch pad to launch himself forward with great force. He shot towards the wounded Ding Ge and delivered a powerful spinning slash that sent the third master of the Ding family flying, bleeding and cursing in pure anger. With his eyes glowing with cold focus, Yunche continued his non-stop attack. He unleashed a powerful rush of purple energy slashes that completely overpowered Ding Ge. Yunche moved in with lightning speed, his blade cleanly cutting off Ding Ge's arm. Dingo screamed in pain, holding the bleeding stump and desperately calling for a priest to heal him. In his panic, Yunche appeared right behind him. Ding Ge reacted by instinct, slamming his fist into the ground to unleash a powerful gravity impact shockwave, trying to push his attacker away. However, Yunche just vanished and reappeared a short distance away, unharmed. With a superior smirk, he asked the terrified third master what was wrong, taunting him by asking if he was scared. Sweat appeared on Ding Ge's forehead as he frantically looked around, screaming again for a priest who wasn't there. He then saw why they were gone. His elite guards were being killed one by Yunche's army of ghostly skeletons, which now glowed with a scary green aura of new power. Yunche stood calmly among his ghostly army, a coldly confident look on his face. He mocked Ding Ge, asking if he really believed his undead were still as weak as they were during the raid on his home. A system window showed the source of their new strength, a reversed skill that gave all his summons a huge 30% boost to both attack and defense, and a damaging aura that always harmed nearby enemies. Yunche explained that with the power of this legendary level skill, his army was now too strong for the Ding family guards to handle, his face a look of pure terror. Ding Ge finally realized how hopeless his situation was. With his guards beaten and his own power useless, he made a desperate choice. Cursing quietly, he turned and ran. However, his escape was immediately cut short. The ground behind him burst open as the undead Xiaoen stuck its huge sword into the ground, making the ground shake hard. From the broken ground, a prison of huge, ghostly swords rose up, completely surrounding the terrified Ding Ge and trapping him in a cage of blue energy he couldn't escape. Standing outside the barrier was Yun Che, his hair now a bright white and his aura glowing with a huge, calm power. He named the technique for the trapped man. It was the Sword Shield Absolute Array, a special skill of the Sword Guard class. He then added a chilling final word, explaining that no one below S-class had ever escaped it, before taunting the trapped man to try his luck. In a final desperate act, Ding Ge raised his remaining gauntlet, which began to glow with a wild red energy. He screamed for Yunche to stay back, showing that he held a void bomb, a powerful S-class item from his grandfather. He threatened to set it off, bragging that the explosion would be more than enough to kill everyone there, given their current levels and health. Yunche, however, remained completely unmoved. His expression was calm, almost bored, as he looked at the desperate man. With a single, chilling word, he called Ding Ge's bluff, telling him to go ahead and set it off. The command caught Ding Ge completely by surprise. He hesitated, screaming that Yunche must want to die. He then tried to get his confidence back, claiming that with his own high health, he would survive the blast even if everyone else died. But Yunche had one final powerful counterbluff. He calmly stated that it didn't matter because even if the bomb managed to kill the undead Xiaoen, he could simply bring him back to life again. As Ding Ge sweated in the trap he was in, Yunchi appeared behind him like a ghost, his voice cutting through the quiet. He continued what he was saying, telling the trapped man that while he might survive the bomb, Yunchi himself would be completely unharmed by the blast. Before Ding Ge could even react to the unbelievable claim, Yunche moved with amazing speed, his glowing blade flashing as it cleanly cut off the man's remaining arm, the one holding the powerful void bomb. The severed arm and its dangerous weapon fell uselessly to the ground with a heavy thud. With his enemy now completely unarmed and helpless, Yunche, still glowing with a huge calm power, gave a single, cold command for him to kneel. As if forced by an unseen power, the ground around Ding Ge's legs shattered and reformed, pinning him down and forcing his broken body to kneel. Watching this show of complete power, Chao Ji, despite the blood on his face, couldn't help but smile with pride and relief. Nearby, the sad form of Ding Shu was seen trapped in the ghostly sword cage, crying without stopping. Yunche then walked up to the defeated third master, placing his foot firmly on his back. He looked down at the man who had caused so much pain, his glowing sword held ready. With a coldly calm look, he asked the broken man to tell him what worth he thought he had left. After the hard battle, Yunche looked at the items he got from Ding Ge. He saw he had a lot of different things, including hundreds of life potions. Looking at one of the potions, he noticed it gave 100 health points over 10 seconds. But he knew that even if Ding Ge had used these potions, the healing would have been too slow to save him from the damage. He was meant to die no matter what. His thought was proven right as he saw the new figure by his side, the undead spirit of Ding Ge, covered in a dark blue aura. Yunche remembered that after killing him, Ding Ge's soul had appeared in the mirror world. He took the chance and successfully made him one of his undead. A serious thought came to Yunche's mind. He could grow his army of high-level undead by killing strong human enemies. Nearby, Ding Shu's unconscious body lay on the ground, a quiet reminder of how brutal the fight was. Meanwhile, the members of the Chao family watched Yunche in amazement. The second granduncle couldn't believe that someone so young could be so powerful. He looked at Chao Ji, who was comforting his mother, and realized that it was Yunche who had helped Aji, helping him to become stronger in his heart and mind. But fear soon took over. Qiao Li, with panic in his eyes, asked what they were going to do now. He was scared, sure that the Ding family would get terrible revenge for the third master's death. Another family member agreed, saying that no matter how strong the young man was, he would have no chance if the hero, Ding Kun, got involved. He thought that if the hero was able to kill their powerful ancestor decades ago, he would only be stronger now. Yunche heard their worries, and in his mind, he agreed with them. He knew that once the news of what happened got out, the time he had left to get stronger would be very short. With the powerful image of the hero in his mind, he knew he needed to level up quickly to have any chance of fighting an opponent like Ding Kun. Just then, a system message appeared before him, surprising him as he wondered if something had leveled up. The system message that surprised Yunche was a warning that his undead army had leveled up. He thought that sending his scattered undead minions to fight monsters all over the dungeon had worked well. With their current level and equipment, his undead army could now completely control this dungeon. However, he knew that this dungeon was not enough for him to level up quickly anymore. This was why he had sent his undead out with a more important goal in mind. His main goal was for them to find the dungeon's real final boss, the Dungeon Lord. He knew that this creature, a level 41 monster named the Giant Eye Demon, was different from a hidden boss, like the Wandering Lord he had fought earlier. The Dungeon Lord was the heart of the whole dungeon. By killing it, the dungeon would be finished, and the whole area would fall apart and disappear. This was all part of a bigger, more urgent plan. From a distance, Yunche watched the dungeon's entrance, which was still being guarded by the teacher and the other students. He knew that they must have seen Ding Ge bring the Chao family into the dungeon. If the Chao family were to leave on their own now, it would make people suspicious right away. So, his only real choice was to create a big distraction. By beating the Dungeon Lord and making the dungeon fall apart, the chaos that followed would be the perfect cover for the Chao family to escape without being questioned. This plan also had another benefit. Destroying the dungeon would stop the Ding family from being able to find out how Ding Ge died, buying Yunche a lot of valuable time. With his plan working, his powerful undead servant, Chao En, fought and successfully beat the Dungeon Lord. The system confirmed his plan worked with two messages. Yunche gained another level, and a message said that the Dungeon Lord had been beaten and the dungeon was now finished. As the dungeon began to pixelate and break apart, the members of the Chao family looked around in shock. Chao Li realized with alarm that the whole world was falling apart around them. Yunche appeared before them, calmly explaining that he had killed the Dungeon Lord. He explained the rest of his plan, telling them that the dungeon's destruction would cause chaos. This, plus Ding Ge's sudden disappearance, would slow down the Ding family's reaction time. He told them to use the confusion to escape, promising them that they would be safe for a little while. However, he gave them one final, serious instruction. He told them that if they were ever really questioned and pressured by the Ding family, they should not be afraid to give him up and put all the blame on him. As the world crumbled into digital pieces, Yunche began to call back his undead servants, a golden light forming in his hand. Just then, a system message surprised him. It showed that his hidden skill, Mirror World, had gained 5,000 experience points. The message explained that by killing the Dungeon Lord, he had gotten a Dungeon Core Spirit, which was then turned into elements for his skill. A very important realization came to him. The only way to get the experience needed to level up Mirror World was by killing Dungeon Lords. He thought about the huge power boost the last upgrade had given him. With this new knowledge, a clear path forward opened up. He concluded that if he could level up this ultimate skill again, he would be able to quickly close the huge power gap between himself and his final target, the hero Ding Kun. The scene changes to a private dungeon owned by a rich person. A guard with a mustache and full armor stood on patrol with his partner. He felt their watchfulness was not needed, asking his partner if they really needed to be so serious. He casually suggested they sneak off to play cards, saying that no one would be stupid enough to break into a private dungeon. Just as he spoke, a shadowy figure, Yunche, appeared silently behind him. With a flash of light, Yunche fully entered the dungeon. The guard with the mustache suddenly stopped, feeling a strange presence behind him, but quickly thought it was just his imagination. From the shadows, Yunche watched them, his plan already in motion. He knew that the guards hired for these private dungeons were at most in their 30s in level. To him, these so-called secure places were almost defenseless. A series of clips of his non-stop campaign began. He thought about how close he was getting to his goal. One after another, he stormed through different private dungeons, a blur of motion that left scared guards behind him. He was getting closer and closer to his real goal, the day he would finally be strong enough to kill Ding Kun. The thought filled him with a burning anger, his eyes glowing with hatred, as he reminded himself that he had to control his emotions until that moment came. To reach his goal, he began a planned killing of dungeon lords. He fought a huge, beast-like creature, telling himself to stay calm as the system announced he had leveled up and finished the dungeon. He moved on to another, facing down lizard-like monsters, his mind focused on the fact that calmness was the key to not making mistakes. He faced a huge, centaur-like demon, his determination strong. Finally, now wearing powerful new armor and surrounded by a storm of purple energy, he finished yet another dungeon, his power growing with each win. Yuncha's non-stop attack on private dungeons had not gone unnoticed. Newspapers were filled with headlines about the mysterious, bad clearing of many dungeons, causing widespread panic. With each dungeon lord he beat, his ultimate skill, Mirror World, gained another 5,000 experience points, adding up quickly. The media called the unknown person the Dungeon Vandal, and the authorities had started a high-level investigation into the matter. In a hidden safe house far from their old lives, the members of the Qiao family read the news. Qiao Li looked at the paper in disbelief, wondering if it was all Yun Che's doing. The second granduncle, his face full of worry, realized the truth. He understood that the sudden clearing of so many dungeons would eventually be connected back to the incident they were involved in. He concluded that Yun Qi was purposely drawing the Ding family's attention to himself to create a big distraction. With a rush of emotion, the second granduncle realized how much Yun Qi was sacrificing. He was doing all of this for them to make sure they could escape to safety. The family thought about their new life. They were in a secret place, a journey of several days from the Ding family's influence, and had managed to hide without leaving a trace. A feeling of hope began to grow. Qiao Li was still amazed that Yun Qi would do so much for them, while another male relative expressed his relief, believing they no longer had to live in constant fear and were finally safe. For a short moment, they let themselves believe they could finally be free of the Ding family's control. Their hope was violently destroyed. A huge explosion shook their safe place, the ground shaking beneath them. As the dust and smoke cleared, a scary silhouette appeared in the rubble, his voice full of condescension as he asked if they really thought they could get away from them. The intruder stepped into the light, revealing himself to be Ding Hao, the level 42 second head of the Ding family. He sneered at the terrified family, questioning if they believed the Ding family would be stupid enough to chase after the criminal. He declared that even if they weren't directly connected to the vandal, the simple act of daring to escape the Ding family was a crime in itself, and he had come to deliver a greeting. His face twisted with anger, his eyes glowing red with evil intent. He mocked them, asking if they had really underestimated the power and reach of the hero's family. A huge armored boot slammed down near the scared family members. Ding Hao called them delusional traitors. He then gave his final, devastating news. They had already tracked down the so-called criminal. The scene cut to a huge, heavily guarded complex, the hero's dungeon, where Yun Sha and Yun Yin were seen watching from a distance. At that very moment, Yun Che, now level 42, stood at the entrance to that same dungeon. His journey had led him here, and with a voice full of cold determination, he announced that he had come for Ding Kun. As he prepared to enter, a final message appeared. His non-stop efforts had paid off. His hidden skill, Mirror World, had finally reached level 3. Having reached his goal, Yun Che stood with Yun Sha, looking at the heavily guarded hero's dungeon from a distance. He knew the private dungeons he had been clearing were only in the level 30 range, and continuing to farm them was an inefficient way to level up. The problem was that all other high-level dungeons were like this one, state-controlled and heavily guarded by the military, with a 2-kilometer perimeter that no one could get near. This was a major obstacle, as his Mirror World skill was limited. He knew that when he entered the parallel world, he could only explore within a 200-meter radius of where he entered, making it impossible to sneak past the wide security area without being seen. Turning to the person he had arranged to meet, he realized he would have to rely on Yun Sha for help. Yun Sha, with a playful and knowing smirk, correctly guessed what he wanted. She asked if he had invited her all the way out here just to get her to take him inside the dungeon, before cheekily telling him it was impossible. She explained that no matter what he knew about her, even she couldn't simply walk in without a proper pass. At that moment, Yun Che showed her 2 temporary access permits, the same ones he had stolen from the Ding family. He had come prepared. Seeing this, Yun Sha took the passes. However, she pointed out a key detail. A temporary pass needed an official escort to avoid being investigated. Her expression then turned serious, her eyes glowing with intensity. She asked him for his real reason. Why did he need to get past the Ding family and enter this specific dungeon so secretly? Yuncha began to explain, pointing to a distant mountain. He reminded her of what she saw in the traitor's dungeon, the heroic last stand of Chao En. He argued that since Chao En was clearly not the evil person propaganda said he was, it was very likely that the entire story of the rebellion was also suspicious and worth looking into. Yunsha was not convinced by Yunche's explanation. With a flat expression, she asked if he was treating her like a fool. She began to list the problems with his story, pointing out that it made no sense for him, a total stranger, to risk upsetting a powerful hero just for Qiaoji. More importantly, she reminded him that he had already broken into the Ding family's home before the events in the Traitor's Dungeon ever happened. She questioned him, asking if he was trying to say that he had somehow foreseen the truth about Chao En and had stolen the access passes ahead of time just for this. She then revealed another key piece of information she had. Not long ago, Ding Ge had entered that same Traitor's Dungeon specifically to cause trouble for both Yunche and Qiaoji. However, he had gone missing shortly after and had not been found since. Putting all the pieces together, Yunsha looked at him with sharp, analytical eyes. She concluded that his actions were clearly not those of someone just trying to confront a hero. Instead, it seemed he had a deep, personal hatred towards the hero himself. As she spoke, her gaze hardened. A slow, dangerous realization came to her as she connected the final dots. She noted his name, Yunche. Her eyes narrowed as she voiced her suspicion, asking if he was somehow related to the original traitor from the rebellion, who was also named Yunche. Yunche met her accusation with a playful, disarming smile. Instead of answering directly, he turned the question back on her, pointing out that her last name was also Yun. He asked if that meant she was also related to the famous traitor. The counter question clearly made her nervous. She stammered, insisting that she hadn't done all the suspicious things that he had. Then, in a moment of frustration, she revealed a secret. Her last name wasn't actually Yun. She confessed that she had only changed her name to avoid being bothered. Yunche immediately used her confession, playfully pointing out that if her name wasn't real, how could she be so certain that his was? His tone then shifted, becoming more challenging. He reminded her that her attitude wasn't like someone asking for a favor, and questioned if she wasn't afraid that he might just reveal her own secret. Regaining her composure, Yunsha held up the access pass with a cool, threatening smirk. She warned him that if she were to simply report him to the guards, he would be the one who was truly finished. The two stood in a tense, silent standoff, their secrets and threats hanging in the air between them. When Yunsha threatened to expose him, Yunche simply smiled and stated with confidence that he believed she wouldn't do it. This left her flustered and annoyed. He explained the reason for his trust, reminding her of her actions back in the dungeon. He believed that someone who would risk their own safety to protect fellow students would never side with people like the Ding family. To prove his point, he offered her the diary he had stolen from their home. He revealed that it contained evidence of the many evil deeds done by the descendants of the hero Ding Kun, who used their family's reputation to bully and harass innocent people. Yunsha took the diary but was unimpressed, asking if that was his only reason. She claimed that if he was counting on her sense of justice, he was wrong, as she didn't care about such things. With a superior smile, she mocked him for being so naive as to place his life in someone else's hands so easily. She then asked him a sharp, personal question. Had he ever experienced betrayal before? A shadow crossed Yunche's face as painful memories of his past life returned, and he quietly acknowledged her question about betrayal. Yunsha was surprised by his reaction. He went on to explain that whether he had been betrayed or not didn't matter. It wouldn't stop him from being able to trust people. He stated that his trust in her was deeper than that. He believed her basic nature was not evil. This unexpected sincerity left Yunsha visibly flustered, muttering that he didn't seem like a good person himself. Having made up her mind, she challenged him. She told him that if he truly trusted her so much, he should follow her. She dared him to see if she would change her mind and betray him along the way. As Yunche followed her without hesitation, a single bead of sweat trickled down her face. She was shocked inside, finding it hard to believe that after everything she had been through, someone could still see her and trust her as a good person. Upon entering the magnificent purple halls of the hero's dungeon, Yunsha and the cloaked Yunche were immediately met by a guard. The man recognized Yunsha instantly, giving a respectful salute. He welcomed Miss Yunsha, informing her that the hero had been expecting her for several days, and that she could go directly inside. However, the guard's friendly attitude quickly turned suspicious. He noted that Old Master Ding Dan had just entered moments before and questioned why she hadn't arrived with him. His gaze then fell on the cloaked figure with her, asking if he was her guard. He quickly tried to explain, stating that he wasn't doubting her, but Old Master Ding Dan had given specific instructions. He had warned them that a number of temporary passes had been stolen from the family, so they needed to be extremely careful with all visitors. Yunsha became annoyed, confronting the guard and asking if this was an interrogation. The flustered guard immediately denied it. He then revealed the main reason for the high security. They had received an official notice from the authorities. The malicious criminal who had been rampaging through private dungeons was reportedly heading towards the hero's dungeon. Hearing this, Yunsha shot a knowing, amused smirk in Yunche's direction, fully aware of the irony of the situation. The guard continued his frantic explanation, insisting it was all a routine procedure for her own safety. Yunsha let out a quiet sigh and turned to Yunche, whispering to him that the guard seemed very determined to investigate him now. Faced with the guard's insistence, Yunsha laughed and playfully put her arm over the cloaked Yunche, telling him to go ahead and let them check. She then leaned in towards the guard, her eyes glowing with authority, and condescendingly asked if he truly believed she wouldn't be able to recognize her own guard. She continued to mock him, suggesting that perhaps she was a fake and inviting them to check her as well. Completely intimidated by her display of status, the guard stammered that he wouldn't dare. He quickly agreed that if Miss Yunsha was so certain, then there could be no mistake, and he waved them through. As they walked past the guards, Yunsha let out a quiet, satisfied sigh. While passing through the dungeon's portal, she thought to herself that Yunche's true identity must be even more important than she had first imagined. Once they were safely inside, she turned to him and stated that based on the trust he had placed in her, she had fulfilled her promise and brought him in. She added that she would not interfere with whatever he planned to do next. However, she made it clear that her help ended there. Yunche simply thanked her. He then summoned a cloaked, skeletal undead minion and told her to take it and leave. He explained that by doing this, anything he did from that point on would not be connected to her, protecting her cover. Yunche then vanished. Yunche seemed slightly impressed by his thinking, remarking that he had some conscience after all. After she left, Yunche immediately entered the mirror world, the familiar blue-tinted landscape appearing around him. Now uncloaked, he looked at his system, a new, reversed skill displayed before him. With a look of grim satisfaction, he stated that he could finally put his new power to use, the power from his newly upgraded Level 3 Mirror World skill. Yunche looked at the system window showing his hidden skills. His ultimate skill, Mirror World, had reached Level 3. He decided to test his new power, activating the Level 3 Mirror World. The system announced it was setting up a secret area. Inside this new dimension, Yunche found himself facing ghostly copies of powerful monsters, some as high as level 45. He realized the new function of his skill. The level 3 Mirror World could copy the monsters found in the real world's dungeon. This meant he could now fight and train against these powerful copies. Yunche summoned his own undead minions to fight with him. He realized that with this new ability, he could freely farm experience inside the mirror world, without any risk of being found in reality. After some training, he left the parallel dimension and returned to the real world. A lot of notifications appeared, showing that he was still gaining experience. He understood another key benefit of the upgrade. His undead army could stay inside the mirror world to continuously kill monsters and gain experience for him, even while he was back in the real world. With his undead army now leveling up for him automatically, Yunche turned his attention to his surroundings. Alongside the spirit of Chaoen, he stood on a cliff, looking over a vast, grand castle city built within the dungeon itself. He was surprised to find such a city in a secret area and decided it was the perfect time to investigate. As they walked through the woods, Yunche remembered the information he got from the Ding family's diary. He figured this city must be where his target, Ding Kun, lived. He thought about how little he really knew about the so-called hero. He thought that all he knew was that Ding Kun reached S-Class many decades ago and hadn't shown his true strength in public since. Even a high-ranking family member like Ding Ge did not know the hero's full power. Yunche knew that having more detailed information would give him a much greater chance of success in his quest for revenge. He found it strange, remembering that in his past life he knew of every person who had reached S-Class rank. Yet Ding Kun seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Hoping for a clue, he turned to the undead spirit of his old friend. He called him by his nickname, Ben, and asked if he knew who Ding Kun was. However, the spirit of Chaoen could only tilt its head in confusion, unable to answer. Yunche expressed his disappointment, wondering if his attempt to talk with his undead friend was still useless. He thought that when his SSS rank skill, Mirror World, reached level 3, the intelligence of all his undead minions was greatly improved. The improvement was most obvious in the spirit of Chao Ben. However, he concluded with frustration that his friend's soul had still not recovered enough to be able to talk properly. Looking out over the huge castle city within the dungeon, Yunche held onto a small piece of hope. He thought that perhaps if he continued to level up Mirror World, Ben might eventually get more of his consciousness back. Meanwhile, inside a grand hall in the castle, Ding Dan walked down a large staircase, reporting to his father. He was worried about his favorite Ding Ge, whom he called third brother, saying that he was still missing and they didn't know where he was. He was speaking to a powerful figure sitting on a throne, a man in intimidating full-plate armor who was Ding Kun, the famous hero of the empire. Ding Dan continued his report, expressing his anger that the criminal they were hunting had dared to come so close to their stronghold, the hero's dungeon. Ding Kun rose from his throne as Ding Dan continued his plea. He reasoned that for someone to have quietly captured the powerful Ding Ge, that person must have also reached the S-class level. For security reasons, he begged his father, Ding Kun, to personally step in and handle the threat. Instead of agreeing, Ding Kun's response was quick and horribly violent. In a blur, his hand, now a shadowy claw with a glowing red eye, pierced straight through his own son's chest. As the life faded from Ding Dan, the menacing, shadowy form of Ding Kun held his son's body. He scoffed at him, condescendingly asking how a man so incompetent he couldn't even keep track of his own child could dare to try and tell him what to do. Ding Dan gasped in disbelief, blood dripping from his lips. The armored figure of Ding Kun looked down on him with complete disgust, remarking on how pathetic it was that Ding Dan only just met the requirements for S-class at his age, yet still couldn't survive a single hit from him. He continued his cold speech, revealing that the only reason he even bothered to keep such a waste like Ding Dan around was just to look after his grandson, Ding Ge. He scolded the dying man more, saying that not only had he failed in that simple task by losing Ding Ge, but now he expected Ding Kun to clean up his mess. A look of pure terror filled Ding Dan's blood-soaked face as he realized the horrifying truth about his father. Ding Kun revealed a chilling secret, explaining that without Ding Ge, he had lost a blood relative. This loss, he declared, would cost him many years of his own life. The scene shifts to the chaotic city streets outside the castle, where a cruel young man with slicked back blonde hair named Ding Yan, another descendant of the hero, laughed wildly while sitting on a large, beaten man who was his living throne. He cruelly encouraged the starving citizens below to fight over scraps of food, a scene made worse by vicious wolves attacking them as they scrambled. A small child cried in terror as a wolf got closer, and Ding Yan's voice could be heard taunting them all, warning that the food would be all gone if they didn't eat it first. A tall, hooded figure, a level 60 enforcer named Nancy, appeared behind Ding Yan and called him Young Master. Nancy pointed out that Ding Yan's pet, the man he was sitting on, hadn't eaten meat in several days, and he made a dark suggestion. From a distance, Yunche and the spirit of Chao En watched the horrible scene. Yunche grimly thought that compared to the pure evil seen here, the actions of the other branch of the Ding family he dealt with seemed almost mild. As Yunche watched the cruelty on the streets below, a purple aura of anger began to form around him. He wondered if he should step in and show himself. However, his attention was suddenly caught by something else. Beside him, the undead spirit of Qiao Benben-en burst out in a wave of blue and black energy, letting out a furious roar in reaction to the injustice he was seeing. Yunche looked at his friend's spirit with a sad expression, calling him by his nickname. He thought that even in his current mindless state, his friend's natural desire to help those in need was as strong as ever. This triggered a memory, flashing back to their shared past. Yunche remembered that among all the children in the poor slums where they grew up, Benben and another boy named Lan Qian were always the kindest and strongest. He remembered finding them standing up to a mean slave driver, and it was this courage that led him to take them both in as his students to train them. His hope was that they would grow strong enough to help others in the future. The memory faded, and back in the present, Yunche was filled with a deep sense of guilt. He blamed himself, thinking that it was his fault that his friend was turned into this undead form. Just then, the spirit of Qiaoen turned to him and managed to say a broken, questioning name. Lan Qian? Yunche was completely stunned by this sign of returning consciousness. He grabbed his friend's spirit, desperately asking if his mind had returned and if he could talk, but the spirit only managed to say another broken word. Ding. Suddenly, the spirit of Qiaoen exploded with a huge surge of blue energy. It struggled, but finally put together a horrifying truth, declaring that Lan Qian is Ding Kun. The truth hit Yunche with the force of a physical blow, his eyes widening in absolute shock and understanding. The scene cuts back to the throne room, where the armored figure of Ding Kun stood over the body of his son, Ding Dan. After wiping the blood from his gauntlet, he spoke the name Yunche. In his shadowy, menacing form, he wondered aloud if someone was intentionally using a name so similar to his old enemies to provoke him. A grim, knowing look appeared on his face as he thought about how many years it had been since he last heard that name. With a sinister, confident smile, he addressed his old master, who was not there, declaring that he would see for himself who dared to pretend to be his dear master, revealing his true identity as Lan Qian. On the city streets, the cruel Ding Yan speaks to his huge orc-like pets, mocking them for being well-behaved. He tells them he knows they must be starving. With a crazy laugh, he points to the terrified and hurt citizens scattered around the plaza, a scene of violence he has clearly caused. A small, crying child kneels next to a fallen man, too scared to move. With a look of pure madness, Ding Yan declares that since the people are just toys, his pets should eat them all. He gives the command, and one of the giant orcs lunges toward the helpless child. But before the creature can hit, a bright flash of purple light appears. In a moment, the orc is cut to pieces by a series of impossibly fast slices. Yun Che lands smoothly, his back to the chaos, his body crackling with a powerful purple aura. His face is cold with fury, his eyes glowing intensely. He thinks the name Lan Qian in total disbelief. He cannot understand how his former student can be the same person as Ding Kun, the monster who causes this horrible scene. His arrival does not go unnoticed. The enforcer, Nan Si, steps forward, demanding to know who he is, while Ding Yan looks on in shock. Nan Si laughs, calling Yun Che a fool for daring to enter the hero's territory to die. But Yun Che is lost in his own angry thoughts, his eyes burning with purple fire. He silently screams, wondering how the Lan Qian he knew could possibly raise such a disgusting person like Ding Yan. This brought back another memory, a flashback to a simpler time. A younger Yun Che stood before his two young students, Lan Qian and Qiao Benben En. He explained to them that because of the great power of class users, the old era of knights was over. However, he told them that as a knight's son himself, there were still values he wanted to teach them. He promised them that with his help, their strength would grow far beyond that of normal class users. As he spoke, the young Lan Qian looked up at him with bright, admiring eyes, clearly inspired by his master's words. The story flashes back again to a younger Yun Che teaching his two students, the bright-eyed Lan Qian and Qiao Benben En. He explains that if they want to keep learning from him, they must remember a few key things. The first, he says, is humility. The lesson is shown next to a memory of the two boys harvesting a field, with Lan Qian playfully bragging that he was faster than Benben. Yun Che reminds them to remember that they are no different from others and must treat everyone with kindness and respect. This is followed by a scene where the boys are being paid by an old man for their work. Benben complains that the pay is too low, accusing the man of cheating them. The calmer Lan Qian quickly tries to stop him, telling him not to make their master angry, but Yun Che silences Benben with a sharp command. After the lesson in humility, the younger Yun Che gives his students a book, explaining it is an extra reward. He tells them to remember this feeling of being rewarded for their work, and to never let themselves become arrogant. The scene changes back to the present-day battle. Yun Che attacks with a furious storm of purple energy slashes. The attack is so strong that it completely breaks Nancy's arcane shield skill, leaving the enforcer wounded and in total shock at his opponent's attack power. Yun Che looks on with cold focus. Nancy is enraged, shouting that his equipment was legendary grade level 30 gear and that his protective necklace was also destroyed. Behind him, Ding Yan, filled with anger, points at Yun Che, calling him a filthy commoner and promising to show him the true power of someone from a higher class. Unfazed, Yun Che charges forward to meet the challenge. This brings back another flashback to his second principle: compassion. The memory shows him and the two boys in a ruined city, giving food and help to a starving, helpless man. Yun Che explains that they must be kind to the weak and always use a good heart to fight against violence. This is followed by a scene of the two boys bravely fighting off a large man, defending the weak. The final memory focuses on Lan Qian. Yun Che stands behind him as they look down at a captured criminal. He tells Lan Qian that since he himself was rescued from the same slaver group, he should understand the helplessness of the weak and should make a fair judgment. As Yun Che charges, he swings his glowing purple sword in a wide, powerful slice aimed at Ding Yan and his enforcer. However, the attack passes through them as if they were ghosts. They turn into black smoke, and the real Ding Yan and Nancy reappear a short distance away, surrounded by the terrified citizens. Ding Yan mockingly comments on how pleased Yun Che must be to have slashed one of their illusions. The plaza then fills with dozens of identical copies of Ding Yan and Nancy, surrounding Yun Che. The real Ding Yan leans on his enforcer's shoulder and cruelly offers to let Yun Che slash more of them if he enjoys it so much. Yun Che remains completely calm. Ding Yan continues his taunts, noting Yunche's always angry expression. He cruelly guesses if the anger is for the helpless citizens, and then wonders with sick joy if a family member is among them. He gives a twisted challenge, telling Yunche to try and slash them again. He wonders what Yunche's expression will be when he finds out that in his rage to cut down the illusions, he had actually killed the innocent people instead. As this cruel mind game plays out, Yunche begins to power up his blade of trickery, his sword crackling with purple energy as his attack power increases. A split-screen view shows Yunche's advantage. Through his mirror world skill, he can see both the real world and the parallel one at the same time. He sees the real, terrified citizens and the true location of his enemies, separate from the many fakes in the plaza. With his improved senses, Yunche ignores the bait. He rushes forward, his eyes glowing with purple light. His glowing sword swings in a wide, powerful arc that goes past the fakes and hits the real Ding Yan and Nancy. They are left completely stunned, unable to understand how he saw through their illusion. The story flashes back to Yunche's third and final principle for his students: courage. The memory shows a young Lan Qian and a young Chao Ben standing bravely against a large group of monsters. Yunche explains that one must be fearless. He taught them that in the battle against the dangers of dungeons, there is no room for fear. One must fight for what is right. The memory shows the two boys fighting hard, wounded, but refusing to give up. After the battle, the younger Yunche finally appears. An angry Ben confronts him, shouting that they were almost killed, while Lan Qian expresses his relief that it's over. The younger Yunche smiles, telling his students not to worry, as he was always nearby, watching over them. Faced with Yunche's amazing power, Ding Yan immediately panics. He admits that his opponent is strong and, in a show of pure cowardice, orders his enforcer, Nancy, to stop using illusions and act as a human shield to buy him time to escape. As he runs, he screams a threat over his shoulder, warning Nancy that if anything happens to him, his grandfather will surely kill him. Left to face Yunche alone, a terrified Nancy desperately tries to cast a powerful spell, summoning a human delusion swamp. He complains that as a caster, he is at a big disadvantage without his illusion magic. Just as he is about to cast, Yunche vanishes from sight. Nancy looks around in a panic, wondering where he went, but it's too late. Yunche instantly reappears directly behind him and, with a single clean swing of his sword, cuts him down. The defeated enforcer desperately begs for his life, claiming he isn't a member of the Ding family and is just a hired mercenary. He pleads with Yunche to go after the escaping Ding Yan instead. Yunche ignores his pleas and delivers the final blow without a word. Meanwhile, Ding Yan's escape is stopped by the ghostly large figure of the undead Chao En, who blocks his path. Terrified, Ding Yan immediately tries to use his family name as a shield, asking what this thing is and reminding it that he is the grandson of a hero. He threatens the spirit, promising to make its entire family suffer a terrible death if it dares to touch him. Before the spirit can act, Yunche appears, summoning a huge, shadowy creature that stands over the terrified Ding Yan. As Ding Yan screams in terror, a system window appears before him, showing a list of all his equipped items, his robe, skill books, potions, and belt, being forcefully taken from his inventory. He can only watch in horror, asking what Yunche has done to him. The scene is shown next to the final principles Yunche taught his students, a strong contrast to the evil he now faces. The fifth principle was honesty. The sixth was justice. The seventh was honor, and the eighth and final principle was soul. The huge, shadowy creature summoned by Yunche attacks, causing a volley of dark blue energy swords to shoot up from the ground and rain down upon the city. Its target, Ding Yan, lies lifeless on the ground, his time of terror brought to a quick and brutal end. Standing on a bridge looking over the horrible scene, Yunche looks down at the bodies of citizens stuck on spikes. He thinks of his former student, Lan Qian, thinking with bitterness on how he had not only ignored every principle he was taught, but had also betrayed both him and Chao Ben in the past. His sadness turns to pure rage as he thinks about the evil that Lan Qian has let his own family commit, and he silently screams the painful question of why it all happened. A voice cuts through his thoughts, asking, "Why what?" The shadowy, armored figure of Ding Kun, who is Lan Qian, suddenly appears behind him. Before Yunche can react, Ding Kun delivers a powerful punch to his back, mockingly commenting on how much fun he seems to be having in his secret place. The force of the punch sends Yunche crashing into the castle walls, causing a huge explosion of rock and dust. Buried in the rubble, Yunche immediately begins to heal himself, casting a series of basic heal spells as he checks his new powerful equipment. He is now wearing the spider pearl necklace, the distant roar robe, the nether serpent's pants, the nether cave belt, and the nether cave pottery boots, all while his blade of trickery continues to power up his attack. Bloodied but determined, he pulls himself from the wreckage, his mind still filled with the question for his old student. Lan Qian. Why? The shadowy figure of his former student, now fully identified by the system as the level 71 S-class berserker, Lan Qian, also known as Ding Kun, walks towards him through the destruction. Instead of facing him directly, Yunche uses a new plan, throwing a volley of shiny mirror-like shards toward his enemy. Ding Kun easily blocks the objects, confused by what they are and asking if they are mirrors. The shards are a distraction, and Yunche uses them as portals, appearing instantly behind his former student. With his enemy caught off guard, Yunche brings his glowing purple sword down in a powerful strike, his voice filled with the pain and rage of a decades-old betrayal as he screams the question that has been bothering him. Why did you betray us? The strong blow from Yunche's surprise attack shattered a piece of Ding Kun's armor. Ding Kun, touching his damaged helmet, grinned and noted that for someone to break his armor, their speed and attack power must be unusually high. Yunche's eyes glowed with an intense purple light, filled with rage and pain. Clenching his fist, he screamed Lan Qian's name, confirming it was his former student. He desperately asked why he chose to betray them years ago. Unimpressed, Lan Qian questioned the word betrayal as he summoned a huge pixelated greatsword. He thought to himself that this intruder knew his old name and was also using the name Yunche. He wrongly assumed Yunche was an assassin sent by an old enemy. With a wild grin, Lan Qian charged forward, unleashing a powerful swing with his sword that sent a wave of red energy across the area. After Yunche dodged the attack, Lan Qian appeared behind him, mockingly asking if he was trying to impersonate his old master, calling it a bad joke. Ignoring the taunt, Yunche struck again, screaming his question about the betrayal once more, but Lan Qian easily blocked the attack. With a look of pure disgust, Lan Qian dismissed him, saying he was just a tool and that talking was useless. He immediately countered with a powerful swing of his own. The force of their weapons clashing shattered the ground, creating a large crater and forcing both fighters to jump back. As the dust settled, the undead spirit of Qiaoen appeared at Yunche's side. With a grim look, Yunche challenged his old student, asking what he planned to do about their other friend. Filled with rage, the ghost of Qiaoen charged forward, roaring Lan Qian's name. Lan Qian looked on in shock at the ghostly form of his old friend. In a flash, he appeared before Qiaoen's spirit, grabbing him by the neck. With a furious roar, he smashed the spirit's head into the ground, demanding to know how he was still alive. As Lan Qian raised his fist to strike again, Qiaoen's spirit summoned a golden barrier to protect itself, but Lan Qian shattered it with a single, powerful punch. As the barrier broke, Lan Qian realized the truth. He understood his former friend was now an undead spirit. He noted that while Qiaoen was revived, he didn't seem to have much intelligence. As he was distracted, Yunche swung his sword at him from behind, but Lan Qian managed to block the attack. Suddenly, 3 new figures appeared on the castle walls above. A man called out to Lan Qian, calling him father and asking why he had come out. The 3 men, all level 60, said they could have easily handled the intruder themselves. Annoyed, Lan Qian told them to get lost. Yunche summoned his own help, calling the undead spirits of Nanxi and Dingge to fight with Qiaoen, ordering them to keep the 3 men busy. Lan Qian's eyes widened in shock as he recognized one of the new spirits, asking if it was his 3rd nephew. He looked closely at the undead Dingge and confirmed that his nephew was indeed dead. He muttered, "My blood relative," a moment of sadness on his face. However, his sadness quickly turned into a sinister, evil grin. Looking at Yunche with new interest, he said that he was starting to find him interesting. He charged forward again, noting Yunche's ability to revive another person as an undead. As Yunche barely dodged a swipe from his former student's claws, Lan Qian stood over him, his form growing more monstrous and his eyes glowing with a mad light. He called Yunche master, desperately pleading with him to prove that he was who he said he was. With a look of pure insanity, he screamed that Yunche must be his beloved master. Bloodied but determined, Yunche looked at him with cold fury. He thought back to the person Lan Qian used to be, someone who would help others even when he was a suffering prisoner. As his blade of trickery continued to drain his magic to increase its power, Yunche swung his glowing purple sword, screaming in frustration, wondering how his student could have become so crazy and twisted. Lan Qian managed to block the powerful blow. Lan Qian responded with a crazed shout, blaming everything on his dear master. Angered by this, Yunche grabbed him, firing back with furious questions. He demanded to know what nonsense he was talking, reminding him that Yunche had saved him from slavery and gave him power. He asked if Lan Qian had forgotten everything he was taught, but was met with only hysterical laughter. Suddenly, Lan Qian's laughter turned to pure rage as he screamed the real reason for his anger, questioning why Yunche took so long to rescue him in the first place as they clashed again. His twisted thinking was revealed in a painful flashback to his past, where he lay beaten by a slaver. He questioned why he had to suffer so much before being rescued. He then ranted about his life after, questioning why, as the student of a mere knight's son, he was expected to live a comfortable life where everyone was polite. A memory showed townspeople greeting the younger Yunche with respect. Lan Qian bitterly asked why Chao Ben, who never suffered such horrors, was allowed to enjoy the same respected life. His deep jealousy exploded as he asked why Ben was always stronger than him. He screamed at Yunche, accusing him of favoring Ben simply because his past was cleaner. Finally, he asked the question that seemed to bother him the most, demanding to know why Yunche had him change his class to a berserker. He argued with twisted logic that because he was shy and fearful, he should have been made a guardian knight with stronger defenses, not a reckless attacker. Stunned into silence for a moment, Yunche finally responded. He asked when he ever showed favoritism, reminding Lan Qian that he had always wanted to become braver and stronger, and that was the reason for his choice. Lan Qian furiously rejected this, screaming that it was all because Yunche preferred people like Ben. He insisted that he also tried his best to act brave, but then his tone shifted to mocking laughter. He questioned if his efforts made Yunche favor him more, then accused his former master of looking down on him from the beginning because of his past as a slave, telling him to stop pretending. This accusation finally broke Yunche's calm, his eyes glowing with pure rage. He screamed back, asking about compassion and humility, angrily dismissing all the knightly values he had tried to teach. Lan Qian shot back, asking if any of those values could help him live a better life. He cynically pointed out that the respect Yunche got was only due to his own power. He sneered that unlike Ben, who was fooled by Yunche, he would never waste time and chances for leveling up just to save people. With a look of disgust, he again asked Yunche how he could dare to speak of betrayal. Lan Qian's confession became a proud declaration. He said that since Yunche could choose Ben, he was free to make his own choice. He revealed that good old brother Luo Wei was able to offer him a much higher status and greater power. He crazily told Yunche to look at the results of their choices, comparing Ben's descendants to his own. He laughed with cruel satisfaction, bragging that Ben's family can only serve as slaves under his own Ding family. He mocked Yunche's current state and then pointed to a golden statue of a powerful figure, telling him to look at the high status Luo Wei now holds. As Yunche stood silently, his body crackling with a huge purple aura, Lan Qian delivered his final, taunting question, asking him who he thinks made the right choice in the end. The immense purple energy around Yunche surged violently. His blood-streaked face twisted into a mask of pure fury as he finally snapped, screaming at Lan Qian and calling him a heartless, ungrateful bastard. Fueled by his rage, Yunche leaped into the air and threw a volley of glowing mirror shards at his former student. He then unleashed a blindingly fast and complex attack, teleporting between the shards to strike from multiple angles at once. A storm of purple energy slashes overwhelmed Lan Qian, who desperately tried to fight off the attack. The force was too much, and Lan Qian's strong armor began to crack and shatter under the continuous blows, breaking apart completely. After the devastating attack, Yunche landed, looking down at his hand. He spoke with cold, final judgment, agreeing with his former student on one thing: he truly cannot compare to Chao Ben. With a look of complete disgust, he delivered his final, crushing insult, declaring that Lan Qian isn't even worthy of being compared to one of Ben's toes. Lying defeated on the ground in his shattered armor, Lan Qian started to laugh wildly. A system window appeared, announcing that the conditions for his skill, Berserker's brand, had been met. Surrounded by a furious red aura, his scarred body now bare, he rose to his feet, laughing like a madman as he screamed that Yunche had finally admitted he had a favorite. Another system notification showed his incredible power boost. His attack power had increased by 300% and his speed by 200%. The skill explained that the lower his health, the more his power and speed would grow. Now, in a full rampage state, he screamed that Yunche had confirmed his bias towards Benben, calling him a hypocrite as he dashed forward with blinding speed. The system added that the Berserker-exclusive rampage skill greatly increased strength and speed, but lowered intelligence and defense. Yunche was completely shocked by his former student's new speed. Lan Qian moved so fast that Yunche had to retreat into the mirror world just to survive. Lan Qian's powerful strike sliced through a mirror shard instead of him. The force of the missed attack was so great that it cut a massive trench through the battlefield, slicing the castle itself in half. As Yunche reappeared from another shard in the rubble, Lan Qian correctly figured out that he was using the mirrors to teleport and dodge his attacks. To counter this, he activated another berserker skill, Furious Blood Rain, mocking Yunche for being helpless without his tricks. A storm of sharp, blood-red projectiles rained down from the sky, shattering the ground. Lan Qian challenged him to a direct fight, sarcastically reminding him that knights were supposed to be brave. Caught in the downpour, Yunche began to take constant damage. Meanwhile, Lan Qian walked through his own damaging aura, while he also took small amounts of damage. Each hit activated his berserker's brand, continuously increasing his attack power and speed even more. Convinced he was right, he sneered that Yunche only preached about virtue when he was safe, calling him a spoiled noble who had never truly suffered and therefore understood nothing. He charged forward once more, screaming that someone who had never felt his pain had no right to talk about compassion. As Lan Qian swung with incredible force, Yunche barely managed to dodge the powerful attack. Lan Qian suddenly appeared right in front of a shocked Yunche, mocking his former master's ideals as nothing more than a childish game. With a powerful swing, he unleashed a huge wave of red energy, laughing at the naive idea that friends and students would stay loyal forever. The brutal attack hit, and the force of the blow shattered the ground beneath them. Forced to his knees and trapped in the damaging aura of the furious blood rain, Yunche could only take the continuous hits as his health dropped. Lan Qian laughed at his pathetic state, taunting him about how weak he was without his mirrors. With his magic almost gone, Yunche had to drink a healing potion, barely managing to counter the constant damage he was taking. Lan Qian slowly moved closer, gloating that even if he did not attack, Yunche could only struggle to survive the damage from the blood rain. Seizing a moment, Yunche lunged forward in a desperate counterattack, but Lan Qian easily blocked it, saying that his master had not been so fragile in the past. With a cruel sneer, he declared that this was the price of being naive, and that Yunche should thank him for the lesson. In a swift move, Yunche summoned a small, ghostly dagger and tried to stab him up close. However, Lan Qian easily caught the blade, continuing his twisted lecture by saying that only by being betrayed could one truly grow up. He began his own counterattack, mocking Yunche about how terrible it must feel to fall from such a high position. Yunche managed to block the strike, but as their blades locked, Lan Qian delivered his final, crushing taunts. He gloated about how Luo Wei had become a respected king loved by the people, while Yunche himself had been called a traitor, hated by all. Straining with all his strength, Yunche struggled to hold back Lan Qian's immense power. With a final taunting question asking if he felt jealous, Lan Qian easily overpowered his former master, sending him crashing into the rocks. Buried in rubble and still taking damage from the furious blood rain, Yunche's health dropped to a critical level as Lan Qian laughed wildly. The victor approached, stating that Yunche's life was about to end and that his only way to survive was now in his hands. With a twisted, cruel look, Lan Qian made an offer. If Yunche admitted that he was wrong and got on his knees to beg for forgiveness, he might be allowed to live as his pet. However, this offer had one key condition: he must reveal the secret of how he could bring the dead back to life. In the darkness, seemingly beaten, Yunche quietly admitted, "I was wrong." As he spoke, he summoned a new pair of daggers, the ghostly daggers. He clarified his statement, declaring that his mistake had been saving Lan Qian from the slavers all those years ago. As a powerful golden aura began to surge around him, he continued, stating that his second mistake had been trusting heartless people like him. Suddenly, a system message flashed, announcing that Yunche had leveled up. Lan Qian looked on in shock, realizing that his opponent's status had been fully restored. Yunche continued listing his past mistakes. He had been wrong to believe that he could win people over by setting a good example, and wrong to think that good people could not turn evil. All this time, his undead minions had been continuously farming experience for him inside the mirror world, providing the final push he needed to level up. With his health and mana now full at level 46, he stated his next mistake had been strictly following the knight's code. He activated a series of powerful buffing skills from the new daggers, including Aura of Swiftness and Evil Possession. His appearance changed dramatically. His hair turned a ghostly white, and he was covered in a powerful ghostly blue aura as his attack power soared. He declared that virtues were not needed to deal with scum like them. With a new look of cold, ruthless determination, he concluded that all that was needed was to eliminate them by any means necessary. Now fully powered up, Yunche charged forward, his new ghostly daggers crackling with energy, and met Lan Qian head-on. The two engaged in a fierce, high-speed battle, their attacks clashing in a blinding storm of blue and red energy that tore across the ruined landscape. Lan Qian laughed wildly, thrilled by the fight, screaming that this was how it should be. However, after easily blocking one of Yunche's strikes, he began to mock his former master. He had thought Yunche had learned a new dual-wielding class, but he now saw that he was just awkwardly holding two daggers. He scolded him, saying that using an unfamiliar fighting style in a real battle was suicide, and that Yunche seemed to have forgotten the lessons he had once taught him. As a memory of his own past suffering flashed in his mind, Lan Qian swung, but Yunche vanished before the blow could land. Lan Qian was left confused by his opponent's sudden disappearance, but only for a moment. Yunche instantly reappeared behind him and drove a dagger deep into his back, causing him to spit up blood. Enraged and in pain, Lan Qian spun around to counterattack, but Yunche vanished again. He screamed in frustration, demanding to know how it was possible when all his mirrors were shattered. Frantically searching, his eyes landed on a pool of his own blood on the ground. He saw a reflection and realized the horrifying truth. Yunche did not need mirrors, but could use any reflective surface, even blood, to teleport. Furious at being tricked, Lan Qian unleashed a powerful ability, causing tendrils of blood to erupt from the ground and cover the entire area. He admitted that Yunche had found a loophole, but declared that this new move would leave him with nowhere left to run. Activating his ultimate skill, Blood Frenzy, he confidently stated that now there was nothing left for his master to use for reflection. Just as he finished his boast, a shadowy blade pierced straight through his chest from behind. He turned in utter disbelief to see the ghostly form of his other former friend, the undead Chao En, standing right behind him. He weakly questioned when he had gotten there and how they could have performed a sneak attack. Across the battlefield, Yunche, now back to his original appearance, calmly recalled his undead minions. He stated that there was no need to follow the knight's code when dealing with someone like him. The battle was over. Surrounded by the ghostly flames of his undead army, Yunche stood over the fallen body of Lan Qian. With a look of absolute, cold hatred, he delivered his final sentence, declaring that he only wanted one thing, for Lan Qian to die. Even with a deadly wound, Lan Qian was still defiant. He called the undead spirit of Qiao Benben and a loser from 60 years ago, who was no match for him now, and easily cut the spirit in half. He screamed that the more he was hurt, the stronger he got, because of his berserker skills. But Yunche instantly appeared and stabbed him again. In his powered-up form, Yunche coldly told his former student that he knew all his weaknesses. Enraged, Lan Qian cursed at him, but Yunche calmly explained the two main weaknesses of the berserker class. The first, he said, was low defense. As Lan Qian swung wildly, Yunche teleported away, and the undead spirit of Dingay took his place, swinging its axe at the berserker. Lan Qian furiously turned and sliced the new enemy in half. Yunche explained that the berserker class needs a lot of points in attack and speed, which leaves little for defense. To prove his point, a volley of energy arrows from another undead archer hit Lan Qian in the back. Now surrounded by a growing army of Yunche's minions, he learned the hard truth of his build. Yunche explained that with the defense-lowering effects of his own skills, even low-level skeletons could now hurt him. With a furious roar, Lan Qian used a powerful whirlwind slash, cutting down the minions right around him. He boasted that he just needed to clear out these low-level spirits, but as the dust settled, he saw Yunche and more undead on the cliffs above. Yunche then revealed the second major weakness, a lack of wide-area attacks. He explained that besides the basic whirlwind slash and some straight energy slashes, Lan Qian had no way to deal with a large, spread-out army. The final, inescapable trap was revealed as a huge army of undead spirits appeared from the shadows behind Yunche. He told his former student that his mana regenerated fast enough to keep an endless army of undead, making it impossible for Lan Qian to ever kill them all. Refusing to accept his weakness, Lan Qian furiously declared that he did have a wide-range attack and used his Furious Blood Rain again. but Yunche was ready and calmly summoned huge ghostly shields from the ground to protect his army. He then revealed his former student's biggest weakness, having no one he could truly count on. Yunche reminded him of the past, explaining that he and Xiao Benben used to work together, covering each other's weaknesses. He pointed out the sad irony that the shield that once protected him, Benben, was now the sword trying to strike him down. He reasoned that as someone who gained power through betrayal, it was only natural that no one would ever truly get close to him. As the ghostly form of Qiao En appeared behind the traitor, Yunche asked if this lonely, bitter life was what he had really wanted. Enraged, Lan Qian rejected the idea of friendship and trust, swinging his weapon wildly as Yunche dodged. He screamed that while he had enjoyed 60 years of absolute power, Yunche had been nothing but a dead man. He insisted that he was the one who had been right and that he didn't need allies. To prove his point, he moved back towards the city, calling for his family members, Ding Jian, Ding Qiang, and Ding Shun, to come out and fight for him. He landed with a proud look, boasting that he didn't need allies because his own family would be his army. In a flash, Yunche appeared right behind him, calmly questioning his confidence. Before Lan Qian could react, Yunche swung his blade in a clean, quick move, cutting off his former student's arm at the shoulder. Lan Qian screamed in pain and disbelief as his 3 family members watched from the rooftops in stunned horror, calling out to their father. A wave of pure panic hit Ding Jian as he stuttered, unable to believe that his seemingly unbeatable father was being so completely defeated. Wounded and desperate, Lan Qian screamed at his 3 sons, ordering them to hold Yunche back and heal him right away. But his family members were frozen in terror. Ding Shun stuttered, asking how they could possibly fight someone that even their powerful father couldn't beat. This hesitation sent Lan Qian into a blind rage. Cursing them, he declared he would do it himself and leaped towards them. In a horrible act of cruelty, he grabbed his son Ding Shun by the throat. The terrified young man could only cry out, asking his father what he was doing. With a face twisted by madness, Lan Qian screamed that everything his children had was given to them by him. He revealed the monstrous truth behind his family, asking what purpose they served other than to make sure he was healthy and lived a long life. As he spoke, he began to drain his son's life force, enraged that he would dare to refuse him. He then threatened his other 2 sons, who watched in frozen horror. He ordered them to hold Yunche back, or he would drain them next. Before they could react, a volley of mirror shards appeared from thin air, blocking their path. From these portals, Yunche's entire undead army appeared, completely surrounding the traitor and his terrified family. The group of spirits swarmed them in a chaotic, overwhelming attack, attacking from all sides. Lan Qian screamed in pain as he was torn apart by the endless wave of energy and blades. In a final, desperate act, he used a massive, explosive swing of his weapon, creating a huge crater and sending a cloud of dust and debris into the air. When the dust finally settled, Lan Qian was left standing alone in the ruined landscape, breathing heavily. He looked around the now empty battlefield, wondering where everyone had gone. A bloodied Yunche, still in his powered-up form, looked down on his exhausted former student with a smirk, asking if his energy was finally running out. He then revealed his final, most cruel act of revenge. Behind him, the newly resurrected undead spirits of Lan Qian's own sons, Ding Jian, Ding Shun, and Ding Qiang, rose from the shadows. Yunche coldly remarked that despite his youthful look, Lan Qian was still just an old man on the inside, and mockingly told him to enjoy his family happiness. A wave of absolute terror and despair washed over Lan Qian as he realized that his own children had been turned into undead puppets. Utterly broken, he let out a choked sound and made a desperate attempt to run away. Yunche chased after him, calmly asking if he truly believed he could escape now. Lan Qian's desperate escape was immediately cut short. He was surrounded and relentlessly attacked by the ghostly blue slashes of his own undead sons. As he was torn apart by the ones he once called family, his mind completely broke. He muttered the word comrades, then master, and finally, with blood pouring from his lips, children. Yunche appeared before him one last time. As Lan Qian's fingers were cut off in the brutal attack, his former master told him with cold finality that he could have had it all: loyalty, family, and honor. With that, Lan Qian finally collapsed, his body and spirit completely shattered. Yunche looked down, his face a cold, emotionless mask. Surrounded by his entire undead army, he stood over the fallen body of the man who had betrayed him. He told him that where he could have had love and loyalty, He now only had the hatred of those he sacrificed. With his final words, Yunche told him to face the dead end that he himself had chosen. The story goes back more than 60 years to a time when Yunche was in a workshop with his two young students. He spoke to both Qiao Ben and Lan Qian, congratulating them on successfully changing their class and reaching the S rank. He told them that as their master, he had gifts for them. Yunche explained that he had sent all the best materials he had saved over the years to a master craftsman. With great luck, he was able to have 2 weapons of mythic quality made. He gave a huge greatsword to an impressed Lan Qian, telling him it was the best weapon he could use at his level and that its style was similar to what he already used, so he should be able to handle it easily. Lan Qian excitedly swung the new sword and sincerely thanked his master. Yunche then turned to Qiao Ben, giving him a large, fancy shield. He explained that the shield was a perfect fit for his new class, and that with his fighting talent, he would surely master it quickly. Qiao Ben hugged the shield, seeming to mumble that it was a waste of money, but clearly loved the gift. After a moment, a confused Qiao Ben asked Lan Qian what he was staring at. Lan Qian pointed at Yunche's own sword, asking why his master had never changed his weapon and wondering if it was old. Yunche held his sword and declared that it was one he would never need to replace, revealing it was the Flowing Cloud sword. He went on to explain that he had once risked everything, spending many years collecting the best secret treasures, and finally snuck into an SSS rank secret realm to make this ultimate weapon in an ancient furnace. Even then, he noted, it was only a first version. The sword was of unique quality, a level above even mythic, and was one of a kind. He explained that it had a special way of being awakened. It could change like a flowing cloud into any weapon form its user wanted. The real condition for it to take its final form was for the user to form a bond with it through experience. After fighting with it for many years, it had learned to change according to his will and match his strength. Lan Qian was completely amazed by this. Yunche then offered the incredible sword to him, asking if he would like to try it. Overjoyed, Lan Qian excitedly asked if he really could. As Lan Qian grabbed the handle of the Flowing Cloud sword, the scene flashes back to the past. After a great battle, a man in full plate armor, Lan Qian, stood over the dying body of Yunche, whom he had just stabbed with the same sword. Lan Qian thought that the scene had to be cleaned up to look like a fierce rebellion for the king. With a crazy laugh, Lan Qian celebrated that he had finally gotten the one-of-a-kind, unique quality weapon. As he claimed it, the holy sword began to change shape, becoming twisted by a dark power. The scene shifts back to the present. A powered-up Yunche, his hair glowing with a white energy, stared forward with serious determination. He began to walk forward, thinking about his past life. He remembered that when he faced dangers on the front lines, he never hesitated, even when the path was hard. He believed he could overcome any problem. He grabbed the twisted Flowing Cloud sword from the ground, its blade now burning with a fiery aura. As the sword began to change shape in his hand, he thought that all his struggles had been for one simple goal: to live a peaceful life with his friends. But now, holding the weapon, he saw that their greed had badly damaged his beloved Flowing Cloud sword. Yunche then pointed the broken blade at the defeated and bleeding Lan Qian, who finally admitted that he was wrong. Yunche told him that he never cared for the fake title of hero. Terrified, Lan Qian begged for his life. In response, Yunche transformed the sword into a huge, heavy scythe. He looked down at his former student and asked if it was for this power that he betrayed him, and, most importantly, betrayed Qiao Ben. Desperate, Lan Qian reached out, asking if his former master did not want to know the truth of what happened. Yunche ignored his plea, telling him only to face the dead end that he himself had chosen. With a final, quick move, he swung the great scythe and cut off Lan Qian's head, whose last words about the truth were cut short. Standing as a dark silhouette, Yunche made a final, chilling statement, saying that everything Lan Qian knew, he would come to know as well. After the battle, Yunche sat on a throne, looking down at the newly formed undead spirit of Ding Kun, who was once Lan Qian. The spirit, now tied to him, spoke in broken sentences, revealing a shocking truth. He was just bait, used by Luo Wei. Hearing this, a look of cold determination crossed Yunche's face. He realized his path of revenge had only just started. The undead spirit of Lan Qian held up a proof of advancement, a rare item, and seemed to promise that for this revenge, it would become stronger. The story then explains the power system of the world. Because of the strict control over dungeons, ordinary people like miners might only reach level 30 in their whole lives. Even talented people who join official groups and get promoted can, at best, reach level 60. This is because level 60 is a huge barrier, class advancement. Only by meeting certain conditions can a person's class evolve, which unlocks better equipment, stats, and special skills. Only those who complete this advancement can break the level 60 barrier. As Yunche looked at the proof of advancement he had taken from Lan Qian, he remembered how important this item was for the process. These proofs are incredibly rare. Even in his past life, when dungeons were open to everyone, only 1 in 10,000 people managed to advance. In the current time, the government controls them completely, making them even harder for ordinary people to get. Yunche thought about the fact that within the entire hero family, only Lan Qian himself had a proof of advancement, meaning none of his family were able to advance their class. The power difference between someone before and after advancement is huge. Lan Qian, for example, advanced from a simple warrior to a berserker, learning powerful special skills like Berserker's Brand and increasing his strength several times. Looking at the kneeling spirit of his once very powerful enemy, Yunche knew that if it weren't for his unique SSS rank skill, Mirror World, he would have had no chance of beating Lan Qian. Yunche considered his next move. Having seen the huge power boost that class advancement gave to Lan Qian, he thought about what would happen if he, with the powerful base of his SSS rank skill, Mirror World, also went through the process. He activated the proof of advancement he had gotten, his mind racing with the possibilities as he wondered just how strong he could become. The system began the advancement process, scanning his stats and confirming that he met the requirements to advance. It then showed him 3 possible advanced classes for a chanter, war dancer, bard, and forest musician, asking him to pick one to begin the advancement quest. Yunche reached out, his decision already made. He had long ago decided on his path. He would choose the War Dancer, a very rare advancement that only a few chanters could get, and the only one that had powerful attack skills. With strong determination, he made his choice. However, just as he selected his new class, an unexpected message from his own unique skill appeared. The Mirror World system asked him a shocking question. Did he want to reverse the War Dancer class? Yunche was left completely stunned, realizing with disbelief that his ability could even reverse the nature of an entire class. Yunche explains the class system. The 8 basic classes branch out into many advanced options. While most focus on certain strengths, there are exceptions called hidden classes. These hidden classes are much stronger, but their quests are incredibly hard to finish. Yunche focused on a hidden advancement for the Chanter class, the War Dancer. This class is very difficult because it needs high speed and spirit, stats most chanters ignore. The quest also requires a very rare item called a Slaughter Blood Core. This crystal is formed from the energy of mass slaughter, making it almost impossible for a support class with no attack skills to get. Because of this, few ever succeed, even though it's the only chanter path with attack skills. Yunche decided to choose this path, but his Mirror World skill stepped in. Just as it reversed his skills, it reversed the class itself. The War Dancer was changed into a new, unknown class, the Peace Dancer. The system said, true peace requires absolute martial protection, making these dancers able to use both healing songs and destructive ones. But the requirements were also reversed and increased. Instead of the Slaughter Blood Core, the quest now needed 5 life saplings. Yunche was stunned by how absurd the request was. He tried to understand the logic, realizing that a life sapling is a legendary treasure that can create endless potions that fully restore health. A single one would be fought over by top professionals because it could replace a healer. To need 5 of them seemed impossible, but Yunche knew that such a high cost meant the Peace Dancer class would be incredibly powerful. He wondered how to find them, thinking about his skill's recent upgrade. He entered the Mirror World and found that the level 3 upgrade was more than just a map expansion. Standing before him was a huge orc chieftain, Copy, a dungeon lord. He realized that the Mirror World now created copies of dungeon lords, giving him the perfect targets to farm the legendary items he needed. In the Mirror World, Yunche summoned the undead spirit of Ding Kun. He noticed that this spirit seemed more aware than the others he had summoned before. Having leveled up twice, Yunche thought about his abilities, realizing that since he could even reverse class advancements, his skills still had a lot of potential. Behind him, the huge orc chieftain, Copy, roared, but Yunche just turned his back, saying it was time to leave the Mirror World. He ordered the undead spirit of Ding Kun to attack. With a single powerful sword slash, the spirit cut the huge dungeon lord in half. A series of system messages confirmed Yunche's victory. He gained 2 more levels, got a piece of legendary equipment called the Great Fang Necklace, and finished the dungeon clear. Opening his status window, he saw that he had reached level 50, and his stats were now high enough to meet the hard requirements for his planned class advancement. Meanwhile, in the real world, the massive energy structure of the hero's dungeon began to become unstable and fade away. The guards at the entrance noticed and stared in shock. Panic started as they questioned why the dungeon was suddenly disappearing and what had happened to the hero inside, especially since they had been ordered not to enter. The captain ordered the guards to ignore their old orders and follow him inside as the structure crumbled. Among the debris, they made a horrible discovery: the lifeless body of Ding Jian. The guards shouted in disbelief that a member of the hero's family had been killed. The news of the event spread quickly across the empire. Newspapers filled the sky over the city, carrying the shocking headline of the death of the hero. Citizens watching the news in their homes were stunned and terrified, unable to believe that the powerful hero family had been killed and that the hero himself was dead. In a military command center, an officer stood before a screen showing the only evidence they had: a blurry image of Yun Che's back with his white hair and cape. He announced that a wanted order had been issued and ordered his troops to use all their power to hunt down the criminal. High on his dark throne, the Supreme King, Luo Wei, sat in the shadows. He said casually that little Lan Qian had died. He looked at a holographic screen showing an image of Yun Che sitting in the ruins of the dungeon. Luo Wei asked his subordinate what had been found, noting that even though the army was stationed outside, they only found out about the event after it was over. In a wasteland filled with corpses, a hooded subordinate sat on a pile of defeated S-class fighters. He reported to the king that none of the officers guarding Ding Kun knew what had happened. He handed a book of records to someone, explaining that he had his men check the entry and exit logs and the security bureau's information. The subordinate revealed that the current suspects were Yun Sha and Yun Che. Hearing the name, the king smirked. He remarked that Yun Che was a name that brought back old memories. The subordinate declared that he would handle the matter. The scene moved to the academy, where the campus was filled with rumors. Students walked through the plaza, asking if others had heard about what happened at the hero's secret realm. A group of male students discussed the news, saying it had been crazy for the last 2 days, wondering who was bold enough to attack a hero. Yun Sha and Yun Yin walked past the gossiping crowd. The students around them were angry, questioning how a hero could be killed, and calling the person responsible a national traitor, demanding to know what the army was doing. Yun Sha looked very stressed and nervous. She realized with horror that the man she helped had actually gone through with it and killed Ding Kun directly. Sweat dripped down her face as she realized how serious her situation was. She understood that by helping him enter the hero's secret realm, she was now an accomplice in a hero's murder. She debated whether she should report this to the authorities. However, she comforted herself with the thought that after doing something so huge, she would probably never see him again in her life. Yuncho walked through the school grounds and walked past Yun Sha. She froze, looking completely terrified to see him, while Yunche stared at her with a cold, intense silence. His mind began to put the pieces together about his new class requirements. He thought about the life saplings he needed, knowing that such items were incredibly rare. He figured that only someone of a very high rank or status would have them. He looked at Yun Sha, realizing that her behavior and resources showed she was from a noble family. He remembered a conversation he had with the undead spirit of Ding Kun back in the mirror world. He had asked the spirit if it knew Yun Sha's true identity, noting that the spirit had seemed desperate to see her before. The spirit had revealed the shocking truth. Her name was actually Luo Sha, and she was the granddaughter of the Supreme King, Luo Wei. Back in the present, a dark, murderous aura grew around Yun Che as he stood behind her. He glared at her, thinking that he never expected this. He realized that the girl standing right in front of him was the granddaughter of his sworn enemy. Yunsha arrived at the school campus. As he walked, he passed Yunsha, who looked at him with pure terror. Yunche, however, was cold and emotionless, ignoring her. Suddenly, a group of students saw him and rushed over, shouting his name with excitement. The students gathered around him, asking if he had been resting because he was tired from defeating the Wandering Lord. They thanked him deeply, telling him that because of him, they had survived the dungeon, and they praised his strength. They were very happy to see him back and said that the school wanted to give him a reward. However, one of the male students warned Yunche to be careful, mentioning that the Ding family might come looking for him. He explained that the third head of the Ding family, Ding Ge, had mysteriously disappeared inside the hero's dungeon, and the family was searching everywhere for him. The student worried that because Yunche had shown such great strength, he might be targeted for questioning. Yuncha smiled with confidence and told them not to worry, assuring them that the truth would be revealed. Internally, however, he was thinking about the newspaper headlines about the destruction of private dungeons and the death of the hero. He thought about his situation, realizing that the Ding family only suspected him of stealing a pass based on his voice, but they had no real proof he was the killer. The student continued, saying that the dungeon destroyer was being chased by the police and would likely be caught soon. He figured that Yunche was safe because no one would believe a student could kill a hero. Yunche's thoughts turned to the strong police presence on the streets. He remembered his escape, how he had to use his undead minions to create chaotic distractions just to avoid the constant chase and return to the school. Looking at his classmates, he decided his best plan was to blend in. He concluded that hiding as a student was the safest way to avoid exposing himself while he learned more about this new time. The mood at the school was angry and confused. A male student shouted, blaming the dungeon destroyer for the trouble they were in. He complained that if it weren't for this criminal, neither the students nor Yunche would be suspected, arguing that the Ding family were victims too. Other students agreed, expressing their shock that a hero had actually died. One student screamed that the killer was unforgivably evil, insisting that no matter how bad things were, one should never attack a hero. Yuncha turned away, listening to them defend the man he killed. He realized that the image of Ding Kun as a hero, created by Luo Wei's propaganda, was deeply set in their minds since childhood. He understood that even though he had killed the man, changing how the public saw him would be very difficult. However, the story started to change as rumors spread among another group of students. They gathered together, whispering about things they heard from relatives about the hero's dungeon. While some said the rumors were fake, a female student took out a phone, claiming to have a video. The students gathered around the screen, shocked by what they saw. The video, secretly filmed when the hero's dungeon disappeared, showed a horrible scene. It showed a pit filled with the broken bodies of people who had been enslaved and tortured by the Ding family for a long time. This new information caused a split. While some were horrified by the cruelty, others refused to believe it, shouting that it was fake news and a smear campaign by people with hidden motives to ruin the hero's name. Yunche stayed silent, watching the chaos. Suddenly, a voice cut through the arguments. Luosha stepped forward and declared that the video was absolutely true. She told the crowd that she had been invited to the hero's dungeon not long ago. With a confident pose, she told them that what they saw in the video was only a small part of the truth. As she played with her hair, she added that the Ding family's dark deeds were actually a well-known secret among the upper class. Yunche looked at her, truly surprised that she had stepped in to help change public opinion. The students were confused to hear Yunsha supporting the rumors. One student stuttered, asking if what she said was really true, while the others looked on in disbelief. Yunche stared at her, watching her get involved. Suddenly, Yunsha grabbed Yuncha's hand and pulled him away, telling him to follow her. The group of students was left completely shocked, their eyes wide as they watched the two run off together. They arrived at a quiet corner of the school. Yunsha asked why he had returned, wondering if he wasn't afraid of the security bureau looking into him. She reminded him that he hadn't just caused trouble, but had killed a hero, meaning the consequences would be serious. Looking down nervously, she asked the question that was on her mind. Wasn't he afraid that she would turn him in? Yunche looked at her calmly. He repeated what he had told her before. He believed that she was not a bad person deep down. Hearing this, Yunsha blushed, clearly flustered by his trust. She turned away, trying to calm down. She remarked that considering the evil deeds of the hero family, it was actually better that they were dead. She then turned back to him with a fake angry look, pointing out that he now owed her another favor. Yunche looked at her with a slight smile, assuring her that he remembered everything she said. Yuncha stared at Luo Sha, his mind full of questions about her real reasons. He couldn't understand why the granddaughter of Luo Wei would help him enter the hero's dungeon. He wondered if she truly hated what the Ding family did, or what her connection was to the Supreme King. A dark thought crossed his mind as he thought that tricking and using her might be the only way to eventually kill Luo Wei. However, he pushed those thoughts aside for now and told her they should focus on their current goal. He asked her if she knew what a life sapling was. As they walked through the hallway, Luo Sha replied casually that she did, describing it as the item that makes life essence. Yunche stopped in front of the headmaster's office, revealing that the old headmaster had the items he needed. Yunche activated his skill and entered the mirror world. Inside the ghostly copy of the office, he watched the headmaster sitting at his desk. He explained that the old man had collected a rare, world tree sapling and treated it like a great treasure. Yunche knew that the headmaster had bought almost all available life saplings just to water and feed this precious tree. As he approached the center of the room, he saw the SS rank secret treasure, the World Tree Sapling copy, surrounded by many Life Sapling copies. Yunche's eyes widened in genuine surprise, shocked to find so many of the rare items he needed all in one place. Yunche tried to use force to get the items, hitting the protective barrier with his sword, but a strong shockwave pushed him back. He realized everything was sealed behind a complex magic circle made by the school's principal. Inside the barrier, he could see the World Tree Sapling copy and the Life Nursery copy he needed. He hadn't expected the security to be active even inside the mirror world. Yunche looked at the glowing blue and red magical lines. Although he was a master of formations in his past life, he saw that this one was different because it mixed magic with machinery from the current time. He knew that with his current strength, he couldn't break the formation. Even if he tried to force it, the delicate items inside would be destroyed. Deciding to forget the saplings for now, Yunche took other items from the room, picking up copies of a robe, boots, and a book called Formations and Machinery. As he walked out, he realized that the owner of this office, the principal, was much stronger than Lan Qian, and he would need to be careful. Yunche made a plan. He knew there were only two ways to get the Life Nursery. Either wait for the principal to open the seal himself, or learn about this era's technology to crack the code. He chose the second option and went straight to the school library. He grabbed books on general knowledge and machinery, knowing that building a solid foundation was important before he could challenge his enemies. He sat at a desk and tried to take apart modern devices he had copied, like a smartphone, but found the mechanics confusing. He read that his enemy, Luo Wei, was the one behind this technological growth, which made him wonder where those ideas came from. Yunche spent his time studying late into the night, learning how mana cores were used as power sources and trying to understand how they worked. Although he began to understand the basics, he found that the way machines and dungeon items worked together was complex, bringing up more questions than answers. He realized the knowledge was unclear, and he would need to read many more books to fully understand this new world. Yunche walked into the school library, deep in thought. He figured that the most important information about this era's technology and history wouldn't be in the popular, censored books. Instead, he needed to find unpopular or rare copies that might have the truth. However, he knew that looking through mountains of useless books to find one gem would take a long time. Suddenly, he noticed someone sitting high up on the library shelves, lit by a light. He squinted and was surprised to see it was Yun Yin. He found it strange to see her alone, as she was almost always with Yun Sha. Knowing she was the guard for Luo Wei's granddaughter, he immediately became suspicious, wondering if she was looking for something secret in the library. However, as he looked closer, he saw the cover of the book she was reading, Complete Collection of World Classic Fairy Tales. This unexpected choice for a serious guard surprised him. Yun Yin noticed him looking and looked down at him with her usual cold, sharp eyes. But moments later, realizing she had been caught reading fairy tales, she became clearly flustered and defensive. Yunche, finding the situation funny, asked if he wasn't welcome. Yun Yin, still holding her book tightly and looking embarrassed, didn't answer right away. Yunche explained that he just wanted to grab a book from that section. When she asked him which one he was looking for, he gave a charming smile and admitted that he wasn't sure yet either, leaving her in silent, awkward confusion. Continuing their conversation in the library, Yunche said he was looking for books on how dungeon products and mechanical things work. To his surprise, Yun Yin immediately found a book on the topic and handed it down to him. The usually cold and serious guard looked flustered, looking away. Yunche thanked her and walked away to find a place to read. Yun Yin, after a moment, went back to her own book. He then asked her if there were any books on mobile communication, but she stayed silent and didn't answer his question. The next day, Yunche returned to the library. Yun Yin, who was in the same spot, handed him another book, probably the one he had asked about the day before. In return for her help, Yunche offered her a boxed sandwich, telling her it was quite tasty. Yun Yin sharply refused the offer, but Yunche decided to leave the food for her anyway, placing it on a nearby ledge. As he walked away, he thought about their interaction, thinking to himself that even though she was cold and distant, he felt a strange and unexplainable connection to her. A quiet routine started between Yunche and Yun Yin in the library. Each day, he would continue his research, and each day he would leave a sandwich for her, which she never mentioned but was gone the next time he arrived. One day, Yunche was looking for a book on mana engines. He saw Yun Yin in her usual spot and thought to himself that she must be taking the chance for some quiet reading while Yun Sha was resting. He went up to her, saying that since he didn't know the library well, he would probably be slow and noisy while searching. Yun Yin was surprised, admitting to herself that she didn't expect him to be so considerate. Yunche, on the other hand, saw this as a chance. If he could get to know her, he might learn more about Luo Wei and Luo Sha. This pattern continued. He would bring her books and food, and they would study in a comfortable silence. To break the silence, he once asked her the meaning of a sentence in his book, and she simply said she didn't know. He then asked her a more specific question, wanting to know about the formation connection system. She explained what it literally meant, and he followed up by asking if she could help him find books on that subject. She didn't answer right away. They sat reading in the warm light of the library, a quiet understanding between them. After a moment of silence, Yun Yin finally spoke. She asked him why he didn't just ask his little follower, meaning Chao Ji, the descendant of the traitor. Yun Che simply looked at her with a confident smirk, telling her that Chao Ji would be back soon. The scene changes to the inner residence of the Ding family, where Ding Hao and Ding Yi were talking about a serious matter. Ding Hao was furious as he looked at a photo they had received. It showed his son, Ding Shu, tied up and gagged. He expressed his anger that they were being threatened with his son's life, asking what the kidnappers wanted since they had only sent one photo and made no contact for days. Ding A, watching from his chair, calmly asked if Ding Hao thought Yun Che was behind the kidnapping. Ding Hao thought about it, remembering that Yun Che was connected to Chao Zhi. He wondered if this was revenge for the Chao family members they had captured. The thought then led him to a more terrifying question. If Yun Che was capable of this, was he also the one who had killed their grandfather? The hero? He began to panic, questioning if a mere student could be so strong and growing angry that the police hadn't arrested him yet, feeling they had been ignored despite their status. He declared that they were the hero family and that even with their grandfather's death, their power and influence were still the same. Just then, a guard in armor rushed in, interrupting them with news that Chao Ji had returned to school. Meanwhile at the school, Chao Ji was standing alone by a fountain, holding a large sign that read, "Topple the traitors." Other students watched from a distance, confused by his actions. They identified him as the Chao family member and wondered why he was causing trouble, especially after the hero's death. They repeated their belief that while there were rumors, his ancestor, Chao An, was still a confirmed traitor. Chao Ji passionately argued his case to the people watching. He claimed that when the Valiant Dungeon disappeared, someone must have seen the final battlefield. He declared that even if they didn't see it themselves, he had a video as proof. From a balcony above, Yun Che and Yun Yin watched the scene in the courtyard. Yun Che thought about how the truth had been hidden for years, with the hero being wronged and called a traitor, but he saw that there were always people, like Chao Ji, who would keep seeking the truth. Down below, Chao Ji made his final powerful statement, shouting that he now had enough evidence to prove his great-grandfather, Chao An, was not a traitor, but a true hero. Watching his friend's courageous stand, Yun Che thought to himself that perhaps this world was about to change, all because of Chao Ji's persistence. Chao Ji passionately told the crowd of students that everything he said was true, inviting them to question anything they doubted. The students were surprised by his certainty, with many looking on in disbelief. They started to whisper to each other, finding it hard to believe his claims since their official textbooks told a very different story. Chao Ji understood their doubt, saying he didn't expect them to believe him right away. His main point, he said, was that his family was innocent. In a surprising move, he then bowed his head deeply, begging the Ding family to spare his innocent relatives. This plea confused the students, who began to gossip about the long relationship between the two families. They remembered that the Chao family had always been known as servants to the Ding family, which was supposed to be an act of mercy after their ancestors' betrayal. As rumors about the Ding family's dark side spread, some students began to understand how difficult life must have been for the Chaos. They correctly guessed that Chao Ji was trying to free his family from their service. Chao Ji watched the public's opinion change with a determined smile. He knew this was the perfect moment to use the scandal to free his family from the Ding's control. He decided to make the public anger bigger to create a larger distraction, feeling that since Yun Che couldn't openly help, the job of saving his family was all on him. Just then, Yun Che, who was watching from a distance, saw he was being approached. 3 men in formal military uniforms confronted him. The leader, a man with a large mustache named Lei Yu, introduced himself and his 2 helpers, Ma Shu and Ma Te. They said they were from the Peacekeeper's office and told Yun Che that he was a suspect in the incident at the Hero Secret Realm. They asked for his cooperation, but Yun Che stayed silent, his expression hard to read. The chief, Lei Yu, then read from a file, listing Yun Che's official background: a 17-year-old male from the East Town, an orphan since age 11 who had been living alone. The report noted his quiet personality and always low combat scores, painting a picture of a completely ordinary student. Peacekeeper Chief Lei Yu said that the file he held was Yun Che's old record. He glared at the young man, noting that his recent actions were very different from his simple past. Lei Yu listed the suspicious events. Yunche had fought and killed the powerful Wandering Lord, then disappeared at the same time as the Ding family's third son, only to reappear right after the incident in the Hero Secret Realm. Stepping closer, Lei Yu stood over Yunche, demanding to know how he had suddenly become so strong and where he had been when he was missing. After a short silence, Yunche gave a calm explanation. He claimed that the hidden boss in the Valiant Secret Realm had been so scary that he left to clear his head. He admitted to being much stronger than his classmates, but explained that he just preferred to hide it. He then argued that suspecting him of killing a hero was a bit much. Spreading his arms wide, he pointed out that at his age, he hadn't even had a class change, so it would be impossible for him to kill a powerful, class-advanced user like Ding Kun. He finished by saying he had no reason for such an act. Lei Yao took a puff from his pipe, seeming to agree that a regular student wouldn't have the reason or the power. However, he then leaned in close, his face inches from Yunche's. He revealed his suspicion, mentioning that there were class-changed users with skills that could hide their identities. He directly asked Yunche if he was one of them. As Yunche tried to stay calm, Lei Yu dismissed his innocent act. The chief then used an epic-quality skill called Dispel Disguise, planning to forcefully reveal any illusion Yunche might be using. To his complete shock, the skill failed, with a system message saying that the target was not under any disguise effect. Leo was surprised, wondering if the student's skill level was somehow higher than his own. Changing his questions, he asked Yunche if, at his age, he had just started learning about communication machines. Yunche pretended not to understand in response to Lei Yu's sharp question about communication machines. He claimed that such advanced subjects were for graduates and that he hadn't even mastered the basic systems yet, acting confused. The peacekeepers stood in silence, seeming to think about his answer. After a tense moment, Lei Yu decided to end the questioning for the day. As he turned to leave, he gave a firm warning that they would be back. Yunche watched them go, thinking to himself that his recent studying of general knowledge and textbook information had worked, allowing him to successfully avoid their questions for now. However, Yunche knew this was only a temporary break. His thoughts turned to a key piece of information he had learned from the undead spirit of Ding Kun. The spirit had revealed that he was just bait, a pawn put on display by Luo Wei for the only purpose of luring out anyone connected to his old master, Yunche himself. The spirit warned that his death would start an investigation by Luo Wei's elite shadow guards, who were much stronger than he was. Yunche understood how serious this warning was. The agents Luo Wei would send would not play by the rules like the official peacekeepers. He decided that if he didn't get his class changed soon, the risk of facing these new enemies would be too high. His mind returned to the problem of getting the life saplings from the principal's vault. He noted that the principal was only at the school for about an hour each day, and in that time, he had never seen him enter the vault where the treasure was kept. This meant it was very unlikely the principal would turn on the security formation anytime soon. Realizing that waiting to grab the items through the mirror world was not a good short-term plan, Yunche left the school building to think about his other options. Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, Lei Yu was reporting what he found to the hooded helper of Luo Wei. He summarized their investigation, saying that the main public suspects were Yunche and a person of interest called Her Highness Rosa. The hooded figure immediately dismissed Rosa as a suspect. However, his attention turned to her constant companion, Yun Yin, whom he identified as a descendant of the traitorous Yun clan, making her a person of interest. He added that Yun Che, having the same suspicious last name, was also a top priority target. After the hooded figure vanished, Lei Yu turned to one of his men and gave a dark order. They were to keep Yun Che under close watch, and if he showed any unusual behavior, they were allowed to kill him on the spot. As Yun Che walked through the school grounds, his sharp senses picked up on the agents watching him from a distance. He realized he was being watched all the time and would have to keep up his disguise as a normal, simple student for now. Later, he went to the school cafeteria for lunch. He decided to blend in by getting the same meal as everyone else, a plate of noodles with fried eggs and sausage. To his own surprise, he found the food to be very delicious. This was very different from his past life, where he was always on the run, eating whatever little food he could find by a campfire in the wild. He had never had the chance to eat something so good. However, his enjoyment was cut short by the loud complaints of other students at a nearby table. They were disgusted by the meal, saying the cafeteria food was even worse than usual. One of the students he had saved in the dungeon walked up to his table, leaning in with a look of disbelief. He asked Yunche how he could eat the slop so happily, asking if he no longer hated the cafeteria food. Yunche paused, gave the student a cold, serious stare, and simply replied that it was because he was hungry. The students, not wanting to let him eat the bad food, insisted on buying him a meal to properly thank him for saving their lives. They invited him to a place called the Big Crow Bar. The mention of a bar got Yunche's attention. He quickly realized that such a place would be a center for information. It would be the perfect chance to gather news about modern magic security, or more importantly, the location of another life nursery. He stood up and agreed to go. They arrived at a lively, busy place with a bright purple-lit inside. The bar was filled with people dressed in fantasy-style adventurer gear, creating a loud and energetic mood. One of Yunche's classmates cheerfully ordered drinks for the group, getting a special Difference Engine Dream for Yunche, the guest of honor. Another classmate threw his arm around Yunche's shoulder, excitedly telling him he had to try the Rivet Queen next. Surrounded by this new scene, Yunche thought about how much the world had changed from what he once knew. Surrounded by his classmates who were happily cheering for him at the Big Crow bar, Yunche felt completely out of place, realizing that such a loud place was not where he would find the high-level information he needed. He soon left the party and stood alone on a quiet, empty street, questioning his own actions and feeling separate from the carefree world around him. The loneliness brought back a memory from his past life, a time when he was a loved little knight, warmly greeted by villagers who offered him gifts. The memory faded, leaving him on the empty modern street, showing his deep loneliness. He returned to his room, feeling more than ever that he no longer belonged in this new world. He found a book, a history of his old clan, and was filled with a desperate hope, wondering if any of his friends or family had really survived through the years of time and betrayal. He opened the old book and turned to the undead spirit of Ding Kun for an answer. The spirit gave him the terrible confirmation he feared. Everyone he once knew was dead. Haunted by this final news, Yunche looked for comfort and answers in the huge, empty school library late that night. He thought that only an outcast like himself would be there at such a time. He decided to start with the basics, pulling a book on modern history from the shelf. To his surprise, he found he was not alone. Yunyin was also there, standing quietly nearby. She asked him what book he was looking for. She then offered him a book, explaining that she had found the book on security machines he had asked about before, and revealed an important fact. It was written by their school's principal. In the school library, Yunyin came up to Yunche holding a thick book. She told him that she had found the book about formation mechanics that he had asked her to look for. Yunche took the book and saw it was written by the school's principal. He smiled and asked if she had really stayed up so late just to help him find a book. Yunyin looked away, flustered, and said she didn't do it for him, claiming she just couldn't sleep. Yunche teased her gently, promising to bring her 2 sandwiches next time as a reward. Yunyin, trying to act cool, awkwardly accepted his thanks. Yunche started reading the book right away. He was surprised to find that the book explained difficult ideas in a very simple and easy-to-understand way. He thought to himself that with his current knowledge, it was too early to say he fully understood the whole system. However, a confident smile appeared on his face as he realized that if his goal was only to damage or destroy it, it wouldn't be hard. He noted that the mechanical parts were just for support, while the main part was a magical formation he already knew about. With the problem of the formation solved, Yunche turned his attention to Yunyin. He asked her a serious question. Did she know if there were any books in this library about the original Yun family from the past? Yunyin looked at him with surprise. A look of deep sadness came over Yunyin's face as she looked down. She answered quietly that there were none. She told him that even if he searched the whole library, he wouldn't find any. Yunyin explained that before the Yun family was accused of rebellion, His Majesty, King Luo Wei, seemed to have had a very close relationship with them. She continued, explaining that because of that painful betrayal, the kind emperor had strictly banned any books about the Yun family from being shared. Yunche looked at the book in his hands, his face in shadow. He questioned the word kind and asked if, forgetting about the past, there really wasn't a single innocent person in the Yun family. He asked with intensity if truly not a single one of them had been able to survive. Yunyin stood silently for a moment before confirming that yes, there were no innocent survivors. In Yunche's mind, the undead spirit of Ding Kun appeared, confirming the horrible truth that everyone had died. The memories of the past showed the truth. Luo Wei had personally led his shadow guards to take action under a blood-red moon. Because Luo Wei was close to the Yun family, he easily tricked them to gain their trust. He then used a sneak attack to kill the head of the Yun family, who was the strongest fighter. The killing was total. It wasn't just the Yun family members. The guards, the servants, and even the servants' children were all captured, tortured, and killed until no one was left. After Yunche's past self died, Luo Wei spread the story of his treason. To get rid of any risk, he ordered the killing of anyone who had even a blood connection to the Yun family. Back in the present, inside the mirror world, Yunche gripped his sword tightly, his hand shaking with hidden rage as he said the name of his enemy, Luo Wei. Using that anger as power, he attacked the magical barrier protecting the principal's vault in the mirror world with a furious series of sword strikes. With a final hate-filled look, the defensive formation broke into pieces, unable to handle his attack. The barrier's destruction brought back a memory from deep in Yunche's past. The scene changed to a warm, sunny day years ago, showing a smiling 12-year-old Yunche. In the memory, the young Yunche was practicing with his sword against a wooden dummy, breathing out sharply as he focused on his training. He stopped and shouted at his training partner, a blonde boy with long hair who was tired and lunging at a target, telling him that was enough. Yunche warned him that there wouldn't be any dummies left if he kept going. The blonde boy, a 12-year-old Luo Wei, looked back with innocent determination. He misunderstood Yunche's concern, asking if they had run out of dummies and offering to ask his mother, the queen, for money to buy more. Yunche corrected him, explaining that he didn't want him to buy more dummies, but to rest. He asked Luo Wei why he and his older brother were so obsessed with training, saying that if they didn't rest, he would feel bad about resting himself. Suddenly, a sharp blade cut through the air in another part of the training ground. A muscular teenager was training with intense focus, sweating a lot. He repeated their father's teaching, that every drop of sweat now meant one less drop of blood on the battlefield. This was Yun Yi, Yunche's 16-year-old older brother. He looked fierce and determined, saying that he would soon be allowed to enter the secret realm and couldn't slack off. Yun Yi declared he would do 10 more sets. Yunche, looking concerned, reminded his brother that their teacher had also stressed the importance of hard work, but was cut off before he could finish his point about not overdoing it. Leaning over to whisper to young Luo Wei, Yunche finished his thought, joking that too much is as bad as not enough. He teased that his big brother was just afraid of being beaten by people 4 years younger than him, which would be embarrassing. Yun Yi, tired but respectful of Luo Wei's status even then, looked at the young prince. He said that since His Highness Luo Wei had spoken about resting, he would finish just this one set and then take a break. Yunche smiled mischievously at his success in getting his brother to relax. At that moment, a cheerful young girl ran into the courtyard carrying a large tray of drinks and snacks. She called out happily to her big brother, second brother, Yunche, and Luo Wei. The girl was Yun Ti-er, Yunche's 8-year-old little sister. She smiled brightly as she told them she had brought ice-cold honey lemon water and freshly baked apple pie for everyone. She teased that they usually didn't get to eat such special treats. In the memory, the children were playing together. Young Yunche playfully grabbed a treat from the wooden box Tier was holding, while young Luo Wei ran alongside them, part of the happy group. Yunche took a bite, saying how delicious it was. With a mouthful of food, he told Tier that she was absolutely the best sister in the world. Beside him, young Luo Wei ate happily, agreeing. Tier then ran over to their older brother, Yun Yi, who was taking a break from his training. She handed him a large wooden mug of the drink she brought. The focus shifted to the mug as Yun Yi lifted it to drink. The eldest brother took a refreshing sip, smiling as he said how sweet it was, and thanked his little sister. The four of them, Yun Yi, Yunche, Luo Wei, and Tier, gathered under the shade of a large tree. Guests from the Southern Nights were visiting that day, and the kitchen staff had been busy preparing since morning. Tyre then revealed a secret. She had to sneak the food and drinks out, hinting that otherwise, they wouldn't have gotten such a large share of the good things meant for the guests. Yun Yi, the honest and serious knight, was so shocked by this that he spat out his drink. Yun Yi looked at his sister with a mix of shock and scolding, realizing she stole the items. Meanwhile, Yunche laughed heartily, teasing that the stolen food made it taste even better, and asked Luo Wei to agree. Luo Wei awkwardly agreed. The group shared a moment of laughter and joy. Yunche revealed that back then, he had no interest in secret realms or becoming a knight. A warm, glowing image of the four friends and siblings showed them happy together. Yunche thought that his only wish was to live happily with his family and friends forever. The scene changed back to the present day inside the mirror world. A system window appeared before Yunche. He had successfully collected the 5 life saplings needed for his class advancement. His finger pressed the button to confirm the class advancement. Green magical energy swirled around him as the process began. However, the happy memory of the past began to crack like a broken mirror. Yunche's thoughts turned dark as he revealed that not everyone shared his simple wish. The image of his smiling siblings and friend shattered completely, replaced by blood and darkness. In his mind, he screamed at Luo Wei, unable to understand how he could throw away so many years of friendship. Yuncha's face twisted in a horrible scream of rage and sadness, his eyes glowing with power. He screamed out the question that haunted him. Why could you destroy it so easily? The story briefly went back to the thoughts of the Supreme King, Luo Wei. With a cold, glowing look, he justified his past horrible acts, claiming that everything he did, including the betrayal and murder of his former brother, was only for the stability of the empire. The image of a dying Yun Che from the past flashed by, a bloody proof of Luo Wei's ruthless ambition. Luo Wei glared down with disgust, dismissing the life he took. Back in the present, inside the mirror world, a surge of dark and purple energy erupted around Yun Che. The system confirmed that his class advancement was complete. He was now a peace dancer. New system messages appeared, showing the activation of his dual class modes, healing mode and deterrence mode, giving him the power to both save and destroy. Yun Che exited the mirror world, stepping out into the school grounds at night. With his new power secured, his expression was dark and focused. He began to think of his next target. Suddenly, a voice screamed his name, breaking his concentration. Yun Che turned, looking confused, to see Luo Sha running towards him, breathing heavily and looking terrified. She begged him for help. Tears streamed down her face as she desperately called in the debt he owed her. She reminded him of the 2 favors he had promised and begged him to save Yun Yin, screaming that the shadow guards were going to kill her. Yun Che was surprised. He questioned why the shadow guards, Luo Wei's elite assassins, would be targeting Yun Yin. He reasoned that Yun Yin hadn't been involved in the incident at the hero's secret realm, so it made no sense for her to be a target. Luo Sha, terrified and crying, began to explain the real reason. She revealed a shocking secret. Yun Yin was being hunted because she was actually a descendant of the traitorous Yun family. Yun Che froze, his eyes widening in pure shock. The girl he had been studying with in the library, the one who had told him no one from the Yun family survived, was actually his own relative all along. Luo Sha looked down sadly and confirmed that Yun Yin was from the traitorous Yun family. She explained that because of this, the shadow guards thought Yun Yin was the main suspect in the incident at the hero's secret realm. She remembered the scary moment when the shadow guards broke right into her house. She watched, helpless, as a powerful hooded guard used a bladed chain to tie up and capture Yun Yin without any warning. Luo Sha explained that she tried to talk to the guard, trying to prove that Yun Yin wasn't even there when the hero died. But the guard didn't care about proof. He ignored her completely. Tears filled her eyes as she told Yun Che that she had tried everything. She had called everyone she knew and tried every way to get her friend back, but nothing worked. She admitted to him that she was helpless and didn't know how to save her. Without hesitating, Yun Che pulled up his hood to hide his face. His voice was calm as he asked her for the exact location where they were keeping Yun Yin. Luo Sha immediately offered to go with him and show him the way. However, Yun Che stopped her. He turned back, his eye glowing with power, and said no. He told her that she needed to stay behind to handle things and cover for them, saying it would be easier for him to handle the rescue alone. He used his mirror world skill and jumped into the parallel dimension. He moved quickly through the ghostly flipped city, using the reflection of the world to travel without being seen. Once he reached the place, the system told him he had left the mirror world. He burst back into the real world, rushing forward with amazing speed. As he moved, Yun Che opened a system window and made a call. He needed to check the shocking information he had just learned. He spoke to Luo Sha through the screen, questioning her claim. He asked if Yun Yin was really from the Yun family, pointing out that the whole family was supposed to have been killed by Luo Wei years ago. He demanded to know how she could have survived. Luo Sha appeared on the screen and explained what she knew. She revealed that, according to her information, the Yun family had an illegitimate child who had been living outside the main house back then. This news deeply confused Yun Che. He thought about his father, remembering him as a strict man who cared a lot about his honor. He knew it was impossible for his father to have had an affair or an illegitimate child. Then, he had a realization. An image of his older brother, Yun Yi, flashed in his mind. He realized that the child wasn't his father's, but likely his big brother's. Luo Sha continued, revealing a rare moment of kindness from the enemy. She said that the king, Luo Wei, had decided not to kill that specific baby. Whether it was out of mercy or because of his past friendship with the Yun family, the child was spared. Luo Sha revealed the tragic life of the Yun family member. She explained that the child was kept near the royal palace to be raised, but she was treated like a prisoner, never allowed to leave the small estate where she lived. The story got even darker as Luo Sha described Yun Yin's mother. She didn't even know who the father of her child was, and eventually, unable to handle the sadness, she killed herself by hanging. Luo Sha explained that Yun Yin was the daughter of that illegitimate child. After her mother's death, a young Yunyin was left all alone, still living in that isolated small estate under the shadow of her mother's body. Yunche listened with a heavy heart, clearly saddened by the cruelty his relative had faced. He asked Luo Sha how, in those circumstances, Yunyin managed to get out and become her personal guard. Luo Sha walked along the rooftop, looking down as she revealed her own secret. She told Yunche that she wasn't just a noble, she was actually the daughter of the kingdom's third prince. She remembered the first time she met Yunyin. It was when Luo Sha was only 7 years old. She had gotten tired of her hard etiquette lessons and sneaked away to a quiet part of the palace. There, she saw Yunyin being bullied. Luo Sha explained that the area near the palace was full of the children of high officials, who were used to being arrogant and spoiled. Because Yunyin was known as a traitor's descendant, no one would blame them for bullying her. In the flashback, a group of noble boys surrounded a young Yunyin. One of them held up a book she had been reading, making fun of her. He sneered that a traitor's bastard didn't deserve to read fairy tales and asked if she even knew how to write the word happiness. Luo Sha noted that many people bullied Yunyin just to get on the king's good side. The bully shouted that such books were for noble ladies, not for someone like her. He yelled that she made the book dirty just by touching it, and told his friends to tear it up and burn it. Behind him, another boy laughed cruelly, while Yunyin tried desperately to hold on to her book. The bullying got physical as the boy grabbed Yunyin by her hair, pulling it hard while she held her torn book to her chest. With a nasty grin, the bully crouched down to her level. He mocked her for holding onto a broken book like it was a treasure. Then, he delivered a cruel insult, telling her that he heard her mother was a crazy person and predicting that Yunyin would soon become crazy too. At that comment, something inside young Yunyin snapped. Her eyes, usually full of fear, filled with a sudden, strong anger. In a desperate act of self-defense, she grabbed the bully's hand and bit down on it with all her strength. The bully screamed in pain and shock, shaking his hand to get her off. He stumbled back, looking at his hand in disbelief. He looked back at the small, trembling girl, his face twisting into an expression of pure rage, furious that she had dared to fight back. Luo Sha thought about that day, noting that while she had seen many people cry from being beaten, she had never seen anyone show such a desperate look just to protect a torn book. The bullies shouted threats, angry that she dared to bite them and promising to beat her to death. At that moment, the young Luo Sha stepped out from the shadows. Dressed in her fine royal clothes, she pointed a finger at the boys and ordered them to stop, demanding to know what they were doing. The boys were shocked to see the princess. Sweating nervously, they tried to defend themselves, claiming that the wild seed had stolen a book and attacked them like a mad dog. Luo Sha walked up to Yunyin and looked at the book she was protecting. She pointed out that all books from the library had a royal seal on them and asked if that one did. The bullies fell silent, unable to answer because they knew it didn't. Realizing that the book was probably just something picked out of the trash, Luo Sha held out a brand new, beautiful book with a flower design on the cover. She offered it to Yunyin, telling her to take the new one and throw the old one away. Yunyin looked at the shiny new book with wide, surprised eyes. However, to Luo Sha's surprise, the girl shook her head. She refused the gift and hugged her torn book tightly. Ignoring the princess, Yunyin crouched down and began to carefully pick up the torn pages that had been scattered. Holding the scraps of paper, she walked away with tears streaming down her face. Luo Sha realized then that the pile of torn paper was far more important to the girl than a brand new treasure. She watched as Yunyin sat alone in the corner of the hallway, the only spot where a beam of sunlight touched the floor. Looking at the girl's hand on the cover, Luo Sha sensed that perhaps that broken book was the only bit of light and warmth Yunyin had in her dark life. Even though the book was torn, to Yunyin, it was better than charity because it was something real she protected. Luo Sha began visiting that corner often, sometimes helping her, and sometimes just watching. Eventually, Luo Sha asked the king to let Yunyin become her personal guard. This official position stopped most of the public bullying she faced. However, Luo Sha explained that while the open abuse stopped, the secret bullying continued. Hiding her identity at the school was supposed to be safer, but now Yunyin had been dragged into this deadly situation again. Luo Sha warned Yunche about the shadow guards, explaining that they are the king's direct unit. They are ruthless and would rather kill the wrong person than let a suspect escape, having killed many innocent families in the past. Desperate and crying, Luo Sha bowed her head on the screen, begging Yunche to save her friend and promising to do whatever she could to repay him. She asked him to tell her if there was anything else she could help with. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Yunche used his mirror world ability to break into the prison. He arrived just in time to see a horrible scene that left him shocked. The bladed chain used to capture Yun Yin was lying on a floor covered in blood. Yun Yin stood there, covered in cuts and blood, looking badly hurt, but still defiant. The shadow guard watching her held a jagged blade. He smiled cruelly, saying that she was surprisingly stubborn, but he was in charge of guarding her for the night. His eyes glowing red with evil, the guard glared at her. He threatened that the night was long, and he had countless torture methods to use on her. As he screamed that no one could save her, a foot suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Yunche landed a brutal kick directly to the shadow guard's face. The impact was huge, creating a shockwave and sending the guard flying away from Yun Yin. Yun Yin looked up, her eyes wide with surprise, unable to believe someone had actually come for her. Yunche, with his hood up and eyes glowing purple, turned to her and simply asked if she was okay. The shadow guard stood up from the rubble. He said he had finally smoked out the intruder. With a bloody grin, he realized Yunche was the one who had killed Ding Kun. However, he mocked the dead hero, calling him a powerless mascot who had hidden in the dungeon for too long. While the enemy talked, Yunche focused only on Yun Yin, feeding her a potion for her injuries. The guard continued, guessing Yunche was from the old Yun family, as they were the only ones with a grudge against Ding Kun. He revealed that he had used Yun Yin as bait to test this theory, and Yunche had walked right into his trap. Ignoring the taunts, Yunche activated his Peace Dancer class abilities. He summoned a large healing bell over Yun Yin, which helped to stabilize her condition. The guard pulled down his hood, showing a scarred face. He remarked that it was lucky the king had kept these family members as bait. He admitted that without this trap, Yunche's stealth skills would have been too hard to handle, noting that even a citywide search had failed to catch him before. Suddenly, a huge pink energy barrier appeared around them, sealing the area. The guard announced it was a lockdown formation and that Yunche could no longer escape. He smiled, boasting that the barrier was so strong that he was likely the only S rank who could break it. The system identified the enemy as Shadow 33, a juggler class user. Holding his jagged chained blades, he told Yunche that hiding his face was pointless and suggested he surrender to avoid torture, but his cruelty showed right after. Swinging his huge blades with scary speed, Shadow 33 declared he planned to have his fun with Yun Yin first before dealing with Yunche. In response, Yunche activated a skill called Peace Domain. A golden aura exploded out, creating a zone that reduced damage for his allies and slowed down his enemies. As Shadow 33's blades came crashing down, Yunche stood his ground. With precise movements, he deflected the heavy attacks with his staff, knocking the weapons aside as if they weighed nothing. Yunche's eyes glowed with a cold, dangerous light. He looked at the shadow guard and asked a chilling question, confirming that the man had tortured Yun Yin just for his own fun. Shadow 33 sneered and admitted they had tortured her. He boasted that their reputation as the Shadow Guards was more than enough to lure Yunche into their trap. He then unleashed his attack, Blade Fury, sending a storm of red, triangular blades raining down on Yunche and Yun Yin. In response, Yunche summoned the undead spirit of Qiaoen. The ghostly warrior stood in front of them and activated strong defensive skills, including iron armor and group shield, to block the coming attack. Yunche watched silently as his summon prepared. The name Shadow Guards made Yunche remember a painful night when Luo Wei led his forces to destroy the Yun family under a blood-red moon. He remembered the total destruction, how everyone was tormented and then slaughtered, with no one left alive. Breaking free from the memory, Yunche told Shadow 33 that he had made a big mistake. The spirit of Qiaoen successfully blocked the Blade Fury, the red blades breaking against its powerful shields. As the attack was stopped, Yunche's hand began to glow with purple energy as he summoned a weapon. He switched to deterrence mode, and his attack power greatly increased. Surrounded by a dark aura, he held a newly formed dagger and declared that the Shadow Guards had slaughtered his family, and now they dared to harm an innocent child. He then activated several reversed chanter skills, each one boosting his attack power through his Blade of Trickery ability. With his eyes glowing with rage, Yunche proclaimed that his enemies were the ones who should not think about escaping. Shadow 33 was interested in Yunche's new weapon, smiling as he asked if it could change forms. He then used a powerful technique called Chain Trick, 1,000 blade spin, filling the area with dozens of spinning portals. He confidently said that because Yunche had used high-level healing and aura skills, he must have a support-type class with no attack skills. Continuing his taunts, Shadow 33 launched his 1,000 Blade Spin attack, sending a storm of red projectiles from the dark portals around him. He mocked Yunche, saying that changing his weapon didn't matter because he was still just a target. However, Yunche was no longer just defending. He skillfully used his new weapon, a dark purple chain, whipping it around to easily deflect every projectile. He then began to teleport around Shadow 33, using his own portals to counterattack. He activated his Martial Deterrence Domain, a skill from his Deterrence mode. This ability created a zone where enemies took more damage while he and his allies moved faster. Shadow 33's arrogance faded, replaced by a wild grin. He admitted that Yunche's moves were impressive and that it made sense he was able to kill Ding Kun. Still, he believed he was better, screaming that Yunche was still far behind him. He lunged forward, but Yunche vanished just before the blow landed. Suddenly, a blur of purple energy appeared directly above him. Yunche had teleported into the air and was diving down. Caught by surprise, Shadow 33 could only look up in confusion. Yunche's dark chains shot down and pinned the guard's shoulders to the ground. Struggling in pain, Shadow 33 finally understood. He realized Yunche came out of a mirror, finally understanding his stealth skill. He cursed, amazed that such an ability existed, which explained why Yunche had been so hard to catch. Despite his injury, Shadow 33 sneered, mocking Yunche for revealing his best skill just to cause a small wound. He concluded that Yunche was still just a weak support class user. However, at that moment, he was hit from behind by a powerful, shadowy attack. The system announced the skill's name, Deterioration Blade. This was another deterrence mode skill that made any damage and status effects on an enemy worse. The guard staggered, wounded, and shocked as the attack tore through him. Shadow 33 was in complete shock, unable to believe he had been hit. He screamed in disbelief, demanding to know Yunche's real class and how a support class could have attack skills. Announcing he would no longer look down on his opponent, he prepared his ultimate attack. The guard activated a juggler skill called Splitting Trick, which filled the area with a storm of countless red triangular blades. He boasted that Yunche couldn't use his mirrors to escape this time, and that none of his summons could block such a huge attack. He then screamed for Yunche and Yunyin to die a death by 1,000 cuts. Despite the terrifying attack coming down on him, Yunche remained completely calm. He simply raised a finger to the sky. In response, he activated his own legendary skill, Dance of Finale, Celestial Requiem Bell. A giant golden bell appeared above, surrounded by glowing, angelic figures playing trumpets. This legendary skill reflected all attacks made against the angel figures back at the attacker. Shadow 33's eyes widened in horror as he saw the angelic figures in his reflection. His storm of blades rained down, but instead of hitting their targets, they were all sent flying back at him. He was hit by his own attack hundreds of times, screaming in pain. He couldn't understand how his opponent had a skill that gave both invincibility and damage reflection. The force of the reflected attack was so strong that it caused the lockdown formation he had created to shatter. When the skill ended, Yunche walked calmly forward. Shadow 33 was left lying on the ground, badly wounded and completely defeated by his own attack. Standing beside Yunyin and the undead spirit of Ding Kun, Yunche held his blade and spoke to the girl he had just saved. He gently told her to turn around for a moment so she wouldn't see what he was about to do. Yunche held his blade to the throat of the defeated Shadow Guard 33, who looked up in terror. The guard stammered, asking what Yunche planned to do with him. From the darkness of his hood, Yunche's eyes glowed with purple light as he gave a cold, simple promise. He was going to make the guard repay what he had done 100-fold. Terrified, the guard tried to threaten him, shouting that the other Shadow Guards would arrive soon and that Yunche couldn't possibly fight 3 of them at once. He pleaded with him, insisting that it wasn't too late for him to leave. As the blade pressed closer, the guard screamed that he was one of His Majesty's personal guards, and if Yunche killed him, the king would surely come after him. From a distance, Yunyin watched the scene, shocked by Yunche's cold fury. The defeated guard continued to plead, begging Yunche not to come any closer and calling him a maniac. Suddenly, the wall behind them shattered, and 3 more hooded Shadow Guards burst into the room. Seeing the situation, they immediately charged forward, calling Yunche a rebel and demanding that he surrender. However, they stopped in their tracks, completely shocked by what they saw. In front of Yunche, the newly created undead spirit of their comrade, Shadow Guard 33, was kneeling in submission, held by a dark chain. Yunche gave the newcomers a cold, menacing glare, his eyes glowing with purple energy. Yunyin watched the scene unfold in stunned silence. She looked on in utter disbelief, realizing with a growing sense of awe and terror that Yunche hadn't just defeated the 3 S-rank guards who had just arrived, he had instantly killed them and added them to his undead army. Yunche stood over the fresh corpses of the 3 shadow guards he had just killed. He held the chain connected to the spirit of the first guard, having completely and effortlessly dominated his powerful enemies. After defeating the shadow guards, Yunche turned to Yunyin. He told her that Luo Sha had prepared a nearby hideout for support and that she should go meet up with her. He told her his undead servants would protect her on the way out. Yunyin, looking worried, asked what he planned to do now. Standing over the bodies of the guards, Yunche explained that he still had some cleanup work to do. He expressed his concern, saying he didn't know how many guards had come or if he could keep the incident hidden. He then turned to his real goal, summoning his undead army to deal with the remaining threats. With his army ready, he focused on one of his undead servants. He remembered that the shadow guards were the same group that Luo Wei had led to slaughter the Yun family. He asked the spirit a critical question. Was it there when the Yun family was massacred all those years ago? The undead spirit of Shadow 33 confirmed that it had been there at the massacre. Yunche then asked for the names of the specific shadow guards who were part of the slaughter. The spirit began to list the names it remembered, naming Shadow 3 and Shadow 5. Hearing these uniform names, Yunche concluded they must have been people raised in secret since childhood. He pushed the spirit for more names, asking who else was there. The spirit gave a shocking and unexpected answer. His own older brother, Yun Yi, was also among them. The news stopped Yunche cold. He stood motionless, trying to understand the horrible information. He slowly turned around, his face twisted in absolute shock and disbelief. He stammered his brother's name, unable to believe the spirit's claim, remembering the kind and protective older brother he once knew. Meanwhile, in a messy, luxurious room, a man in a dark hood sat on a sofa, surrounded by women. This was Yun Yi, now the captain of the Shadow Guards. A subordinate came to report that Shadow 22 had lost contact after going to capture Yun Yin. When they checked the dungeon, they only found the bodies of the Shadow Guards, and Yun Yin was gone. Yun Yi stood up suddenly, his dark energy swirling and pushing the women away. He was surprised to hear that his elite guards were dead. With a cold look and glowing red eyes, he wondered if there were really hidden survivors of the Yun family who could do this. He immediately ordered his men to contact all locations. He decided it was time to turn the public against her, commanding them to release Yun Yin's photo and spread the news that she was a descendant of the traitorous Yun family. Almost right away, the plan started. Across the city, people began getting urgent messages on their phones. A huge holographic billboard appeared in the city plaza, showing Yun Yin's profile picture and personal information. The citizens looked on in shock, unable to believe that a member of the evil Yun family was still alive. 2 men on the street reacted with anger, shouting about why this was only being reported now, and wondering how she had survived for so long. The news spread quickly to the school. Students walked through the courtyards, asking each other if they had seen the report about Yun Yin. 2 male students discussed the situation. One of them said it felt fake, but since the official report was out, it must be true. However, the student in the hoodie showed sympathy. He argued that even if the report was true, Yun Yin was just a girl. He said that what happened years ago wasn't her fault. He compared her situation to Qiaoji, noting that she was probably innocent but had suffered for years just because of her family name. The student in the suit rubbed his head and admitted that his friend was right. Despite their understanding, the student in the suit pointed out a harsh truth. He said that only their generation might think this way. He admitted that if he said such things to his family, his grandfather would probably beat him to death. The student in the hoodie sadly agreed. They knew that to the public, she was still the descendant of the wicked traitor Yunche, who ruined the empire. On the streets, 2 women walked past, expressing their disgust that someone from the Yun family dared to live, suggesting she should kneel and die before the king's statue for her ancestors' crimes. Yun Yin was hiding inside a building, looking out the window at the angry mob below. She could hear them shouting that death was too easy and that she should be tortured first. Among the crowd, a young man carefully suggested that while she deserved to die, torture might be too much. However, his moment of doubt was met with anger. A large man grabbed the young student by the collar, screaming at him and asking if he had forgotten the history of the kingdom's greatest traitor. The man continued to yell, claiming that millions died because of Yunche and that his own parents were victims. Under the intense pressure, the terrified student broke. He changed his mind to agree with the mob, forcing a smile as he shouted that a descendant of such a sinner must not live and should have the sense to kill herself. Inside the dark room, Yun Yin stood in silence, her expression empty as she listened to the world wishing for her death. Her mind was filled with cruel voices from the past and present. They mocked her gloomy eyes, insulted her mother, and repeated that she should kill herself just like her mother did. Suddenly, a beam of light cut through the darkness as the door opened. Yunyin looked up in surprise as a voice warned her that the security chief had arrived and that it was time to change hiding places. Inside the other room, Yunche sat with Luo Sha. Yunche was thinking about the situation, asking how Yunyin's identity was revealed so quickly. He figured that the security bureau must have a connection with the shadow guards, as they clearly knew the goal was to capture Yunyin. Yunche revealed that the security bureau had been secretly watching him for some time. He realized that on the night Luo Sha came to find him, the agents saw her, even though he lost their surveillance later. Yunche analyzed the dangerous situation. He noted that after the shadow guards died and Yunyin went into hiding, the authorities had enough reason to suspect him. He realized that with the hero death case and the public reveal of Yunyin's identity, the enemy now had a good reason to blame him for the crimes. He remembered walking past the statues with Luo Sha while disguised as an unidentified cloaked person. He reasoned it was logical for investigators to suspect he was that cloaked figure, and, therefore, the hero's killer. He understood their plan was to force him to reveal his true power to complete their evidence. However, he explained that a bit of luck had saved him. The principal stepped in and used his magic to shout away the security chief, preventing Yunche from being exposed. Sitting on the sofa, Luo Sha looked worried. She admitted that if the principal hadn't been paying attention to her situation, she would have been in trouble surrounded by so many security officers. Luo Sha blamed herself for the danger, thinking her carelessness was the reason they were almost exposed and killed. Yunche remarked that while they were lucky, he was surprised to learn that the principal was actually Luo Sha's great-uncle. A few hours earlier, inside the principal's office, Principal Bolin looked stressed. He told Luo Sha that she was being reckless. He explained that while he could drive away the local security chief, if the king's elite shadow guards arrived, he would be unable to stop them. Luo Sha tried to flatter her great-uncle, but Bolin cut her off. He warned her not to underestimate the shadow guards, saying they were far more dangerous than simple S-rank fighters. He sternly reminded her that he had told her long ago not to bring Yunyin with her anymore. Looking at her seriously, the principal told her to make up her mind. He reminded her that the king had already ordered her to leave the academy and return to the royal palace. However, he gave her a harsh reality check about her friend. He warned that if she tried to take Yunyin back with her, she would not be able to hide her. He described the palace as having many eyes, and that the shadow guards would definitely find the fugitive. He advised Luo Sha that it would be best for her to return alone. Back in the present, Yunyin stood silently outside the door, having heard the entire conversation. She was filled with guilt, thinking that if she were exposed, she would die, and blamed herself for being careless. She looked down sadly, thinking of herself as a burden, and feeling she had relied on Luo Sha for too long. She imagined Luo Sha's life without her, realizing that without the weight of a traitor's descendant, Luo Sha could have lived a better life. Her guilt deepened as she thought about Yunche. She realized that she had now dragged him down as well. She thought that he would have been safe if he hadn't exposed himself to save her. A painful memory from her childhood flashed in her mind. A young Yunyin standing before her mother, who had killed herself by hanging. Haunted by her past and refusing to be a burden any longer, Yunyin turned away from the safe house door. She decided it was time to leave. Just then, Yunche opened the door and told her to come with him, leaving Yunyin looking surprised. Yunche explained his plan to secretly leave. He revealed that he had a specific secret realm in mind where they could go to avoid the public and the authorities. Luo Sha joined them, agreeing with the plan. She urged Yunyin to come in and suggested they all go to the secret realm together to wait for things to calm down. Trying to be positive, Luo Sha winked and reassured them that since Yunyin was innocent, she could later beg the king to let them continue attending school. However, Yunyin was filled with guilt. She refused to move at first, saying that she had harmed everyone and that Yunche didn't need to help her. She also reminded Luo Sha that the king had ordered her to return and she shouldn't disobey. Luo Sha brushed off the serious mood, cheerfully hugging Yunyin. She suggested they simply pretend they went out to play without her great-uncle knowing, sure that the principal would go along with their story. Yunche interrupted them with a heavy confession. He looked at them and admitted that he was the one who caused Yunyin to be in this situation. Yunyin looked at him with a confused and gentle expression, asking how that could be possible. With a shadowed face, Yunche explained that her suffering since birth started because of him. Yunche reflected on the true cause of the tragedy. He realized that it was his past relationship with King Luo Wei that had led to the massacre of the Yun family years ago. His thoughts then turned to his older brother. He silently questioned Yun Yi, wondering what role he played and why he had become one of the shadow guards who killed their own family. As they prepared to leave, Luo Sha asked Yunche which secret realm he planned to take them to. Yunche revealed that the location was something he had learned from the dead spirit of the shadow guard he had defeated. The group arrived at a massive, floating ruin shining with golden light. It was the Golden City Secret Realm, the exact place where Yunche's brother, Yun Yi, was currently located. Yunche saw a massive pillar of light in the distance. He recalled the Shadow Guard's spirit had told him his brother Yun Yi was there. He estimated they could reach it in half a day. However, looking down from a cliff, they saw their path was blocked by a group of powerful level 58 monsters called laborback gorillas. Yunchi was calm as he recognized the creatures. He remembered from his past life that this type of monster dropped gold iron ore, a material he needed to repair his damaged flowing cloud sword. Seeing a chance to fix his weapon, he drew his sword with determination. He activated its ability, making it glow and change shape. First, it became a chain blade. The system noted the weapon was severely damaged, but it could still wrap around the huge gorillas and bind them. This form boosted his agility. Then, he changed it into a massive giant scythe, which sacrificed speed and defense for a huge boost of over 5,000 attack power. Seeing him get ready to attack, Luo Sha stepped in to help. She cast a skill called Starplay Secret Art, which boosted his spirit and attack power. The Flowing Cloud Sword's unique ability, Buff Adaptation, immediately absorbed her spell, adding the stats directly to the weapon itself. With the massive power boost, Yunche swung the giant scythe in a wide arc. The attack was powerful, slicing through the level 58 monsters in a single strike. As the dust settled, Yunche landed while Luo Sha walked up behind him. Luo Sha looked at the weapon in Yunche's hand with surprise. She asked if that was really the Flowing Cloud Sword, noting its attack power was shockingly high even though it looked so damaged. Yunche smiled and explained that the power wasn't originally that high. He revealed that it was thanks to her that he had already started the repair process. A flashback revealed how this happened. The Academy's principal had originally planned to give Yunche a few skill books to thank him for saving students and teachers at the Valor Secret Realm. However, because Luo Sha had bothered her great uncle so much, the principal was forced to change the reward. While he couldn't give away the life nursery, he handed over a lump of glowing gold material called World Tree Resin. Yunche had used this resin, which the principal had collected over a long time, as a type of glue. He noted that while it was the best material he had, it was barely enough to just start the repairs. A system message confirmed that absorbing the World Tree Resin had brought the repair progress to 11.2%. More importantly, this first repair had fixed a key feature called Buff Adaptation, which let the sword copy and use any active buffs from the user. Back in the present, Yunche picked up the items dropped by the defeated monsters. He found gold iron ore, realizing it was a common drop in this realm. As the sword absorbed the ore, the repair progress increased a little more. Yunche watched his attack power rise by another 40 points, confirming that the resources here were perfect for fixing his weapon. Yunche stood ready for battle, his high-level equipment glowing with power. He realized that unlike the rare resin, this ore could be gotten just by killing monsters. With a command, he ordered his army of undead summons to charge forward. He decided that as long as there were monsters to kill, he would keep repairing the Flowing Cloud Sword. Looking toward the Pillar of Light, he figured he could repair the weapon a good amount before he finally had to face his brother, Yun Yi. The battle began instantly. Yunche leaped into the air, slashing his sword with amazing speed to cut the huge laborback gorilla into pieces. He used the chain blade form of his weapon to make a flurry of quick cuts, slicing the monster from many angles. With a command, the chains wrapped tightly around the beast, holding it completely. Standing on top of the monster, Yunche called out to Yun Yin, who charged forward while summoning a glowing energy dagger. With a single, strong strike, she sliced the monster in half, showing her growing strength. After the battle, the group stood on a cliff as the system announced that Yunche, Luo Sha, and Yun Yin had all leveled up. Yun Yin approached Yunche, looking worried as she asked if helping them level up was slowing him down. Yunche reassured her while picking up 15 pieces of gold iron ore. He stood among his undead summons, including the spirit of Ding Kun, and explained that his spirits were always killing monsters for him, so he wasn't being held back at all. He revealed that to keep things quiet, many of his spirits were fighting monsters inside the mirror world at the same time, meaning he was killing things much faster than it looked. He then absorbed the gold iron ore into his weapon, increasing its attack power by 300 points and bringing the repair progress to over 20%. Luo Sha jumped down to join him, saying that he seemed very sure of his path and clearly had a goal. She pointed toward the massive pillar of light in the distance and asked what was over there. Yun Che looked at the light and revealed the truth. Those were the ruins of the old Yun family manor. Luosha was surprised and fell silent, understanding why it was important, while Yun Yin listened closely from behind. Yun Che explained that 40 years ago, the Golden City secret realm had expanded and swallowed the ruins, keeping them safe inside ever since. He then turned to Yun Yin, whose eyes went wide with shock as he told her that her grandfather might be there right now. In a small room within the Yun family ruins, Yun Yi sat by the window as a subordinate reported that there was still no news about Yun Yin, even though her identity had been leaked long ago. The hooded subordinate knelt on the floor. He explained that because people were so angry, it was hard for Yun Yin to travel, and she would likely be found soon. However, the subordinate revealed a secret backup plan. He showed 3 glowing devices called locator scepters and explained that a tracker had been secretly placed on Yun Yin long ago. He said that if these scepters came within 1,000 meters of her, they would show her exact position. The subordinate declared that since the scepters were spread out, Yun Yin could not hide for much longer. Yun Yi stood up, and walking through the dusty room, he decided his time for looking back was over. Holding one of the glowing scepters, he declared it was time to get rid of the last remnant. Suddenly, a system window popped up near his chest, catching his attention. Yun Yi's face turned to one of pure shock as he sensed something he didn't expect. Meanwhile, Yun Che and Yun Yin continued their fight through the secret realm. They fought side by side, with Yun Che using his scythe and Yun Yin using her dagger to take down monsters. With a huge swing, Yun Che sliced 2 monsters in half and collected 2 more pieces of gold iron ore. After the battle, Yun Che held his glowing sword and glanced at Yun Yin, who stood silently looking at a screen. Several hours ago, Yun Che had revealed the hard truth to her, that Yun Yi was now Luo Wei's Shadow Guard captain and, more importantly, the person who had killed the Yun family back then. Standing in the empty landscape, the two had shared a quiet moment. Yun Che told her that he didn't know what kind of person his brother was now, or how he would treat his daughter. He reassured Yun Yin that she and the Yun family were innocent. He then gave her a choice. If she didn't want to face her father, she could stay behind, and he would leave undead spirits to protect her. Yun Yin stood in silence, holding her dagger tightly, clearly shaken by what she had just heard. She thought that being told all of this so suddenly made it impossible to sort out her feelings right away. Her mind raced with the new information, realizing it would take a long time to understand. However, she came to a serious conclusion. She reasoned that no matter what happened in the past, the reality was that she grew up alone. She decided that since he chose to be a shadow guard, her life wouldn't change. Despite the pain, her expression hardened with determination as she decided she would still go forward. Meanwhile, Yun Che stood on a ledge, looking out over the landscape. He began to doubt his decision, thinking that maybe he should have left Yun Yin behind in safety. He decided it would be best to face his brother, Yun Yi, by himself first, and then decide whether to let Yun Yin meet him. Suddenly, Yun Che looked down and was surprised by what he saw below. Scattered on the ground were the remains of wooden dummies and weapon racks. He recognized the place immediately as the ruins of the training ground. As he stared at the empty site, a vision of the past appeared over the ruins. He saw a memory of his younger self, his brother Yun Yi and his sister Yun Ti happily playing and practicing swordsmanship together in that very spot. Standing there with the undead spirits of Chao En and Ding Kun, a sudden idea struck Yun Che. He activated his skill and went into the mirror world. As he landed, he thought that just as his friend Ben's soul had stayed in the secret realm, the souls of his murdered family might also be wandering there. Yun Che stood in the ghostly ruins of the mirror world training ground, searching for his family's souls. Disappointed, he realized there were no souls here. A system notification confirmed his exit as he returned to the dusty ruins of the present day. Wondering if his search was in vain, he surveyed the desolate area and noticed an old sword lying in the rubble. He fell silent, his purple eyes staring as the old training grounds triggered a vivid memory from long ago. In the memory, the grounds were bustling with life. Swords clashed as a younger Yun Yi engaged in a fierce sparring match. An excited crowd cheered for the fighters. Impressed by their skill, they remarked that these men were the best, and one would surely be champion. During the exchange, Yun Yi's opponent slipped on loose stones and stumbled. Despairing, the man believed the fight was over, and he had lost. However, just as victory seemed certain, Yun Yi paused his attack. Smiling calmly, he noted there shouldn't be loose stones on the field and offered to restart the match. This honorable act brought a roar of approval. The crowd cheered for Yun Yi's noble character, calling him a true member of the Yun family. When the duel resumed, Yun Yi still emerged victorious, his opponent kneeling before him. Onlookers remarked that he won even after giving a second chance, proving no one could beat him. One man disapproved, remarking that on a real battlefield, such nobility would only cost him the advantage. Confident, Yunyi smiled. He declared that if he lost an advantage, he would simply win it back, just as he had done today. The crowd roared with laughter and approval, proud of their champion. Sometime later, the situation had changed dramatically. A shocked Yunyi, covered in sweat and dirt, stood defeated. Before him stood his younger brother, Yunche, who had bested him in a fight. The crowd looked on in disbelief, unable to grasp how Yunyi lost to someone 4 years younger. They concluded Yunche was an unimaginable genius. Back in the present ruins, an older Yunyi emerged from the shadows. His expression was grim as he surveyed the desolate halls of his former home. He recalled a conversation with a young Luo Wei. Luo Wei commented on Yunyi's goodness, joking that if his own brother was outshined, he would probably want to kill him. Yunyi humbly reminded Luo Wei not to speak ill of the royal family. He felt only pride for his brother's incredible talent. Luo Wei confessed his jealousy, noting that everyone, from Yunyi to their master, seemed to spoil Yunche. Yunyi was surprised to hear this. Nearby, their master relaxed with young Yunche, letting his guard down in a way he didn't with others. With a sinister smile, Luo Wei asked if Yunyi thought their master would pass his title to Yunche, planting a seed of doubt. Young Yunyi dismissed the idea, though the question lingered in his mind. Another memory surfaced of a chaotic battle where Lanyuan village was being overrun by bandits. A younger, armored Yunyi fought desperately amidst the flames. They were outnumbered, but he was determined to protect the villagers. He leaped into the fray, clashing with bandits and deflecting arrows meant for the villagers he shielded. Fighting with all his might, he swung his sword in wide arcs to protect a child and fend off multiple attackers. Despite his efforts, they were short-handed and couldn't hold back the tide of enemies. Nearby, Luo Wei shouted that they couldn't stop the bandits. He proposed a difficult strategy: focus all strength on killing the enemy leader. He admitted this would cause more villager casualties, but saw no other choice and urged Captain Yunyi to decide. The decision weighed heavily on an exhausted Yunyi, with the villagers' lives resting on his command. Faced with an impossible choice, he hesitated, realizing the terrible sacrifice required. Just as he was about to order it, he was startled by a sudden movement. It was Yunche, leaping over the defense line and charging headfirst into the bandit horde. Yunyi watched in shock as Yunche plunged into the enemy, cutting down bandits in a whirlwind of violence. Yunche charged fearlessly toward the bandit leader. Though wounded with an arrow in his cheek, his face remained a mask of pure determination. In a flash, he leaped and swung his sword, decapitating the leader. Standing on a rock, he held the head aloft. He shouted to the bandits that their leader was dead, but they would be spared if they surrendered. Witnessing this, Yunyi was left speechless, stunned by his brother's power and bravery. Later at dinner, their master proudly ruffled Yunche's hair, praising him as being even better than his big brother. Meanwhile, Yunyi stood alone, troubled. He admitted to himself that he had almost chosen to sacrifice the villagers. Luo Wei approached to justify the choice. He argued that sacrificing a few is sometimes unavoidable for the greater good, noting that Yunche's risky charge wouldn't always succeed. With a cunning look, Luo Wei insisted that Yunyi's plan to focus on the leader was the correct tactical choice. In another memory, a scarred man knelt before Yunyi, begging. He explained his wife was ill, and he had only borrowed something, promising repayment. He pleaded, reminding Yunyi that he had taught him to ride, but Yunyi only stared back with a cold glare. Luo Wei advised that they must make an example of him, or others would follow and ruin the family. Luo Wei used a proverb about how losing a single nail can eventually lose a kingdom, emphasizing the need for strict order. He told Yunyi that he had to manage the big picture to save the family, as Yunche was too reckless. Then, Yunyi chopped off the man's hands, legs, and head. He was then seen strangling a long-haired woman amidst the bodies of those he had slain. Finally, under a menacing red moon, cloaked figures stood on a cliff, led by a figure on a rearing horse. The devastating truth was revealed. For the kingdom and his goals, Yunyi had joined Luo Wei and sacrificed his family. Luo Wei blamed the tragedy on Yunche. Returning to the present, Yunche walked through the desolate ruins of his ancestral home. Suddenly, he became alert, sensing an immense and familiar pressure nearby. A powerful aura swirled in the distance. He wondered if it was his brother, Yunyi. Gripping his sword, filled with sorrow, he questioned how his brother could have become what he was. A figure on horseback appeared in the distance. Yunche was shocked as he recognized the rider. It was not his brother. Pure rage filled him as he realized who it was. He screamed the name of his greatest betrayer, Luo Wei. Astride his horse, Luo Wei looked down arrogantly, asking how Yunche recognized him in his current form. Facing his old enemy, Yunche trembled with rage, his sword held ready. Luo Wei, looking down from his horse, casually asked what he looked like now, noting he should appear to be in his 20s at most. The question only made Yunche's anger worse, his face twisting in a silent snarl. Luo Wei continued with a smug smile, explaining that all official portraits showed him in his 40s, which was how Yunche recognized him despite the age difference. Suddenly, a huge army of armored soldiers appeared, surrounding the area and blocking all escape routes. Luo Sha and Yun Yin landed gracefully among the soldiers. Yunche stared at them, his expression hard to read as he took in their arrival. From his high position, Luo Wei spoke to him, remarking that his name was Yunche and calling it an interesting name. He then began to connect recent events, explaining that his Shadow Guard captain had used Yun Yin as bait to lure out the rebel who had killed the hero, Ding Kun. He told how that person had rescued Yun Yin from their dungeon, killing several of his elite Shadow Guards. He looked down at the two, noting that now, this Yunche and little Yun Yin were both here, putting all the pieces together. Luo Wei gathered a bright, shining light at the tip of his finger. With an air of total authority, he pointed directly at Yunche and declared him to be the rebel he had been hunting. He dismissed Yunche as a mere pest that should be returned to dust. As Luo Wei prepared to release his attack, both Luo Sha and Yun Yin looked on in pure terror. In a desperate move to protect him, they both rushed forward, placing themselves directly in front of Yunche to shield him from the coming blast. Luo Wei paused for a moment, a look of confusion on his face at their unexpected action. A massive beam of golden energy then shot out, narrowly passing by the three of them as they stood outlined against the blinding light. The energy beam hit the ground in the distance, causing a huge explosion that shook the entire area. Terrified by the close call, Luo Sha and Yun Yin turned to look back at the destruction. The sheer power of the attack was immense, filling the battlefield with a fiery light. Yun Yin realized with horror that if the attack had hit her, she would not have survived. Luo Wei looked down at his granddaughter with a condescending tone, scolding her for being naughty again and remarking that he had almost hit her. As the two girls looked on, their faces pale with fear, Yun Yin wondered if Yunche could have already been killed in the blast. Luo Wei smiled like he was talking to a child, telling Luo Sha to be good and not cause any more trouble. He then commanded her to follow him for now and prepare to return with him later. An armored guard stood silently behind him. As Luo Wei gave his command, Yunche appeared from nowhere, stepping out of the mirror world with a threatening pink aura around him. A system message confirmed he had activated his intimidation mode. His eyes glowed with pure raw fury as he glared at his enemy and roared his name. As his rage and power grew, his weapon changed into a massive, jagged sword, and several attack power buffs appeared around him. He shouted that Luo Wei was a poisonous scum who didn't deserve to set foot on the sacred ground of the Yun family. A huge wave of energy erupted from Yunche as he continued his angry speech. He yelled that the kindness and years of friendship he had shown Luo Wei were not just chips to be thrown away like trash. Declaring that Luo Wei would pay for his betrayal that very day, Yunche leaped into the air, his weapon raised high for a powerful strike as the system confirmed he had fully left the mirror world. He brought the massive blade down with all his strength, but Luo Wei met the attack with a calm, steady stare. Luo Sha and Yun Yin could only watch in stunned silence at the incredible clash of power. With a gesture, Luo Wei summoned a massive, explosive barrier of golden energy that easily blocked Yunche's attack. The force of the counterattack was so strong that it wounded Yunche, who clenched his teeth in pain as he realized his opponent was an SSS-class user. The blast sent him flying backward through the ruins. Unfazed, Luo Wei raised a hand and summoned a giant hand of golden energy, which shot out to grab the airborne Yunche. However, just as the hand was about to close around him, Yunche vanished in a flash of light. Luo Wei was surprised for a moment, wondering where he had gone. His surprise quickly turned into a sly smile as he realized Yunche had a stealth skill so good it could even get past his own senses. Inside the crystal world of the mirror world, Yunche violently hit a wall, the impact shattering the surface around him. He was left in critical condition, suffering from a laceration status effect that couldn't be healed and caused continuous bleeding for 60 minutes. He was also hit with a mental spell shock that left him confused. His HP had dropped to just 272 out of 2410, putting him near death. Bloodied and beaten, he finally lost consciousness, with just under 5 minutes left on his mirror walk ability. A worried Luo Sha spoke to Luo Wei, her voice filled with concern for Yunche's fate. Luo Wei, however, remained calm and uncaring. He explained to her that Yunche had been wounded by his automatic counter-damage skill. With total confidence, he declared that the traitor must be on his last breath and would not survive the attack. Luo Sha was shocked by his coldness. Luo Wei added that they should be safe now. He turned and gave an order to Yun Yi. He commanded Yun Yi to take a few squads to the area where Yun Che was struck down. Luo Wei finished his order with a chilling certainty, stating that even if their target was just a pest, they needed to clean it up properly. With a cold, emotionless expression, Yun Yi accepted the command to hunt for his brother's body.